as if daring the powers, had inflamed the smoldering hostility, had alarmed them all, and had driven even the feeble Austrian monarchy to desperation. Aside from the interests of France, and speaking only of his personal policy, it was not indispensable to his authority to kidnap the Duc d'Enghien and to establish the empire, to provoke England prematurely, to challenge Russia's eastern ambitions, and above all, to create a hereditary kingdom out of the Italian Republic and to annex Genoa. Although he did not share the revolutionary ardor of the Girondins, he hurled defiance against kings and aristocrats in the same fashion for which they are blamed, and he pursued the turbulent policy of aggression which has earned the Directory so much contemptuous criticism. Be that as it may, the formation of the Third Coalition after the rupture of the Treaty of Amiens pointed the way to Napoleon's final destiny. Not that his ultimate downfall was determined, as some have argued, it would yet require many more errors and unforeseeable accidents to checkmate him. But from now on, there was no choice other than the pursuit of world conquest. 8. Napoleon's army. After the Treaty of Luneville, Bonaparte undertook to purge the army of its war-weary and untrustworthy elements. He discharged many officers, and released soldiers who had participated in at least 4 campaigns, a total of 1/8 of the effective force. Then between 1801 and 1805 he devoted more than 4 years to reorganizing his troops and to perfecting a system of warfare which would startle the world in 1805 and 1806. Bonaparte's inventive genius showed itself primarily in the elaboration of his principles of strategy and in the formation of a unified body of tactics essential to it. Otherwise, he remained substantially faithful to the methods of the French Revolution. The amalgame and promotion through the ranks were the most constant and important characteristics of his army. Although he displayed great executive ability and a meticulous care for detail in his preparations for war, Bonaparte still remained an incorrigible improviser. Recruitment and promotion. Recruitment was based on the law of Year 6, complemented by a great many administrative regulations, all of which were finally codified in 1811. This law subjected all Frenchmen between the ages of 20 and 25 to military service, but numerous exemptions were granted in order to save the government the expense of providing relief to wives and children. The first to be exempted were men who had been married, and men who had been widowed or divorced providing they had children, on or before January 12, 1798. Public opinion ignored the limiting date and took it for granted that the exemptions were permanent. But the text of the law was explicit, and until 1808 the levies, even retroactive ones, did not spare married men and widowed fathers. Nevertheless, recruiting officers were inclined to invalidate these categories or to register them in the depot, that is to say, among the conscripts who had drawn a lucky number and who would be called only as replacements for regularly drafted men. Men in these categories were finally accorded dispensation by a Senatus Consultum of September 10, 1808. Thus the number of hasty marriages became ever more frequent towards the close of the empire. There was also a feeling of relative tolerance for breadwinners, and even more for seminarists after the Concordat. Lastly, the replacement of recruits by substitutes, which had constituted a mere privilege in Year 8, became an established right by the law of 28 Floreal, Year X, May 18, 1802. For financial and economic reasons stemming from a desire to conserve the labor force, the law of Year 6 did not conscript all the men in each age group except in case of danger to the patrie. Instead, a fixed number of recruits was determined annually by the councils, and was called up beginning with the lowest age group. Under the Consulate, recruiting operations were conducted much the same as during the French Revolution, although the quotas were much smaller. The annual contingent was voted by the Corps Legislatif, which then apportioned it among the departments. The general and district councils were to distribute the quota among the municipalities. These in turn examined the recruits with a doctor of their choosing, designated those who were to be discharged, admitted replacements into the ranks, and left appeals to the prefect. This system evolved in the same direction as other institutions. From the very start the practice of replacement favored the wealthy middle class. On September 24, 1805, Napoleon fixed the quota by decree of the Senate, and henceforth the corps legislative was stripped of its powers in this area. Moreover, there was much to complain about in the way of willful negligence, incompetence, and scandalous abuses in many municipalities. And so the municipalities were deprived of their functions in the recruiting system, as they had already been deprived of their financial powers. Local recruitment was confided to a staff of professional civil servants, much to the benefit of the common people. Municipalities were prohibited from choosing recruits by vote, and were encouraged to resort to the drawing of lots. Prefects and sub-prefects intervened with increasing frequency in the operation of the system. On 18 Thermidor, year X, August 6, 1802, there was established in every department an itinerant recruiting board, composed of the prefect and military officers, for the purpose of re-examining all exemptions based on physical disqualifications. The campaign of 1805 brought a new and decisive change. According to a decree of August 26, local councils were deprived of their distributory functions. From now on, the distribution of the quota devolved upon the prefect and the sub-prefects. The latter drew up the list of eligible recruits, chose them by lot and presided over the medical examinations, which were still subject to review by the itinerant recruiting council. However, having been selected, the recruits still retained the right to be replaced by a volunteer. This was called substitution. In addition, one could furnish a paid substitute. This was called remplacement. Even after joining his regiment, a recruit might be allowed to bring forward a paid substitute. Assignment to regiments was determined by the emperor or by his minister. Each regiment sent one of its officers as a consultant in the recruitment operations, accompanied by an escort detail. The officer brought his regiment's recruits to a military depot. Aside from the Bureau of Conscription, which was placed in the charge of Hargenvilliers in 1800 and subordinated to a director, L'Écuyer de Sessac, in 1807, the system of recruitment did not become a specialized institution. It made great progress nonetheless. As to corruption and the abuses of the wealthy middle class, Napoleon unquestionably reduced their importance, but he did not succeed in suppressing them entirely. Although this system made it possible to harness manpower in a rational way, it also introduced the drawback of altering the traditional character of French military service by doing away with equality and by transferring most of the burden to the poor. Between 1805 and 1811 the price of a substitute did not rise very much, but in the Côte d'Or it fluctuated from 1,900 to 3,600 francs, so that only 5% of the contingent was able to meet the cost of a paid substitute. Yet, if military enrollment became odious to the people, the reason can be found in the absence of peace after 1805. Drafted contingents were never destined for the barracks, but were rushed to battle with the briefest possible delay. Interminable warfare did not permit their discharge. A recruit returned home only when crippled. In 1803 the army still retained 174,000 men who had been called up between 1792 and 1799, their service was far from over. In addition, the numbers drafted kept increasing as the enterprises of the emperor multiplied, and after 1806 the quotas were called in advance, even though the law contained no such provision. True enough, until 1813 no category was called up in its entirety, but those who drew lucky numbers and even those who had been replaced entertained no security in respect of their position. There was nothing to prevent an order for additional recruits to be obtained by way of recall of categories which had not yet been exhausted. As early as 1805 Napoleon called for 30,000 men from each age group of the classes of 1800 to 4. To contemporaries these demands seemed unbearable because they had been unknown during the Ancien Régime. It must be noted, however, that from 1800 to 1812 Napoleon levied only a total of 1,300,000 men, of whom slightly more than three-quarters were drawn from the old French territories. Even taking into consideration the enormous levies of 1812 and 1813, over 1,000,000 men, the proportion of those actually drafted to the eligible male population did not exceed 41%. The Côte d'Or supplied a total of only 11,000 soldiers out of 350,000 inhabitants, or 3.15%, the Côtes du Nord 19,000 out of 500,000, or 3.80%. Just as during the Revolution, Napoleon had to hunt down defaulters and deserters, as early as year 8 their parents were fined, and after 1807 they were subjected to new penalties. Both the gendarmerie and flying columns of the National Guard scoured the country. These measures were indeed effective, since the number of defaulters continued to be moderate until 1812, in the Côte d'Or, for example, they amounted to less than 3% from 1806 to 1810. 3 times, in years 8 and X, and in 1810, Napoleon offered them amnesty. Thus the nation submitted to compulsory military service much more agreeably than has generally been maintained. It became restive only towards the end when mass levies were engendered by military defeats. Incessantly waging war, the Napoleonic army obtained its recruits by a steady process of amalgamation, a principle derived from the Revolution. At the beginning of every campaign a contingent of raw recruits, dressed and armed for better or for worse, departed for the front in small groups. Conscripts need not spend more than 8 days in training camp, wrote the Emperor on November 16, 1806. They learned the essentials on the way to the battlefield if they were lucky. Once poured into the regiments, they mingled with the veterans and picked up whatever knowledge they could during the actual fighting. Drilling was regarded as useless and was consequently neglected during periods of respite. The Napoleonic soldier bore no resemblance to the soldier of the garrison. He was a warrior who improvised in the revolutionary tradition, and he retained that same quality of independence. Since the officers, risen from the ranks, were his comrades of yesterday, and since he might himself be promoted tomorrow, he took little notice of rank. For him, formal and mechanical discipline was unbearable. He would come and go as he pleased, and he obeyed only under fire. Few armies have ever tolerated insubordination to such a degree, where mass demonstrations, isolated rebellions, and mutinies were common currency. Napoleon thundered, but always proved more indulgent than the government. He regarded the soldier basically as a fighting man, and his great concern was that his men be eager for battle and plunge themselves into it desperately. One of the legacies of the Revolution was this very fervor in the face of the enemy which inspired initiative, daring and self-confidence in the individual, and which also gave the army its collective spirit. The passions of the sans-culottes, love of equality, hatred of aristocracy and ardent anti-clericalism were undoubtedly dulled by the passage of time, but these feelings were not extinguished, and in 1805 they were very much alive. In the opinion of the Old Guard, l'étendu, as Napoleon was familiarly called, had never been a king, but the leader in a war against kings. From the French Revolution there also came a feeling of exalted nationalism, the pride of belonging to la grande nation. Bonaparte carefully nurtured these sentiments by issuing proclamations in the spirit of the Committee of Public Safety, which had made the war a democratic cause. Like the armies of the Convention and Directory, the Napoleonic army drew its main strength from the social revolution which had opened careers to talent. In the world of the military, égalité meant promotion through the ranks. The Constitution of Year 8 allowed the commander-in-chief to choose his officers at his discretion. Napoleon, although he showed signs of wishing to reinstate a military aristocracy, was essentially guided by merit in making his appointments. Seniority was of no account, and intellect alone got little notice. Success did not depend on education, but on daring and courage almost entirely. After every battle, the colonel, who was the officer in charge of promotions, filled the places of the fallen by drawing on men who had distinguished themselves in his regiment, and the regiment was the best judge of his fairness. Napoleon's appointments to the general staff were made on the same basis. In a society where hierarchy was tending to solidify everywhere else, it was the army which offered the greatest opportunity to merit, and it exerted, consequently, a passionate attraction to ambitious young men. Its finest elements instinctively sprang to battle and rushed to the front lines, carrying along the others or at least making up for their shortcomings. Napoleon never ceased to stimulate this craving for glory, at first by distributing ceremonial muskets and sabers, armes d'honneur and, later, medals of the Legion of Honor. At the same time, he greatly increased the number of elite companies and corps, of which the most exalted was the Imperial Guard, conspicuous by its glittering and multicolored dress uniforms. A consequence of this system was that the officers turned out to be as unschooled in war as the ranks. The disadvantage was minimal, since Napoleon never shared with anyone the responsibility for formulating strategic conceptions and issuing general orders. Apart from this, it was sufficient to have daring generals, well trained in the art of maneuver. The general staff was not an autonomous body, capable of exerting an influence over the course of operations. Those who worked in the bureaus discharged only matter-of-fact tasks. The emperor spoke his instructions, and they relayed them. Their chief, Berthier, an irresolute and mediocre general, yet punctual and compliant, was in effect nothing but a major dispatching the orders of His Majesty. "Adhere strictly to the commands which I give you," wrote Napoleon in 1806. "I alone know what I have to do." Berthier himself instructed a marshal, "No one knows his thoughts, and your duty is to obey." Napoleon's orderlies, like Marbot, Fezensac, Castellane, Gourgaud, and his aides-de-camp like Duroc, Mouton, Rapp, Drouet, Savary and Bertrand, were drawn from the regiments because of their qualities of rapid judgment and zeal. They possessed absolutely no authority over the corps commanders, they were simply so many eyes of their master. Always on mission, they surveyed the scene at a glance and reported back. If, however, Napoleon, who was unable to be everywhere at once, deemed it necessary to appoint persons to fill his place, he delegated his authority to men who had his confidence. Such were Murat, Lens, Davout, and Massena. Real lieutenant generals, or temporary commanders of the army, they alone were empowered to take strategic initiatives. And so, there existed no necessity for an abundance of truly capable men. Clearly then, the Napoleonic army was not institutionalist, and it continually underwent impromptu changes. Its strength lay in the importance it gave to individual valor and in the genius of its leader. Innovations in the organization of the various arms were negligible. The infantry remained divided into line and light infantry, or voltigeurs, and their tactics underwent no substantial change. On one Vendémiaire, year 12, September 24, 1803, the cavalry received what was to be its classic division into light cavalry, hussars and chasseurs, line cavalry, dragoons, and heavy cavalry, cuirassiers. Thanks to the efforts of the Convention and the Directory, it was better trained than the infantry. Led by Murat and a host of intrepid horsemen, it had nothing to fear from its Austrian counterpart. The artillery was grouped according to horse and foot regiments, and infantry cannon was abolished. The engineers were organized into separate, independent battalions, to which were attached pontoniers. The Imperial Guard was formed on 10 Thermidor, year 12, July 29, 1804, at which time 2/3 of the Guard were veterans. It comprised 5,000 foot soldiers and 2,800 cavalry, both of which were divided into grenadiers, chasseurs, and light-armed skirmishers, velites. Added to these were more than 100 Mamelukes, a unit of light artillery, marines, gendarmes, and even a supply train, the only one in the French army. Armaments underwent no change. The musket of 1777 was accurate up to 200 yards and at best fired 4 balls every 3 minutes. The Gribeauval cannons discharged solid balls of 4, 8, or 12 pounds at the rate of 2 a minute, and were excellent at a range of 600 yards. Shells and canisters, good at 400 yards, were infrequently employed. A 6-inch howitzer was also used. Napoleon attached much importance to firepower, and hence to the artillery. Yet his own artillery was quite small. Until 1806 there were 12 pieces per division, and only in that year did there appear a general park of artillery consisting of about 59 pieces. In 1808 field guns numbered less than 2 per 1,000 men. Marmont was partly responsible for this lag. In 1803 he had undertaken the work of recasting the entire ordnance, and he was forced to abandon the project when the war resumed in 1805. But there were also deeper causes, a shortage of tools, and above all, an insufficiency of transport. Even so, it would have been impossible to procure enough gun carriages or to bring forward a sufficiency of munitions. The energies of the Napoleonic army were gradually dissipated by war, extended conquests, and Napoleon's ever-increasing aristocratic bent. As the veterans of the Republican armies diminished in number, and as the draft increased, the amalgam became proportionately less and less effective, and in 1809 the army began to form entire divisions of raw recruits. For its efficacy, advancement through the ranks depended on a sufficient number of deaths in each campaign to open the way to new men. Until 1812 at least, this did not happen. The higher ranks especially were becoming overcrowded. Once having attained their grade, the marshals sought only to preserve the money and honors which had been lavished upon them, and so aspired to peace and comfort. Had it been left solely to the emperor, this evil might have progressed more rapidly, for it corresponded to his political designs and to his social ideal of a military elite of nobles, men of wealth and officers' sons. He established a military academy, Prytanée, for the sons of officers, a school of cavalry at Saint-Germain and a school for cadets at Fontainebleau which was transferred to Saint-Cyr in 1808. Napoleon also contemplated re-establishing the Gardes du Corps which had been dissolved in 1791. Along these lines he created the Volontaires de la Réserve in 1800 and the Gendarmes d'Ordonnance in 1806. He encouraged the formation of local guards of honor recruited from among the well-born members of the National Guard, and on September 30, 1805 he mobilized these parade corps as military units. Although officers enrolled their sons willingly in the military schools, the nobility and the upper stratum of the bourgeoisie were reluctant to follow suit. Napoleon, moreover, appreciated the danger of incurring the discontent of the army, and above all of the imperial guard. The Gendarmes d'Ordonnance and the Guards of Honor were abolished in 1807, and only in 1813 were the latter revived. In the Kingdom of Italy alone, where their institution dated from June 26, 1805, the Guards of Honor formed a nursery for officers, thus revealing Napoleon's true intentions. The national character of the army grew weaker as well. After 1800 a significant proportion of the French troops came from areas recently annexed, and this proportion increased with every new conquest. In addition, Napoleon revived a custom dating from the Ancien Regime of enrolling the greatest possible number of foreigners into the army. He had Swiss and Polish regiments, Hanoverian and Irish legions organized in 1803, and 2 foreign regiments created in 1805. These also increased with time. Finally, the imperial army comprised soldiers from both subject and allied states, Italians, Dutch, and South Germans after 1805. So great was their increase that in 1812 Frenchmen were but a minority in the imperial army. The very success of the system exposed certain concomitant weaknesses. Frequently, as the theaters of war increased, Napoleon's absence betrayed the fact that few of his lieutenants were fit to command in chief. Left to themselves, Ney, Boudinot and Soult proved to be mediocre. Napoleon has been held responsible for this mediocrity because he deprived his commanders of all initiative. This accusation is baseless. Although like all great captains he retained complete control over the direction of the whole, he nonetheless left to his deputies considerable latitude in the choice of means. What he failed to do in forming his high command was to provide his officers with an intellectual indoctrination to grand strategy. Apart from this, every new conquest extended the lines of communications and the territories to be occupied, and this constituted yet another weakness. Devised as it was to end the war by a single decisive blow, the army lacked reserves. No recourse other than a levy in anticipation, summoning the yearly classes in advance of their turn, could bring it up to strength. Appeals were made to allies and to the most untrustworthy of vassals to help defend the occupied territories. At the front the proportion of effective combatants continuously declined. The National Guard, which the Constitution of Year 8 maintained on the basis of the Law of 28 Prairial, Year 3, June 16, 1795, could have supplied the elements of a territorial army. In 1805 it existed only on paper. On September 24 Napoleon decreed its reorganization and reserved to himself the right to choose its officers, but, in fact, he did no more than form elite companies and guards of honor. Later he partially mobilized the National Guard, as for example in the defense of the coasts. Until 1812, however, he did not connect it closely with his military system. In 1805 there appeared as yet no disquieting symptom. La Grande Armée, so baptized by Napoleon at the camp at Boulogne, began to march on Germany on August 26. It was the best army in the world. Nearly a fourth of its soldiers had fought in all the wars of the Revolution, another fourth, or thereabouts, had fought in the campaign of 1800, and the remainder, brought in during the Consulate, had gained time enough to fuse themselves solidly with the veterans. Almost all of the commissioned and non-commissioned officers had seen action, and if anything, they were too old. 90 lieutenants were over 50 years of age, some were over 60. The higher-ranking officers, on the other hand, were very young, and full of spirit. It took only 3 years for this army to extend the frontiers of the empire to the banks of the Niemen. The preparation for war. Under the Ancien Regime, war had been a continual improvisation. Every time it broke out, officers and men had to be recruited. Army contractors, turned entrepreneurs, bought goods with which to fill their storehouses and stock supplies at any price. They sucked the king dry and fleeced his soldiers. Although efforts were made to organize a system of accounting, the army commissaries did not possess enough professional conscience to resist corruption. On the surface, these evils resulted from a lack of money, but the real explanation was rooted in the national economy, which was still too weak to supply the requirements of modern warfare and maintain an honest and competent bureaucracy. Thus the policies of the monarchy always overstepped the means with which to execute them. The Mountain, which was also committed to a policy of improvisation, made a superhuman effort to dispense with private contractors, to nationally supply services and to demand of civil servants devotion and honesty. After 9 Thermidor the Republic found itself in the same position as the monarchy, and this situation became even more critical under Napoleon, as a result of the inordinate growth of the army and the permanence of hostilities. Like the Jacobins, Napoleon harbored an intense dislike for the contractors, and, like them, he was compelled to make haste while lacking adequate funds and personnel. Since he relied on the notables, he could not resort to Jacobin methods. Just as he had been forced to seek the help of financiers to keep his treasury filled, he now found them indispensable in supplying his army. In 1805 Van Lerberg and others guaranteed to furnish the home army with food and fodder. When the war broke out, certain companies took charge of monopolies of bread, meat, fodder, hospitals, and all transport services, including that of the artillery, all of which was operated at a guaranteed profit. A single battalion of artillery transport had been created in year 9, and the Imperial Guard alone possessed its own baggage train. Napoleon made great efforts to enforce the verification of accounts. In year X the administrative services of the army were organized as the Ministry for Military Affairs, headed by Dejean. The treasury of the army became an independent office. As early as year 8 the task of verifying the number of troops had been taken away from the commissaries and conferred upon special officials called inspecteurs auxiliary reviews. The former, as well as the latter, were responsible to Villemanzi, the Intendant General of the Grande Armée, who was replaced by Deroux in 1806. The Emperor himself took great pleasure in subjecting the profuse mass of accounts to his personal scrutiny and in uncovering errors. But he was unable to detect by these methods unregistered transactions or undue payments. These could come to his attention only by chance, never by a mere balancing of debits and credits. The commissaries of war, recruited at random, remained dishonest and odious. "They make me pay all the dead soldiers," wrote Napoleon on May 18, 1808. Moreover, he was never able to prevent his generals from levying contributions for their personal gain. In 1805 Napoleon had amassed an army of nearly 400,000 foot, but it was beyond his capacity to maintain such a force properly in time of peace. The rank-and-file soldier received 5 sous per day, but the state merely allotted him bread and ammunition, and, in time of war, a ration of meat. Even this meager pay was not dispersed regularly. On the very eve of departure, in 1805, Napoleon remarked that the soldiers' pay was lacking, and late in 1806 it was 5 months overdue. This shortage of funds made it impossible to accumulate food supplies, shoes, clothing, and the means of transport which were necessary to begin the campaign. Napoleon had to settle for weapons and munitions. In 1800 he had stated his need for a reserve stock of 3 million muskets, a total which he never received and which, in any event, would have been well beyond the nation's capacity to produce. In 1805 he was provided with 146,000 muskets, and it was estimated that a corresponding number would be lost during the course of a single campaign. Still less attention was given to the artillery, whose losses were made good only by ravaging enemy arsenals. If the supply of ammunition evoked no serious concern, the fact is it was used sparingly. At Jena, the 4th Corps fired only 1,400 cannon shots. Remounts, despite Napoleon's considerable pains, never became fully adequate. Since France was unable to guarantee enough horses, the shortage was made up from the conquered lands. As for the remainder, food, shoes, clothing, it was expected that the army would live off the land. In a war of energetic offensives, such as the Emperor wages, storehouses do not exist, wrote Berthier to Marmont on October 11, 1805. It is up to the commanders-in-chief of the army corps to obtain for themselves the means of subsistence in the countries they overrun. It will be argued that on the eve of the campaign, Napoleon made a determined effort to supply his soldiers with bread, hardtack, and shoes, but time was too short, and these orders were only partially executed. Many soldiers crossed the Rhine in 1805 with only a single pair of shoes, and many left for Jena without overcoats in 1806. As for bread, they carried what they could. That Napoleonic warfare was, in part, based on the rapidity of forced marches, was in keeping with the general state of financial penury, given the available transport. Supplies, even if they had existed, could not have kept up with the army. Soldiers departed ill-equipped, because in undertaking each campaign, Napoleon counted on an immediate and lightning-like victory. This victory became a question of life and death. Nothing was organized in support of the war in the rear. If the army were forced to fight a retreating action, or even if a tenacious enemy were given time to ravage the land before surrendering it, the army would perish from sheer exhaustion. When war is improvised, it is always at the expense of the soldier. Rare were the generals like Davout who took the trouble to supply their ceaselessly marching troops with regular requisitions. Usually the soldiers seized what they could from the population, but following each other in waves, they would end by finding nothing. Starved, often soaked to the skin, the soldier slept little. Alternating between total privation on the one hand and feasting and drunkenness on the other, he was condemned to a life of disease. No one cared about his health. The medical service continued to be utterly neglected. Although doctors and surgeons had been summoned to the colors as officers by the convention, the Directory, for reasons of economy, decided that they could be dismissed outright in time of peace, and Napoleon allowed matters to stand unchanged. Apart from such eminent heads of the service as Larrey, Percy, and Coste, the medical staff was worse than mediocre. Having at their disposal only the most contemptible equipment, they set up ambulances and makeshift hospitals by requisitioning necessities from the local inhabitants and enlisting them as nurses. It was a hell whose gallery of horrors was depicted in Percy's diary: ghastly cannonball wounds, amputations without anesthesia, gangrene and putrefaction, unspeakable filth, scabs, lice and typhus. Napoleon absolutely forbade the shipment of the wounded far to the rear, and especially to France. They would have died en route anyway owing to a lack of sanitary facilities. Understandably, the mortality rate for this epoch was for a long time pictured in terrifying terms. Taine still repeats that 1,700,000 men died under the consulate and the empire, and this number was confined to those from the boundaries of 1789. Since, however, the total number of soldiers from these territories never exceeded this figure, such an estimate would have precluded any survivors, let alone prisoners. The actual losses between 1800 and 1815 can in fact be estimated at less than 1 million, perhaps 40% of the total, of whom a third were missing, and surely not all of these dead. To this must be added about 200,000 French from the post-1789 boundaries, and approximately as many others from allied and vassal territories. Above all, one must keep in mind that the number of men killed in action constituted only a small part of the total dead, 2% at Austerlitz, and, the maximum, 8.5% at Waterloo. The remainder died either from wounds and diseases in hospitals or from exhaustion and exposure to the cold. The manner in which Napoleon treated the problem of supply gave rise to many dire consequences. The French occupation grew increasingly unpopular. The widespread habit of pillaging and marauding led to a marked decline in soldierly discipline and morale. Forced marches left in their rear a gathering mob of cripples and stragglers who indulged in all kinds of excesses. Misery often bred mutinies. Worst of all, Napoleon's military strategy was predicated on the existence of fertile and populous lands, chiefly Lombardy, where he had waged his first two European campaigns. When he invaded North Germany, Poland, Spain, and Russia, geographical conditions made his system unworkable, and the army was imperiled. The conduct of war. In the closing years of the Ancien Regime, French writers on military affairs had demonstrated the disadvantages of the classical methods of warfare brought to perfection by Frederick II. An inflexible army, deploying slowly in file along a single road, was incapable of encompassing the entire theater of operations, and so could not compel the foe to fight or force him to abandon a strong defensive position. Nevertheless, it took the French Revolution to bring about a departure from the former practices. With the advent of mass warfare, involving very large numbers of troops, generals were forced to split their armies into divisions in order to render them manageable. Soon, however, these new groupings were found inadequate, for as they grew in number it became more difficult to coordinate their movements. Because the cavalry and artillery were attached to the separate divisions, it was impossible to concentrate their force. A higher organization, the Army Corps, had been haltingly attempted during the Directory, and in 1800 Moreau had commanded 3 corps of 4 divisions each, but without reserves. Napoleon derived his ideas of strategy from the teachings of Guibert and Bourset, as well as from the practical experience of the Revolution, but it was at Marengo that he decided upon his final formula, 2 or 3 divisions per corps, with a minimum of cavalry, most of the cavalry organized separately, and a reserve of artillery directly under the commanding general. This organization was applied to the whole army under the consulate. The strength of these divisions and corps remained extremely variable. In 1805 the latter consisted of 2 to 4 divisions, totaling from 14 to 40,000 men. The divisions were made up of 6 to 11 battalions ranging from 5,600 to 9,000 men, regiments comprised 1 to 3 battalions. In the following year, the army achieved a more regular definition, divisions numbered 6 to 8,000, and every regiment was composed of 2 battalions. Napoleon's military genius was best revealed in his ability to combine the movements of several army corps. The art lay in deploying and directing them so that the entire area of operations might be encompassed, making it impossible for the enemy to slip away. At the same time, the various army corps had to remain close enough together to be able to mass their forces for battle. The disposition of the corps generally took the shape of a flexible quincunx. Marching upon the enemy, the front progressively tightened as one or another of the corps found itself open to sudden attack. Sometimes, as at Eylau, they massed together on the battlefield itself, the corps having been aimed towards a distant point in such a way as to flank and envelop the enemy by their very advance. The arrangement of a campaign called for two different plans of action, depending upon whether Napoleon intended to fight a single army or occupy a central position in the midst of several adversaries, as in 1796-7 around Mantua, or as in 1813. In any event, the pattern varied according to circumstances, and was never confined to one formula. Napoleonic strategy was an art which, while possessing certain principles, allowed neither tradition nor calculation ever to impoverish its inventiveness. Victory was contingent upon the speed and daring of Napoleon's decisions, followed by a precipitate execution of troop movements. Surprise was an important element, and demanded the utmost secrecy. Always covered by cavalry, the army used rivers and mountains as a natural screen for its marches, whenever possible. But while cloaking its own movements, it was quite as essential to discover the enemy's. This was a function of the cavalry cover, as well as the intelligence service, which made use of diplomats, agents of all types, including in all probability the mysterious Countess Kielmansegg, and, above all, spies, who like the notorious Schulmeister were always ready to play a double game. Once the army was underway, Napoleon placed no great importance on lines of communication with France, since he invariably expected a short campaign. The lines of operations, on the other hand, were a matter of grave concern, and were to be protected at all costs. These were the roads connecting the army with the fortress where the headquarters was located, and whose location was shifted as the army advanced. Heavily traveled highways, dotted by postal relay stations guarded by a few soldiers, linked the army with France. Hence, fortifications had their place in the Napoleonic system. They served as a base of operations and could, by blocking rivers and passes, serve as a bridgehead and supporting cover for the army. They did not, however, play as important a role as in pre-revolutionary strategy. In campaigns aimed solely at forcing a decisive encounter and destroying the enemy, fortified places were never in themselves military objectives. On the battlefield, Napoleon sought to compel the foe to exhaust his reserves by engaging him along the entire front. This was to be accomplished with a minimum of strength, so as to keep intact a concentrated striking force. Next, he would break the enemy's spirit with infantry and artillery fire, sustained by threats along his flank and line of retreat. Finally, when Napoleon felt that the enemy was sufficiently weakened, he would hurl forward his fresh troops, break all resistance and pursue the beaten foe without mercy. This pursuit, which Frederick II with his small army never dared to order, was the most original feature of Napoleonic warfare. The battle plan, carried out with unparalleled precision, did not alter tactics at the unit level, a subject which Napoleon rarely touched upon. As a rule, the units adhered to the drill manual of 1791, the division was drawn up into brigades on two lines, one regiment deployed to the front, the other massed in columns. But, in fact, the methods of the revolutionary armies persisted. The infantry sent ahead a swarm of skirmishers, all picked men, who advanced under cover of the terrain. The first line of infantry gradually followed, often deployed in the same way. It was this kind of mobile shooting at will which so unsettled the enemy, who was accustomed to facing linear formations where soldiers, ranged elbow to elbow in 3 rows, the last 2 rows standing, offered perfect targets. At the signal to attack, the second line of infantry advanced in deep columns. They rarely had to use the bayonet. By this time the adversary was usually in flight. Still, tactics underwent certain changes. Brimming with confidence, the French tended to replace much of the preliminary skirmishing by massed charges with naked weapons. Officers became more partial to the use of columns as the number of untried recruits increased. But once the English, and even the Germans, adjusted to these new methods, the results were disastrous. Perhaps one of the weaknesses of Napoleonic warfare was the lack of attention to unit-level tactics and the failure to revise them in view of the improvements and advantages of the coalition armies. Owing to financial limitations, Napoleonic wars tended to be brief. This ensured the emperor enormous prestige. The overpowering vigor of the campaigns, and the faultless dexterity with which they were brought to a swift finish, evoke our romantic admiration to this day. Their speed and daring bore the unmistakable imprint of Napoleon's fiery temperament. As in the case of provisioning the army, his ideas about the conduct of war were conceived in terms of the arena where he fought his first campaigns. The valley of the Po, hemmed in by a ring of mountains, allowed the enemy no chance of escape. It was small enough in area to be easily controlled by the army, cleverly deployed so that it might overrun the territory without taxing its strength. It was fertile enough to provide ample means of recovery. Already in South Germany the distances became greater and the army suffered accordingly. Yet this land, parcelled as it was, could still fit the original strategy. But once the army broached the limitless plains of North Germany, Poland, and Russia, things went differently. The enemy could now make his escape, vast distances required exhausting marches, and victualling became an insoluble problem. Soldiers were dropped off to act as occupation forces all along the way, and the army dissolved before it had even begun to fight. The economy failed to provide the required means of transport, and the organization of the military being what it was, reserves were lacking. Napoleon's strategy, which by its origin was totally Mediterranean, did not anticipate these new geographic conditions, and so never fully succeeded in adapting itself to them. 9. The formation of the Grand Empire, 1805 to 1807. The campaign of 1805, undertaken within a year of Napoleon's coronation and in the midst of a grave financial crisis, exposed the emperor to mortal danger. Saved by the victory at Austerlitz, he took control of Germany and began to organize the Grand Empire. This in turn provoked the formation of a new coalition, whose defeat placed all of Central Europe in his hands and, by the treaties of Tilsit, cemented the continental system. The financial crisis of 1805. Having set the Grande Army on the road to Germany, Napoleon returned to Paris to improvise his campaign. He found businessmen greatly perturbed, the public panic-stricken at the doors of the Bank of France and the Treasury in utter ruin. The royalists were filled with hope. For a long time the Minister of the Treasury, Barbe Marbois, had been desperately hard-pressed, and the bank was rapidly succumbing to inflation. Besides the 27 million francs in rescriptions which the bank had already directly discounted for the Treasury, Desprez, one of the directors, had added 20 million more, these from the Company of United Merchants, who had received them from the Treasury. This is not to mention paper accepted by the bank representing other delegations of taxes. But the evil reached unparalleled proportions as the result of Everard's financial operations in Spain, the most grandiose speculative adventure of that time. Charles IV's finances were in a pitiable state. Spain had been suffering from a serious shortage of food since 1804, and the flow of piastres from her treasury in Mexico had stopped. The annual subsidy promised to Napoleon was in arrears by 32 million francs as early as June 1804. Everard advanced this sum to the French treasury, which handed over to him new obligations of the tax collectors as security. Having previously provisioned the Spanish fleet, Everard held drafts on the Mexico treasury to the amount of 4 million piastres. His brother, who had founded a firm in Philadelphia, had personally verified that 71 million piastres lay in the vaults of the Mexico treasury and were only waiting to be shipped to Spain at the first available opportunity. Everard now came forward with the assurance that he would find the means to have this treasure transferred to Europe for his own and France's benefit. Napoleon was naturally delighted with this prospect, and Everard departed for Spain with the Emperor's approval in September 1804. Arriving in Madrid, he proceeded to dazzle the court with his ostentation, eloquence, and presence. Godoy eagerly agreed to pay the arrears of the Spanish subsidy to Everard, and accepted his bid to supply Spain with 2 million quintals of grain at 26 francs. Owing to a surplus of grain in France, particularly in the west, the cost to Everard was 18 francs. Napoleon, who was always anxious to please the peasants and to divert the flow of specie into France, willingly granted export licenses on condition that the French government receive half the gross profit. Évrard's next venture involved the Caja de Consolidation, a fund whose task it was to keep the rate of the Vales reals from falling. He granted the Caja an immediate loan and arranged for additional credits over a period of 5 months. In return, he secured claims on the contemplated future sale of church properties, for which the Pope would have to grant his permission. In addition, Évrard was made the sole supplier of the government's tobacco monopoly and given the concession of the mercury mines, both of which had been in the hands of the Caja. When Spain declared war on England, Évrard provisioned the French and Spanish vessels harbored in the peninsular ports. To cover the cost, he negotiated a loan of 10 million florins from his friend P.C. Lefebvre of the House of Hope in Amsterdam. Having rendered so many services, Évrard was in a good position to tackle the problem of transferring the Mexican silver. To accomplish this, he exerted every effort to obtain a safe passage for the treasure from Pitt, who needed silver for commercial operations in India. On December 18, 1804, Évrard received from the Spanish government drafts on the Mexico treasury to the amount of 52.5 million piastres. Some of these he sent to Barbe Marbois, who helplessly turned over to him more of the tax collector's obligations. Charles IV, who had been completely won over, formed a partnership with Évrard covering all future shipments of specie from America. But Évrard was doing too well to stop there. He also secured the exclusive right to handle all of the trade for Spanish America and to undertake all shipments which the king might require, in return for which he was to receive a commission and the right to a third of the freight space on each ship, while Charles would assume all the expenses and all the risks. Évrard obtained open licenses in which the destinations of the ships were left blank. These he planned to sell to Americans. He then left for Amsterdam with the object of gaining the collaboration of the House of Hope. Lefebvre was at first stupefied, but at last consented, on May 6, 1805, to undertake the transfer of the Mexican treasure and to take over the traffic in the licenses. Évrard, however, was forced to agree to give the House of Hope complete discretion, whatever the outcome, in the final settlement of accounts. The whole affair consequently took on international proportions, since Évrard counted on Lefebvre, who was the son-in-law of Baring, the most influential London banker and a close friend of Pitt, to secure Great Britain's collaboration. Pitt, in fact, granted his approval, and even sent 4 English frigates to embark the initial cargo of silver, the value of which was then paid by the Bank of England to Lefebvre. But in order to transfer the rest of the treasure and to take advantage of the valuable trade licenses, Lefebvre dispatched David Parrish, a son of the famous Hamburg banking house, to Philadelphia, as well as 2 more agents, one to New Orleans and the other to Vera Cruz. They arranged for the Mexican piastres to be brought on American vessels to the United States, where they were advanced to merchants in exchange for bills drawn upon their European factors. Also, the trade licenses were sold to American firms for a percentage of their net profit. This traffic could not get underway until 1806, and it was suspended by Jefferson's embargo in 1807. The entire transaction would have brought the House of Hope and Lefebvre £900,000 or 225 million French francs. Évrard's share would have been only 24 million francs. In the meantime, Lefebvre had to come to terms with Napoleon. Consequently, those who would defend Évrard's far-reaching plans have grounds to argue that they could have brought results, but they forget that the emperor could hardly approve a scheme that enriched a foreign and, in fact, hostile banking house. Above all, they failed to recognize that it was France that was paying the bill. It would take a long time for the transfer of the silver piastres and the trade in licenses to bear fruit. Meanwhile, money was needed to pay for the grain which had been shipped to Spain and to provide the Caja with the credits and funds which it had been promised. The Bank of France now advanced the money by discounting some of the notes which had been issued by the Caja and the tax collector's obligations which Barbe Marbois had pledged, but only as security. Thus, while Napoleon was congratulating himself on having concluded a good stroke of business, he was in effect financing the entire operation. Now Barbe Marbois, for his part, had the bank discount the Spanish bills which represented the silver reserves he had received from Évrard. To crown it all, Desprez and Van Lerberghe had not been paid by the Treasury for their purveying services and, being short of funds, they resorted to the expedient of accepting accommodation bills enabling them to raise money and obtain additional credit. All of the members of the Company of United Merchants began drawing bills on each other, or even on themselves using fictitious entities, and the whole pack converged on the bank, which honored all these bills without batting an eyelash. By September 1805 the bank's note issue reached the staggering sum of 92 million francs. Such a pyramiding would have been inconceivable had Desprez not been a director of the bank, and had Roger, Barbe Marbois' secretary, not been bribed with over 1 million francs. Évrard remained unshaken, believing that Spain would fulfill her obligations and that the credit situation in France would remain normal. In reality, Spain was very slow in paying for the grain shipments, and the Caja failed to honor any of its obligations since it was unable to carry through the sale of ecclesiastical properties in so short a time. In the summer of 1805 Barbe Marbois demanded the money which Évrard had promised. To pacify him, Évrard began buying pièces trace with what little in the way of Vales reals he was receiving. Shortly thereafter, the Vales reals lost 58% of their face value, and Évrard stopped sending the money. Considering the transfer impossible, his Spanish credits were frozen. On top of that, the bears on the Paris Stock Exchange were making money from the circumstance that war was imminent, and the public began a run on the bank. Towards the end of September the bank's cash reserves fell to a mere 1.5 million francs. At first the bank tried to play for time by resorting to various subterfuges, but it was finally forced to announce a partial suspension of payments. The panic quietened down a little after Ulm, but it resumed after Trafalgar and with the prospects of a prolonged war. In November several private banks failed, the Banque Récamier and the Banque de Hervés among others. Ever since the end of August, the condition of the French treasury was causing Napoleon serious worry. The paymaster of the Pas-de-Calais department had been unable to meet the pay, and in Strasbourg it was necessary to borrow 12 million francs for which special guarantees had to be given. It is hardly surprising that a great many soldiers crossed the Rhine with only a single pair of shoes. They were the ones who ultimately paid, with their sufferings and even with their lives, the price of their masters' improvisations and of the financiers' schemes. Before long, Van Lerberghe found himself unable to continue supplying the marching army and the garrisons with the necessary provisions. On September 23 he had to appeal for advances from the Treasury, which was itself forced to turn to the bank. To make matters worse, Van Lerberghe was given authorization to take directly from the tax collectors' tills by issuing a simple receipt, whatever cash he might find. Consequently, as the tax collectors' obligations fell due, the bank got back the receipts only. On January 1, 1806 Van Lerberghe was 147 million francs in the red and had to terminate his contract. Under the circumstances, one can well understand Napoleon's summary judgment of Barbe Marbois: had I been beaten, he would have been the best ally of the coalition. But the minister's only sin had been his incapacity. The emperor was making an allusion to a plot, supposedly hatched with Pitt's concurrence, whose purpose it was to place the former émigré Talon at the head of the Bank of France. Unfortunately, we do not know any more about it. But in any event, we do have an indication of the fearful danger which the victory at Austerlitz averted. If the crisis of 1805 was essentially a financial and banking one, it must not be forgotten that the whole economy suffered during this year of Austerlitz, in the agricultural as well as in the industrial sector. In the department of Meurthe, more or less the same old causes contributed to the crisis, but above all it harked back to the cyclical decline in agricultural prices which, as always in the past, adversely affected the purchasing power of the majority of the people. This resulted in a tightening of credit and in the growing importance of money lending. As usual, the most significant social consequence of all this was a corresponding increase in human misery. The campaign of 1805. Fortunately for Napoleon, Austria was not ready for war. the reforms which had been introduced by Archduke Charles had hardly begun to take root. In 1802 he had substituted long-term military enrollment for life service, but this was not scheduled to take effect until 1805. Although he drew up rules governing exemptions, the annual contingent of recruits was still only 83,000 out of a population of 25 million. The Hungarian Diet had refused in 1802 to adopt compulsory service and conscription. It agreed to supply a mere 6,000 men yearly, plus 12,000, granted only once, in case of war. Technically speaking, the Austrians were unable to create more than one regiment of Tyrolean chasseurs. When Mack took over the direction of the army, he enacted new regulations to increase the number of infantry and light cavalry, and he instituted changes in the training manual, but he only succeeded in spreading confusion. Besides, the condition of Austrian finances reduced all of these efforts to naught. The peacetime establishment was short by 83,000 men, 97,000 were on leave, and 37,000 cavalry and the entire artillery were without horses. The degree of improvisation was even greater than in France, and so the Austrian army marched to battle in a state of unpreparedness which was worse than that of its adversary. Mack, moreover, was badly misled by the Russian general Winzingorod. Kutuzov, who was in command of the First Russian Army, brought with him a force of only 38,000 men instead of the promised 50,000. Buxhowden, who was to have followed hard by, did not arrive until November. Lastly, as in 1799, Austria's primary concern lay with Italy, and it was there that she sent her main concentration. Archduke Charles with a force of 65,000 men, not counting the 25,000 in the Tyrol under the command of Archduke John. Archduke Ferdinand, who was rapidly subordinated to General Mack, was positioned in Germany with a force of only 60,000 men, plus 11,000 in the Vorarlberg, on the understanding that he would be reinforced by the advancing Russians. Ferdinand wanted to await them behind the river Lech, but Mack assured the Emperor Francis that Napoleon could not possibly cross the Rhine with more than 70,000 men. Having decided to push forward to the edge of the Black Forest, Mack crossed the Inn on September 11 and occupied Bavaria, whose army retreated behind the Main. It was in Germany that the campaign would be decided after all. Napoleon's strategy consisted in moving his forces from Boulogne to Germany in such a way as to defeat the coalition armies separately. On the Adige, Messina kept to a holding action with only 42,000 men, for Italy was becoming restless and insurrections had broken out around Piacenza and in Piedmont. Napoleon had originally decided to mass the Grande Army in Alsace, 176,000 men divided into 6 army corps, a cavalry reserve, and the Imperial Guard, a 7th corps, coming from Brest, did not arrive until the end of October. Then, on 24–8 August, he decided that this plan would cause the advancing columns to lose time and that it would make it difficult for them to effect a juncture with Marmont and Bernadotte, who were rushing in from Holland and Hanover. He therefore ordered them to veer towards the Palatinate, where they crossed the Rhine on and after September 25. The corps, covered by Murat's cavalry, then headed southeast towards various points on the Danube, downstream from Ulm. Having learned that the enemy was concentrated at Ulm, Napoleon ordered his men on 7 October to begin crossing the Danube near Donauwörth. He then lost contact with the enemy, and fearful lest Mack escape south into the Tyrol, he ordered his corps to deploy in fan order, sending Bernadotte towards Munich to cover the Russians, keeping Dave out in the center, and commanding the main body of his army to march on Ulm and the Eiler. Actually, Mack, taken by surprise, was having great difficulty massing his troops, and 2 of his corps were badly beaten near Wertingen and Günzburg on 8 and October 9. Mack then decided to strike northward in the hope of cutting the French communications. Ney, who had been sent to cover that side and whose main force was closing in on Ulm along the southern courses of the Danube, ordered only one division, commanded by Dupont, to cross the river. Dupont's division was severely tried at Haslach on the 11th, and Werneck's Austrian corps, together with Archduke Ferdinand, managed to escape along the northern road. but Mack learned on the 14th that the French were marching westward towards the Eure, and thinking that they were beating a retreat to the Rhine, he returned to Ulm to intercept them. Napoleon rushed to envelop the enemy and ordered Ney to force a crossing of the Danube at Elchingen. The Austrian army, surrounded on all sides, capitulated on the 15th. Werneck's corps, pursued by Murat, surrendered on the 18th, Archduke Ferdinand fleeing into Bohemia with only a handful of cavalry. A total of 49,000 Austrians fell prisoner to the French, Kienmayer's corps alone escaped. Nevertheless, the campaign did not come off as smoothly as some have maintained, and the army experienced more than one tactical reverse. The incessant rains and snows made the advance terribly difficult. At no other time, save in the Russian campaign, wrote Fezensac, have I suffered as much, or seen the army in such a state of disorder. Ney now entered the Tyrol in pursuit of Archduke John, and reached the valley of the river Drava. Meanwhile, Augereau occupied the Vorarlberg. In Italy, Messina fought an indecisive battle with Archduke Charles at Caldiero, and Charles then withdrew his army in the direction of Leibach-Ljubljana. Napoleon, wasting no time, drove straight for the Russian army, sending Kutuzov, who had reached the inn, on a headlong retreat. The pursuit was delayed, however, owing to the sudden narrowing of the Danubian plain east of Enns. Marmont and Davout were forced to head into the mountains, while Mortier was shifted to the north bank to cut the Russian army's communications, but Kutuzov managed to dodge Murat at Krems, and on November 11 he all but destroyed Mortier's leading division at Dürnstein. Pushing on to Vienna, Murat seized the Danube bridges by trickery, enabling the French army to advance beyond Brunn-Brno in Moravia. However, Kutuzov had already effected a junction in these parts with Buxhouden's army and an Austrian corps. A third Russian army was in the offing. Napoleon's position was rapidly becoming precarious. Already he knew that he was outnumbered. To the south there was always the possibility that the archdukes would succeed in combining their forces, to the north there was the threat of Prussian intervention. Hungary refused to budge, annoyed that Francis should have denied her once again in October the use of the Magyar language in official life and the cession of Fiume. The Diet did not possess the means to equip a feudal levy, the traditional insurrection of the Hungarian nation. The Hungarians were not hostile to Napoleon, and when Davout occupied Pressburg Bratislava, Pálffy declared his neutrality. Archduke Joseph was so hesitant in disavowing him that he was suspected of wanting to proclaim himself king. The Prussian threat was more dangerous. To save time, Bernadotte, on Napoleon's orders, had marched his troops through the neutral Prussian Principality of Ansbach. It was a liberty which had been taken in previous campaigns. This time, Frederick William, who had not even been forewarned, reacted with great indignation. He immediately retaliated by giving the Russians permission to cross Silesia, and he then occupied Hanover without consulting Napoleon. Alexander, deeming the moment propitious, appeared on October 25 in Berlin where he was given an effusive reception. The war party began to gather momentum. Müller, now in the service of Prussia, and Hardenberg joined its ranks. Perthes, the Hamburg bookseller and publisher, appealed to Prussia not to abandon Austria to her fate. Even Dahlberg proclaimed in the Diet on November 9 the necessity of preserving the integrity of the empire. On November 3 Alexander and Frederick William signed a convention at Potsdam wherein the Prussian king agreed to present Napoleon with an offer to mediate a peace along the lines of the Treaty of Lunéville. In addition, Frederick William promised, should the French reject this offer, to enter the conflict with an army of 180,000 men, not counting the Saxons, who had promised their assistance, or the Hessians, who were still hesitating but whose troops were already under Blücher's command. Meanwhile, Stein was finding the necessary resources to field this army. On October 15 he began resorting to paper money, and he paid the suppliers by means of treasury bills. Nevertheless, the king insisted on giving Napoleon until December 15 to declare his intentions. Haugwitz, the bearer of the ultimatum, traveled by short stages and did not reach Brunn until November 28. he was then sent on to Vienna where Talleyrand had been told to put him off. Actually, Frederick William had begun to waver again and had ordered Haugwitz to make every effort to preserve peace, as was his intention, no matter what the cost. Fearing lest Napoleon come to terms with Austria and turn against Prussia, he decided to await developments. If Napoleon was unaware of the Potsdam Convention, he nevertheless felt the danger. Unable to pursue the enemy to Olmütz, he prayed that they would attack him. He simulated fear, drew back his outposts, retreated his troops, and attempted to negotiate with the Tsar. Kutuzov smelled out the ruse, but Dolgoruki and other close advisers persuaded Alexander to launch an offensive. At daybreak on December 2 the French army, massed behind the Goldbach Brook west of Austerlitz, saw through the early morning mist the Austro-Russian forces advancing to the attack. The Allies numbered 87,000 as against 73,000 French, but they were deployed along a wide 11-kilometer front aiming to sweep around the French right wing and sever its supposed retreat to Vienna. In accordance with their plan, the Allies began to descend the heights of Pratzen, thus weakening the center of their position. The French left under Lens, and, above all, the French right under Davout held fast against the enemy onslaught. Suddenly Napoleon, in the center, ordered Soult to storm the heights. The French cut the enemy in two, turned their left, and put the army to flight. The combined Austro-Russian losses totaled 26,000 men, those of the French, 8 to 9,000. Alexander, furious and humiliated, announced that he was returning to Russia, and Austria signed a truce on December 6. Now that the coalition had broken up without waiting for Prussia's decision, Napoleon had no trouble isolating Austria. From 10 to December 12 he strengthened his alliances with Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden. On the 7th he dealt harshly with Haugwitz, then on the 14th he again summoned the Prussian envoy, told him that Austria was asking that Hanover be given to the ex-Grand Duke of Tuscany, and offered him a last chance to accept a French alliance. Thus cowed, Haugwitz gave in and signed the Treaty of Schönbrunn on December 15. According to the terms of the treaty Prussia finally annexed Hanover, but was forced to cede the Principality of Neuchâtel as well as the Margravate of Ansbach which, the next day, Napoleon awarded to Bavaria in exchange for the Duchy of Berg. On December 24 Francis dismissed Cabenzlo and Calordu, on the 26th he acceded to the Treaty of Prespig. Austria yielded all of the Venetian territory she had acquired at Campoformio, including Venetian Istria and Dalmatia, and all of her possessions in South Germany, as well as the Tyrol and the Vorarlberg. In return, Austria received Salzburg, which Ferdinand of Tuscany exchanged for Würzburg, taken from Bavaria. The imperial knights were thus delivered into the hands of their enemies. Bavaria and Württemberg, elevated to the status of sovereign kingdoms, were released, as was Baden, from all feudal ties with the Holy Roman Empire. As a consequence of the treaty, Austria was completely excluded from Italy, and aside from an empty title, she kept none of her possessions in Germany. The Grand Empire. Returning to Paris on January 26, 1806, Napoleon first tackled the problem of restoring the nation's finances. This was done with the help of Napoleon, who replaced Barbe Marbois as Minister of the Treasury. On April 22 Napoleon passed a law placing the bank under the direction of a governor appointed by the emperor, thereby bringing it under state control. Napoleon reformed the system of accountancy, forced the receivers to make their rescriptions payable 4 months after date, and established on July 14 the caisse de service to regulate the flow of money. Henceforth, the funds collected by the receivers were not to earn interest unless they were actually deposited with the caisse. The settlement of the crisis itself proved considerably more arduous. The merchants, summoned before the emperor on January 27 and threatened with their lives during the course of a memorable scene, were compelled to hand over all of their assets to Napoleon. Evrard, who had been forewarned by Berthier, was nevertheless able to conceal some of his possessions. An accounting of the merchants' securities, credits and warehouse stocks was drawn up, and they were forced to continue their provisioning services for which they were to be paid only half their due up to 18 million francs. Still, a balance of 60 million francs was found owing, a debt which Spain was made to bear despite the fact that she had only received 34 million francs. Charles IV was forced to seek an additional loan from Hope and Lefebvre to pay France, and he obtained the Pope's permission to expropriate more church properties. Lefebvre himself had to abandon 10 million piastres for which he had not yet secured drafts. The whole affair dragged on for years. In the end, Van Lerberg and Evrard, unable to make the Spanish debt good, declared themselves bankrupt. Evrard was thrown into prison for debt in 1809. But this enormous task of restoring the nation's finances did not prevent the emperor from undertaking the work of domestic reorganization. There were still various codes to be prepared, and it was in 1806 that the Imperial University was established. All of these things were mere trifles, however, compared with the new flights of Napoleon's imagination which the victory at Austerlitz had occasioned. In the South German states, upheavals followed each other in rapid succession. The Austrian possessions were distributed among the King of Bavaria, who received the bishopric of each stat, the Tyrol and the Vorarlberg, the King of Württemberg who took Ulm, in addition to other territories, and the Margrave of Baden who annexed the Breisgau, the Ordenau and Constance. In November 1805 Württemberg began mediatizing the domains of the Imperial Knights, thus giving the signal for other German princes who also hastened to absorb them. Now that they enjoyed full sovereign power, they strove to fashion their institutions on the Napoleonic model, and the King of Württemberg finally succeeded in getting rid of his Landtag parliament. But Napoleon had no intention of allowing Germany to crumble into dust. In January 1806 he proposed the formation of a new confederation of states which would recognize him as their protector. The rights and obligations of the member states were to be set forth in a constitution and enforced by a diet with the necessary power. Napoleon had already compelled his German allies to grant the mediatized territories a privileged position in their states, an excellent pretext for intervening in their affairs, and he expressed the keen desire that they adopt the Code Civil. The new monarchs were indignant that he would thus wish to mutilate their recently acquired sovereignty. "This is a fatal blow to my political existence," cried out Frederick I of Württemberg. Montgelas, the Bavarian minister, did not want to go beyond a temporary alliance. Not daring to break away, the states gave in. On July 12, 1806 16 princes announced their separation from the Holy Roman Empire and formed the Confederation of the Rhine, promising to supply their protector with a military contingent of 63,000 men. Napoleon could not dispose of the German princes just as he liked, for he could not rely on Prussia. While the Act of Union provided for a constitution and a diet, they were postponed indefinitely and never saw the light of day. Moreover, the submission of the princes was compensated by a fresh distribution of territories. The free cities of Augsburg and Nuremberg were annexed by Bavaria, Frankfurt was allotted to Dahlberg. Several minor sovereigns entered the Confederation by virtue of their personal connections only in order to escape being mediatized. Such, for instance, was the Count of Lyon, who became a prince because he was Dahlberg's nephew and who was made to contribute a contingent of only 29 men out of a population of 4,000 subjects. Also in this category was Princess Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, whose husband was a friend of the Beauharnais and whose son, married to the niece of Murat, was the ancestor of the kings of Romania. All of the other petty rulers lost their sovereign rights, the houses of Schwarzenberg, Kaunitz, Ligny, and Thurn and Taxis, to name a few. There were also promotions. Baden, Berg, and Hesse-Darmstadt were elevated to the rank of Grand Duchies, Nassau became a duchy, and Dahlberg received the title of Prince Primate of the Confederation of the Rhine. All that remained was to abolish the last vestiges of the Holy Roman Empire. For Austria, resistance was unthinkable because Napoleon had used the Russian seizure of the Dalmatian harbor of Katarokotar as a pretext for keeping his troops in Braunau. The Grande Army remained in Germany, living at the expense of the Allied states. While this provided Napoleon with a singular opportunity to alleviate the condition of French finances, the army of occupation generated a great deal of resentment. "I was fond of the French who drove out our enemies and who returned our legitimate rulers," wrote Madame de Montgelas to Talleyrand, "but I detest those who live like leeches at the expense of my poor country." A sense of national consciousness was beginning to pervade the German states. Palm, a Bavarian bookseller, began circulating anti-French pamphlets and Napoleon had him shot. On August 1, 1806 the Diet at Ratisbon announced its separation from the Empire. Given formal notice, Francis II renounced his title and prerogatives as Holy Roman Emperor on August 6. Thus ended the final act of the drama begun by the Treaty of Basle. Bringing Holland into harmony with the new political conditions was child's play by comparison. On February 6 Talleyrand pointed out the necessity for a change to Schimmelpenninck, and on March 14 Napoleon revealed his intentions to Admiral Verhuell: his brother Louis would be King of Holland, otherwise he would annex the country. An extraordinary session of the Executive Council was summoned, the great task, and vowed its acceptance on May 3, Schimmelpenninck alone dissenting. A treaty guaranteed the integrity of the kingdom and its separation from France, and Louis took the throne on June 5, 1806. In Italy, Venetia was annexed to the kingdom, Massa and Carrara were given to Elisa, Guastalla was conferred upon Pauline, who then sold it to the Kingdom of Italy. Of novel significance was the downfall of the Neapolitan Bourbons, whose fate was decided on December 27, 1805 by a celebrated military decree proclaiming that the dynasty of Naples has ceased to reign. The sentence was easily carried out by Messina. The Russian force abandoned Naples and returned to Corfu. The English were content to hold on to Sicily, which they used as a place for military exercises, and the royal family sought refuge in Palermo. Gaeta held out until July 18. In Calabria, bands of native insurgents rose up at once. Napoleon nevertheless believed, at least until July, that everything had been settled, and on March 30 he handed the crown of Naples to his brother Joseph. And yet he readied himself for a guerrilla warfare, as in the later Peninsular War. Maria Carolina had not given up the fight. Commanding but 6,000 men, she fomented an insurrection. Its ranks were filled with leaders of all types, from the nobleman Rodillo to the highwayman Pezza, styled Fra Diavolo, most of whom had led the revolt in 1799. Many priests aided them. The Calabrians lacked a sense of national self-consciousness and were almost indifferent to the fate of the Bourbon dynasty, but the French occupation overburdened them and they were angry that they had been disarmed. The population was accustomed to brigandage fostered by the economic conditions of the country, by smuggling and by a powerful mafia. The herdsmen and peasants held the bourgeoisie and the nobility as the ones most favorable to the French and to modern ideas, and so they regarded the Queen's appeal as a license to pillage the towns and the property of the upper classes. The English looked disapprovingly upon this appeal to popular insurrection, which they believed to be of doubtful military value, but having seized Capri and the Pontine Islands, they decided to risk a landing, and by so doing, unleashed the uprising. On July 1 a British force of 5,200 men under Sir John Stuart landed in the Gulf of Santa Eufemia. They were met at Maida on July 4 by a division of more than 6,000 men under General Renier who, without preparation, ordered a charge with naked swords. The English infantry stood firm, waiting for their approach, and routed them by means of successive volleys. This was the first example of a tactic that Wellington would demonstrate from Talavera to Waterloo, and which Napoleon, unfortunately for him, completely ignored. The French defeat became a signal for a widespread uprising marked by unspeakable horrors. Messina and Renier reconquered Calabria inch by inch, and were merciless in their reprisals. The town of Loria was completely destroyed, Fra Diavolo was hanged, and prisons and galleys were filled beyond capacity. Nevertheless, the insurrection had its effects. It proved to be very costly to the French. The British remained in possession of Reggio until 1808 and 40,000 French soldiers were kept immobilized. Meanwhile, Napoleon occupied the port of Leghorn, closing it to the English, and he placed a division of Spaniards in the kingdom of Etruria. Now the only remaining independent territories in Italy were the Papal States. Long before the coronation, Pius VII had been apprehensive about the progress of France in Italy. He had been forced to consent to the application of the Concordat in Piedmont, annexed to France in September 1802, and then he had to sign yet another Concordat with the Italian Republic. The latter convention was not devoid of advantages, however. It recognized Catholicism as the state religion, treated the clergy favorably and referred undecided questions to the Church. But in January 1804 Melzi issued a decree maintaining the former laws which the Concordat did not expressly forbid. Pius VII protested against the imposition of these new organic articles. The emperor replied with vague promises. In the meantime, a month after being crowned at Milan by Caprara, May 26, 1805, Napoleon issued two decrees which, without the prior approval of Rome, reorganized the life of the clergy. While increasing their revenues, he reduced the number of parishes, suppressed monasteries, and set a limit to their numbers. Much worse, he extended the Code Civil to Italy on January 1, 1806. Except in the Kingdom of Etruria where the sovereign was under the sway of Rome, everywhere in Italy, in Lucca, Parma, Piacenza, and Naples, the Church became the object of offensive encroachments. Having tolerated secularizing trends in France as the lesser evil, Pius VII feared lest they be introduced by the Code Civil in Italy, which he regarded as his preserve, at least in a spiritual sense. Conditions in Germany were no less disconcerting to the Pope. The imperial recess of 1803 had aggravated the situation, since rulers were secularizing church properties and extending their control over the clergy without consulting Rome. Caesaropapism was even winning in Bavaria. Now that they ruled over peoples of diverse religions, the princes renounced the principle of quaes regio, eius religio, and openly espoused tolerance, thus making rapid strides in the direction of the secular state. At first the papal court thought to negotiate a German concordat with Vienna, but it finally rejected the idea because there was no way to force the German sovereigns to accept it except under pressure from France. Particularly after Austerlitz, there was always the fear that the Grand Empire, the symbol of a claim to universal domination, might someday challenge the priesthood, and this deterred Pius VII from implicitly recognizing Napoleon as the temporal head of the Roman Church. And yet despite these trials and tribulations, the Church derived so great a benefit from Napoleon's protection that Pius VII would never have broken with the emperor had he not himself been a temporal ruler. But such he was, and Napoleon could not permit the Pope to imperil his earthly domination. In vain did the pontiff invoke his neutrality. The fact remained that his dominions stood between the French and the Kingdom of Naples, an accomplice of the coalition. When the English and Russians landed there in 1805, they were in a position to invade the Kingdom of Italy, and Pius VII would have been powerless to bar their passage across his territories, an eventuality which his court would have welcomed. Consequently, the French occupied Ancona, and later Civitavecchia. In answer to the protests of Pius VII, Napoleon replied on February 13, 1806 by summoning him to enter into his system, expel the English and close his territories to them. When the Pope refused, the Emperor recalled Fesch, the French ambassador at Rome. Consalvi's policy was wrecked, and he resigned. The rupture was final, and Napoleon never again wrote to Pius VII. In April Marmont entered Dalmatia, and Dandolo was appointed commissioner there. However, a Russian force from Corfu seized the harbor of Cattaro with Austrian complicity, and at Ragusa Dubrovnik the French general Molitor was attacked by Montenegrins. Napoleon availed himself of the occasion to compel Vienna to grant him a right-of-way across Austrian Istria. No sooner had he thus reached the threshold of the Ottoman Empire when he decided to interfere in its affairs, and the year 1806 marked the reawakening of his eastern ambitions. Pocqueville, the consul at Janina, was already busy with intrigues. Reinhard was sent to Moldavia. David was charged with a mission to the Pasha of Bosnia, who was in the midst of a conflict with the Serbs. The victory at Austerlitz had strengthened French influence with the Sultan, who finally recognized the emperor and sent him an embassy. In return, Sebastiani was dispatched to Constantinople, where he arrived on August 9. At the same time, relations between Turkey and Russia, supported by England, became strained. Nevertheless, the fact remained that, like the army in Italy, Marmont's Second Corps was immobilized in Dalmatia. The War of 1805 inordinately extended the range of Napoleon's enterprises, and so made the French Empire merely the core of the Grand Empire, which itself began to evolve through legislative acts. The emperor regarded his new creatures as constituting federated states or a veritable French Empire. Although he made free reference to historical examples, the organization he adopted was original. At the top were the kings and princes, hereditary and sovereign in their domains, Joseph, Louis, and Murat, who was made Grand Duke of Berg on March 15. Next came the vassal princes, also sovereign and even entailed, but whose domains, held in fief, were subject to a fresh investiture at each change of ownership. Such were Elisa in Piombino, and Berthier, who became Prince of Neuchâtel. Below them were princes with neither an army nor money, Talleyrand, Prince of Benevento, and Bernadotte, Prince of Ponte Corvo, two domains which had hitherto been disputed by the Pope and the King of Naples. At the bottom were the simple fiefs, which carried with them no sovereign powers, 6 duchies which Napoleon reserved to himself in the Kingdom of Naples, and 12 which were created in Venetia, all of which were destined for deserving Frenchmen. Nor was this all. The princes and kings, while theoretically independent, were vassal to Napoleon as persons, even though their states were not fiefs. In effect, they formed part of the imperial family which the Constitution of Year 12 had made subject to a special law promulgated on March 31, 1806. The statute created a special civil status for the family. It conferred upon the head of the empire wardship over its minors and patriarchal power over its adults, including the power to allow or disallow their marriages and the power to imprison them. Moreover, the princes, even the sovereign ones, remained grand dignitaries of the empire. Thus the edifice was founded, in good part, on the notion of a family pact, at once recalling the traditional network of Bourbon alliances and reflecting Napoleon's attachment to his clan. Family ties were for him the strongest ones. He also extended this policy to the Allied states. On January 15, Eugene de Beauharnais finally married Augusta, Princess of Bavaria, and was at the same time adopted by the emperor, although he was excluded from all rights to the French succession. Stéphanie de Beauharnais, Josephine's niece, was also adopted, and given in marriage to the heir of the Grand Duke of Baden. Berthier had to abandon his liaison with Madame de Visconti and marry a widowed Bavarian princess. The following year, Jerome married into the House of Württemberg. This same motif, added to Napoleon's anxiety to provide a direct heir for the empire, now suggested the feasibility of a second marriage for the emperor. The Grand Empire, tailored to fit the occasion, was nonetheless a first manifestation of the Roman imperial idea which was implicit in the title which Napoleon assumed in 1804. He now no longer hesitated to pose publicly as the restorer of the Western Roman Empire and to lay claim to the prerogatives of Charlemagne, his illustrious predecessor. It stands to reason that these historically rooted pretensions seriously undermine the position of the papacy. Napoleon's letter of February 13, 1806 reminded Pius that although Charlemagne had been consecrated Roman emperor by the Pope, he had nevertheless regarded the latter as his protégé, and that he had established the temporal dominions of the Church only as an integral part of his own empire. So too Napoleon, "Your Holiness is sovereign of Rome, but I am its emperor," he wrote to Pius VII. This admirable formula, truly imperial in its brevity, already indicated that the Grand Empire, even before it had been established, would be but the beginning of a world domination. The break with Prussia, 1806. Such a policy could scarcely be expected to bring about a general peace. However, circumstances left room for discussion with the two coalition powers who remained in the field. In England, Pitt died heartbroken on January 23, 1806, immediately after the disastrous failure of his policy and the sharp attacks of the opposition. The Whigs once again demanded that the continent be left to its own fate, and they argued that peace was the only means of putting an end to French expansion. If we cannot cut down her enormous power, Fox would say, it would at least be something to arrest her progress. In other words, he proposed to try Addington's experiment again, even though nothing about the present situation recalled the crisis of 1801. While not all of his friends may have shared his illusions, they were disposed to negotiate, if only to justify their accession to power. To form a ministry, the king called upon Grenville, who insisted on Fox's participation. This time he succeeded in bringing Fox in, giving him the Foreign Office. The Whig administration, Grenville, Lord Petty, the son of Shelburne, Lord Howick, the son of Lord Grey, and Erskine, was joined by Addington, now Lord Sidmouth, to form the Ministry of All the Talents. The domestic policy of the Whigs inflamed the British public. Martial law in Ireland was lifted and Catholic emancipation was once again brought under consideration. No one, however, objected to an attempt to make peace. The war party was frustrated by the attitude of Prussia, who had accepted a French alliance in order to acquire Hanover. When England declared war on May 11 and placed the German North Sea coast under blockade, Prussia closed her Baltic ports to British trade, to the alarm of the mercantile establishment. As early as the end of February, Fox had reopened channels with Paris by warning of a plot on the emperor's life. Talleyrand in turn communicated to him Napoleon's desire to explore negotiations for peace. Lord Yarmouth, who had been interned in France and who was the intimate of several highly placed persons, set out for London and returned to France on June 17 with full power to act as intermediary. Fox refused to negotiate any agreement unless Russia were made a party to it, nor would he accept the Treaty of Amiens as the basis for a settlement. He insisted on the rule of uti possidetis, with the reservation that Hanover would have to be restored to England. Napoleon did not object in principle, thinking that some compensation could be found for Prussia. Nevertheless, he kept Prussia ignorant of these developments, knowing she would certainly protest. Meanwhile, Alexander also decided to negotiate. The defection of Prussia had increased the influence of Czartoryski, who in January advised the Tsar to abandon his vast projects of arbitration for Europe and to concentrate instead on the interests of Russia, that is to say, on the East. He regarded the situation in the Ottoman Empire as very promising. There, the Janissaries had been restless ever since March 1805, when Selim III had officially established his new standing army, the Nizam Jadid. At the same time, the Rumelian Pashas, fearing for their authority, had taken up arms with the connivance of Ypsilanti and the other Hospodars who were in league with Russia. The Serbs were in open revolt. In March 1804, Nenadović, who had been negotiating with Austria, was put to death, and his compatriots rose up under the leadership of Karageorge. Supported by the Tsar, they demanded independence. In the summer of 1805 they elected a popular assembly, Skupština, which created a senate and petitioned the Sultan. The Turks were unable to subdue them. Czartoryski realized that a victorious Napoleon would be sure to thwart Russia's foreign ambitions, and the proof was not long in coming. Selim refused to renew his treaty of 1798 with Russia, and he also refused to negotiate a trade agreement. In June he revoked the Barats, by which the powers were authorized to grant the immunities and privileges of their own citizenship to Ottoman subjects. Ever since May 1806 a Russian army had been concentrating on the Dniester, and the English ambassador to Constantinople, Arbuthnot, urged that a squadron be sent. Czartoryski counseled keeping on the defensive in the west and entering into talks with Napoleon. If the latter were willing to give Russia a free hand in the east, a deal could be concluded and Russia could proceed to dismember Turkey. He broached the subject with Lesseps, the French consul, and on May 12 informed him of the departure for Paris of the Russian ambassador, Bobril, who journeyed by way of Vienna. After all, Napoleon's policy in Italy and Germany portended the renewal of a war against Austria in which she might disappear altogether. Ubrel always maintained afterwards that he had received instructions to negotiate peace at any price in order to save Austria. When Napoleon learned of this mission, he changed his attitude. He had been treating with Fox in the hope of isolating Russia, but the opposite alternative interested him much more, since of the two England was the more difficult to defeat. He immediately demanded that Sicily be surrendered to Joseph, adding that Ferdinand IV could be compensated elsewhere. Yarmouth expostulated and the talks were broken off. When Ubrel arrived on July 6, he was at once cajoled, menaced, and subjected to unremitting pressure. Russia, he was told, could keep the Ionian Islands and enjoy free passage of the Straits. Albania and Dalmatia might even be given to Ferdinand to create a buffer state friendly to Russia between France and Turkey. Yarmouth did not reject this proposal when he was informed of it, although he had hitherto refused to discuss the question of Sicily. The creation of the Confederation of the Rhine brought Ubrel to a decision. Convinced that Austria would otherwise be lost, he signed a treaty of peace on July 20. At the last minute, Napoleon substituted the Balearic Islands for the Balkan provinces which had been destined for Ferdinand. Russia obtained at least a consolidation of her position. Although she lost Cattaro, she held on to the Ionian Islands, saved Ragusa, and placed Turkey under the mutual protection of herself and France. In addition, Napoleon undertook to evacuate Germany. Alexander would not obtain so much at Tilsit. For a moment the English were staggered. A mortifying agreement, admitted Fox, finding England abandoned once again. Yarmouth, following in Ubrel's steps, submitted a peace proposal which Napoleon returned on August 6 without making any essential changes. England would keep Malta and the Cape, regain Hanover, accept the Balearics for Ferdinand and recognize Joseph, thereby implicitly giving up Sicily. It seemed that Napoleon's game at separate negotiations was about to succeed. Writing to Joseph, he already saw himself as master of the Mediterranean, the chief and constant objective of my policy, at least for the time being, for he had many other plans in mind. Suddenly the wind changed. There were many reasons to doubt that Alexander would ratify the treaty, for he had just dismissed Czartoryski, whose policies exasperated the Anglophile nobility of Russia, which was passionately hostile to Napoleon. On July 9 the Tsar appointed a new foreign minister, Baron Budberg, a Baltic German who was interested only in continental affairs and who was very sympathetic to Prussia. England could only expect to profit from this. Moreover, Fox had changed his attitude, and his colleagues condemned the Yarmouth Agreement even more severely than he. Lauderdale, a new negotiator but one still quite friendly to France, was sent to Paris to demand once again the principle of uti possidetis, while nevertheless allowing for the surrender of Sicily provided that a less contemptible compensation could be found for Ferdinand. Napoleon refused to reopen the discussion, counting on Russian ratification to make the English back down. But now the attitude of Frederick William III caused the Tsar to refuse to ratify the treaty. Perhaps his only reason for having negotiated with France had been to lure Prussia. There can be no doubt that the Emperor was far from wanting a break with Prussia. When it came he was profoundly disappointed and vexed. The Prussian alliance, which had long been sought by the revolutionary governments and by himself, rendered Austria and Russia powerless and kept Germany closed to the English. Therefore his attitude towards Prussia was entirely benevolent, provided that she, like Spain, entered into his system, that is to say, became a vassal state, and Napoleon made this perfectly clear to her. The king had stuck to the unfortunate idea, despite the warnings of Haugwitz, of not accepting the Treaty of Schönbrunn on its original terms. He did not want to annex Hanover before a general peace had been concluded, but only wished to occupy it in order to avoid a break with England. As his appetite grew, he claimed that it was his right to keep Ansbach and to obtain the Hanseatic towns as well. When Napoleon received these handsome proposals on February 1, 1806, he had just been apprised of Pitt's death. He declared that Prussia's counter-proposition annulled the Treaty of Schönbrunn, and on February 15 he made Haugwitz sign a substitute treaty which compelled Prussia to annex Hanover immediately and close its ports to the English. surrender not only Ansbach and Neuchâtel but also that part of the Duchy of Clovis which lay east of the Rhine and which now was joined to the Duchy of Berg, and permit the French to install a garrison at Wesel. Frederick William III capitulated. It was a terrible chastisement which he never forgave. The Prussian war party would prove even more vindictive. Momentarily disheartened after Austerlitz, it soon grew in strength. Still, there remained in Prussia admirers of Napoleon up to the very end. Bülow, brother of the future hero of the War of Liberation, who wrote a book on the campaign of 1805 in which he treated Prussia very harshly, Buchholz, who, in his new Leviathan, turned Hobbes's philosophy into a eulogy of imperial despotism, and in the army there was Massenbach, a Wurtemberger. The court, on the other hand, was in favor of war. Queen Louise, comparing Napoleon to her dear Alexander, was full of proposals against the monster, the scum from hell. These sentiments were echoed by the king's first cousin Louis Ferdinand, by his sister, who was married to Prince Radziwill, by Countess Voss, and by her sister, Madame Berg. Schleiermacher, Alexander Humboldt, Johann Müller, and Merkel had all turned against France. In the military there were many like Fuhl, Scharnhorst, and Blücher who pressed for action. Hardenberg supported them, and in April Stein asked the king to dismiss Lombard and Boehme, his favorite advisers. This request was again put forward by the royal princes on the eve of the war. Frederick William took offense, however. He was so concerned that he made secret efforts to win back the friendship of the Tsar. He dispatched Brunswick to assure Alexander that despite Prussia's alliance with Napoleon she would never make war on Russia. When, on June 23, he learned of Ubral's mission, he repeated these assurances in writing. Hardenberg, for his part, negotiated secretly with the Russian ambassador Alopusz, and concluded an agreement along those lines, which the Tsar signed on July 24. The creation of the Confederation of the Rhine added to the discontent. True, the Emperor maintained that nothing prevented Prussia from forming that Confederation of the North which had been her great dream between 1795 and 1801. But he forbade the Hanseatic towns to become members and he told Saxony that she was entirely free to refuse her adherence. The Elector of Hesse, too, did not dare to join. To make matters worse, early in August Yarmouth disclosed to the Prussian ambassador in Paris, Lucasini, that Hanover would be taken away from Prussia. A false rumor finally brought Frederick William to a decision. Blücher reported a concentration of French troops on the Rhine, and a similar alarm was heard from Franconia. The king believed that Hanover was in danger, and without verifying the facts, mobilized on August 9 after notifying the Tsar. During the whole month of August he was in agony, not knowing what the result of Ubral's treaty would be. Actually, Frederick William's own resolution had rendered the Ubral treaty nugatory, and the Tsar refused to ratify it. Informed of this fact, the king wrote to Alexander on September 6, "I have no other choice but to go to war." Just as in 1805, Napoleon would not believe what was happening up to the very last moment. On August 17 he even gave the order to prepare the return of the Grande Armée to France now that the German question had been settled with the abdication of Francis. As late as August 26 he called the Prussian mobilization ridiculous, but when it was shortly followed by Alexander's refusal to ratify the Ubral Treaty, he saw the light. Now he was convinced that a new coalition was being formed. On September 5 he issued his first orders. General instructions did not appear until the 19th. After Fox's death on September 13, his colleagues, confident of Russia and Prussia and much heartened by the fall of Buenos Aires, increased their demands. On September 26 they insisted on obtaining Dalmatia for Ferdinand IV. Napoleon put an end to the negotiations by his refusal on October 5. He was by then already at Bamberg, en route to annihilate Prussia. He improvised this campaign as airily as the preceding one. When he arrived in Franconia, his orders had not even been carried out, and he dismissed the Intendant General Vilmanzi, replacing him with Deru. The soldiers set out lacking greatcoats, most of them without a second pair of shoes, and with only a few days' supply of bread and biscuit. Nevertheless, the campaign was so lightning-like that this time they suffered much less. The Prussian ultimatum demanding the retreat of the French troops to the west bank of the Rhine was submitted on October 1. Napoleon received it in Bamberg on the 7th, by the 14th the Prussian army no longer existed. Jena and Auerstadt. The Winter Campaign, 1806–1807. Prussia had full confidence in her army, and all Europe shared it. Even in France, there were many who did not consider Napoleon's fame enduring until after the destruction of the army of Frederick the Great. It did not appear to have changed since its days of glory. Although recruitment of foreigners had become nearly impossible ever since the Low Countries and Germany had dried up as sources of manpower, there were still at least 80,000 of them in the ranks. The rest of the army was made up of cantonists drafted from the peasantry. The nobility and the bourgeoisie were exempt from service, while the Junkers furnished most of the officers. This army, which had no national character, was admirably prepared by drill for combat in linear formation and in the open field. The infantry was made up of battalions of fusiliers, but they were not trained to fight as skirmishers. The cavalry was still adequate, but the artillery's equipment was worthless. The engineers and medical services were almost non-existent, and notions of conducting a war had made scarcely any progress at all. The regiments did not have divisions. Marches were planned according to the location of military storehouses, and the army was always encumbered by an enormous baggage train. No one realized that this army, when faced with the soldiers of the Revolution, would be singularly outdated, or that its greatest shortcoming was that it was no longer used to fighting. The captains in charge of the companies earned money in peacetime, thanks to extended leaves, and they regarded a campaign as a calamity. The generals were too old and lacked resolution. So the troops, although brave and well trained, were defeated by want of good leadership. If the Prussians had not been urged on by their own vainglory to cross the Elbe, they would have been able to avoid disaster by remaining behind the river and waiting for the Russians. For his part, Alexander was much more tardy than he had been in 1805 because he was keeping an eye on Turkey. On August 24 Selim had unilaterally deposed the Hospodars. Frightened by an ultimatum, he restored them on October 15. At the same time, Michelson's army was ordered to occupy the principalities. Consequently, not only were the preparations for war against Napoleon slackened, the Russians would also be fighting on two fronts. The Prussians converged on Thuringia in three main columns, the Duke of Brunswick and the King, with 60,000 men, Hohenlohe's army of 50,000, which went through Dresden in order to mobilize the Saxons, and Ruchel with 30,000 Hanoverians who passed through Hesse. Brunswick, who had been defeated at Valmy, had little authority over his subordinates and was unable to effect a concentration, screen his army or even impose a plan of campaign. He wanted to advance on the Main in order to threaten the French line of operations, whereas Hohenlohe advised meeting the French head-on by marching through the Franconian forest. Ultimately, Hohenlohe, leaving two corps at the river Saale, moved towards Jena, thus drawing closer to Brunswick's army, but he never did reach him. The Prussians were attacked before they could unite their forces. Napoleon left Louis and Mortier to guard the Rhine, his German allies held the rear. Around September 25 his main army was concentrated in the vicinity of Nuremberg behind a cover consisting of the length of the Main and the Franconian forest. There were 6 corps in all plus the cavalry reserve and the guard, about 130,000 men. It was imperative for Napoleon to defeat the Prussians before the arrival of the Russian army, and he feared lest they were holding themselves behind the Elbe. When he heard that they were on the march, he assumed that they were heading for Mainz or Würzburg. In that case, he would have engaged them on the Main, and turning their left would have rolled them back towards the Rhine. Seeing that they remained stationary, he crossed the Franconian forest in 3 columns between 7 to 9 October in order to cut them off from the Elbe. Ney and Soult debouched into the village of Hof without encountering resistance. Murat, Bernadotte, Davout, and the Guard hustled Tauensien's division out of Schloss, and on the left, Lens and Augereau fell on Saalfeld, where Prince Louis Ferdinand was defeated and killed on the 10th. Next the army advanced north, then wheeled westward, while Murat dashed towards Leipzig where he had heard the Prussians were beating a retreat. The Sala was fordable at two main points, Kozan and Kala. Davout took possession of the first, Lens and Augereau seized the second and then, moving up the left bank of the river, reached Jena and occupied the Landgrafenberg, a height overlooking the plain where Hohenlohe was camped. Thinking that the bulk of the Prussian army was there, Napoleon ordered Ney, Soult, the guard, and part of the cavalry to mass on the height. The rest of the army, under Bernadotte, was summoned back from Naumburg to Dornberg with the order to march towards the roar of the cannon fire, in case of need. In fact, Brunswick and the king were advancing on Kozan with 70,000 men, and Hohenlohe had but 50,000 men who were not even concentrated. Against the latter, Napoleon engaged 56,000 on October 14. Lens and Soult, rushing down from the Landgrafenberg, crumpled the enemy's first line, attacked the second and turned its left flank. Augereau, delayed by bad terrain, finally succeeded in threatening the Prussian right which, after a sharp resistance, took flight. Rüchel, who hastened with reinforcements, reached the battlefield only to suffer the same fate. All this time, Davout, with 26,000 men, was taking the weight of the main Prussian army near Auerstadt. Brunswick was mortally wounded, and his troops, retreating in disorder, collided with the streams of fugitives from Jena who engulfed them in the rout. As for Bernadotte, although he did indeed cross the Sala at Dornberg, his customary ill will kept him at a distance from the two battlefields. The Prussians lost 27,000 killed and wounded, 18,000 prisoners and nearly all their field guns. Murat, Ney, and Soult pursued the remnants of the enemy through the Harz country, capturing 20,000 prisoners, but letting several corps escape. The main body of the French army marched from Leipzig straight to Berlin, which Davout was the first to enter on the 25th. From there, he and Augereau crossed the Oder, where they forced the capitulation of the fortress of Kustrin. The pursuit now became more methodical, and Hohenlohe, cut off from Stettin, surrendered at Prenzlau on the 28th. Blücher managed to reach Lübeck where he was captured on November 6. All that remained now of the Prussian army was Lestock's corps in East Prussia. Fortresses as far as the Vistula opened their gates, all except the Silesian towns, and Karlberg, defended by Gneisenau. The populace made no resistance, and the civil functionaries took an oath to Napoleon. The conquered territory was rapidly organized and subjected to war contributions amounting to 160 million francs, not to mention requisitions which were imposed to procure supplies of all kinds which the army utterly lacked. Napoleon immediately began to pluck the fruits of his victory. As early as September 27 the Grand Duke of Würzburg had become a member of the Confederation of the Rhine. On December 11 the Elector Frederick of Saxony also joined and received the title of king. On the 15th the Saxon dukes, and ultimately the other princes of central Germany followed suit. Hesse-Kassel and the Duchy of Brunswick were forfeited, along with Fulda, whose ruler, the Prince of Orange, had fought on the Prussian side. Frederick William III himself seemed willing to accept vassalage in order to save his throne. Lucasini and Zastrow negotiated a peace treaty with Duroc, which ceded all Prussian territories west of the Elbe except Altmark and closed the Baltic ports to the English. Signed on October 30, the treaty was ratified by the king on November 6. But the situation had already changed. When Napoleon entered Berlin on October 25, he had discovered in the archives the evidence of an entente between Prussia and Russia, and he spread the scandal about the relations between the Prussian Queen and the Russian Tsar. It was soon clear that Russia would come to the aid of Prussia. An outburst of military wrath roused the Petersburg nobility, and the Orthodox Church excommunicated Napoleon. On November 9 the emperor decided to postpone the signing of the peace treaty, and he substituted an armistice in which he demanded the Vistula, Bug line. The king's troops were to be quartered in East Prussia, whence they would drive out the Russians if necessary. In addition, he declared that he would not evacuate the realm until a general peace had been concluded, including restitution of the French colonies and a guarantee of Turkey's integrity. On November 21 these intentions were publicly announced in a message to the Senate. In effect, Prussia was made a hostage, and it seemed likely that her captivity would endure for some time. As the army advanced it sequestered English goods systematically. With the occupation of the Hanseatic towns, Germany was now closed to British trade. In the famous Berlin Decree of November 21, Napoleon declared the British Isles in a state of blockade, that is, he turned against them their own weapon, the paper blockade. Consequently, no vessel whose voyage originated in Great Britain or her colonies would any longer be admitted to the ports of the empire. The continental blockade has been called the raison d'être of the Grand Empire. This is simply not so. It spread naturally as a result of imperial conquest. Since Napoleon did not control the sea, the resounding Berlin Decree in itself added nothing to the already existing prohibitions on English goods. The new and significant circumstance was that since the neutrals were implicitly affected, the blockade would lose that essentially protectionist character which Napoleon had given it when he came to power. Henceforth, it became an offensive weapon. By an abrupt and decisive turnabout, victory led Napoleon back to the policy of the Directory in 1798. The desire to unite the continent against England had been formulated, thereby giving the imperial and Roman idea a real meaning in contemporary politics. "I intend to conquer the seas with my land armies," wrote Napoleon. This is why the Berlin Decree marks an important turning point. The Prussian negotiators, not seeing so far, accepted the armistice on November 16, but the king rejected it and found himself bound to the coalition against his will. Not waiting to hear the king's decision, Napoleon advanced his army to the Vistula. It reached Warsaw on November 27. The emperor was obliged, however, to stay in Berlin for a month to see to the reinforcement and re-equipment of his soldiers. Mortier was sent to occupy Swedish Pomerania and to blockade Stralsund. Jerome, who had shown repentance and had allowed his American marriage to be annulled, went with his South German contingents to besiege the Silesian fortresses. The class of 1,806 conscripts departed for the front. Meanwhile, the march to the Vistula had opened the Polish question. As the French advanced, the Poles rose and drove out the Prussian administrators. The movement principally attracted the bourgeoisie and the nobility, yet they were not of one mind. There was a Prussian party headed by Prince Radziwill, for more than one nobleman made use of the mortgage banks founded on the Prussian example, and above all, there was a Russian party. Czartoryski had once again advised Alexander to forestall Napoleon by proclaiming himself King of Poland, and he was supported by Niemswiss and by Archbishop Siestrzyn who inveighed against the perjured conscience of Bonaparte. Poniatowski himself hesitated until the end of December. The Polish grandees feared reprisals in case of defeat, scarcely less did they fear a French victory which would emancipate their serfs. Napoleon, in any event, compelled to fight the Russians, could not refuse the help offered. As early as September 20 he had authorized General Zajączek to form a legion from the Poles who would desert the Prussian ranks. After Jena, Generals Dąbrowski and Wybicki were entrusted with the formation of 3 legions in the insurgent territories. Kosciuszko, also summoned, demanded guarantees. Napoleon had no intention of undertaking a restoration of Poland, a project which would have enraged the Tsar and incited Austrian intervention. Kosciuszko blamed the emperor's silence on his egoism. He thinks of nothing but himself. He detests every great nation, and he detests even more the spirit of independence. He is a tyrant. A deeply penetrating judgment, but a misinterpretation of the emperor's reserve. He was not averse to reviving the Polish state in order to make a vassal of it if such a project were possible. Would the Poles be capable of governing themselves? He doubted it, and some of his marshals denied it outright. Moreover, it was too soon now. Nor did he make any promises, despite the persistent demands of Countess Waloska, who passed the winter with him and whom he loved passionately. All he did was create a temporary administration at Poznan for Dombrowski. Then, in Warsaw on January 14, 1807, a temporary commission which elected Malachowski president. Under the supervision of Talleyrand and Marat, the commission entrusted the administration to 5 directors, undertook the supplying of Napoleon's army and the formation of a national Polish army, and began to reorganize the judicial system on the French model. Bennigsen and his 35,000 men had retreated before the Grande Army to a position between the Narew and Lacroix rivers to await the arrival of Buxhouden's 40,000 reinforcements. At the end of December, Napoleon began an offensive against Bennigsen. With Dave out, he forced a crossing of the Ukra at Zarnau on the 23rd, and he ordered Lens to advance on Pultusk. The rest of the army, coming from Thorn and Plock, were to roll up the enemy's center and right and envelop them. But the weather was dreadful and the broken road slowed up the advance. Bernadotte fell behind, and Ney strayed in pursuit of the Prussians. Napoleon strove to re-establish order, but in vain. On December 26 the French, in Napoleon's absence, launched a disorderly attack at Pultusk and Galliman. The Russians held firmly and were able to withdraw. The emperor decided that it would be impossible to pursue them into the forests and swamps with soldiers who lacked greatcoats, shoes, and food, and he established his winter quarters from the banks of the Passarge to Warsaw. A line so far extended invited surprise. Bennigsen, who was situated behind the forests, now moved northward. At the end of January he crossed the Passarge, intending an offensive against Bernadotte, who retreated on Thorn. Meanwhile, Lestock advanced as far as Graudenz. But Napoleon was already gathering his other forces, and marched north to cut the enemy's line of retreat. Bennigsen, informed of Napoleon's plans by the capture of a courier, was able to hold out on the Passarge long enough to make his escape. Hotly pursued, he accepted battle at Preussischellau in order to save Königsberg. On February 8, 1807 Napoleon attacked him, even though he had only 60,000 men against the enemy's 80,000. First he turned the Russian left, and then attacked the center, but Augereau's corps strayed in the midst of a blinding snowstorm and suffered very heavy losses. Bennigsen then took the initiative, and was repulsed only with great difficulty by repeated cavalry charges. The arrival of Lestock made matters worse, but at last Ney, who was pursuing him, reached the battlefield at 7 o'clock in the evening and turned Bennigsen's right. Bennigsen then ordered a retreat. 25,000 Russians and 18,000 French had fallen. Napoleon called off any attempt at pursuit and led his army back behind the Passarge. He set up his own headquarters at Osterode, then, on April 1, at the castle of Finkenstein. He had won a bloody battle, but his plans had again proved abortive and he would be compelled to fight a summer campaign. Once again he was in a precarious situation, so very far from France where the war was causing an industrial crisis which, in turn, necessitated large increases in government orders and loans in order to avoid the spread of unemployment. Meanwhile, Austria might enter the fray, and England could contemplate undertaking action on the continent. Eylau caused a sensation throughout Europe, and reinforced the impression already left by the Polish campaign. It was said that Napoleon's strategy and the resources of the Grande Army were ill-adapted to the topography and climate of East-Central Europe. The Briot Company had to confess its inability to guarantee transports, the countryside could not provide the needed supplies, and the troops melted away. Of those who remained only a quarter could be brought into battle, the rest were needed to guard the rear. A prodigious effort, both military and political, would be necessary to triumph over Russia. The summer campaign and the treaties of Tilsit, 1807. The easiest task was to procure soldiers. From September to November 1806 the reserves and half of that year's draft contingent were brought to the Rhine, whence Kellerman sent them to the front, unit by unit. The rest of the contingent was used up in the same way between October and December. Just as he departed for war, Napoleon called up the contingent of 1807 ahead of its time. It too was sent to the front during the course of the winter. Finally, In April 1807, the class of 1808 was summoned, and scarcely had it arrived in camp when it was sped off, half-outfitted and totally lacking in military instruction. The behavior of the new conscripts becoming difficult, they were for the first time mingled with soldiers of fortune in provisional regiments. Altogether, the Empire called up 110,000 men, the Allies, Germans, Dutch, Poles, Spaniards under the Marquis de la Romana, and the Army of Italy, furnished 112,000, an increase of 72,000 over the previous year. On July 15, 1807, the Grande Army in Germany numbered 410,000 men, twice as many as in September 1806. Around 100,000 men fought in the Friedland campaign. In addition, the Emperor kept a force of 120,000 in Italy to watch over Austria and Sicily, and another 110,000, some of them National Guardsmen, for coastal defense. The organization of transport and supply proved considerably more difficult. The failure of the private companies led the Emperor to militarize these services, in principle at least. The artillery train was expanded, baggage wagon battalions were created, and the general victualling of the army was placed under state control and entrusted to Marat's brother. Thus the War of 1807 resulted in an extension of the government's activities. But it would be wrong to conclude that the features of Napoleonic warfare were much changed by all this. The new organizations were never adequate, and most of the wagons were still procured along the line of march. The director of the food supply was scarcely ever concerned with the army while it was fighting, otherwise the army would have ceased to live off the land and campaigning would have been even more expensive. During the campaign of 1807, Napoleon took only 30,000 horses from France to replenish his remount depots at Potsdam and Culm. It was much more economical and expedient to requisition everything on the spot. Workshops were set up in Germany, and arrangements were made with local bargemen and carters. For the most part, the difficulties remained insurmountable. It did little good to keep production in high gear when the goods could not be transported. The combatants, crammed in the area east of the Vistula, the bleakest spot in Europe, obtained just enough supplies to keep from starving. Up to July the French received only 26,000 greatcoats, 52,000 jackets and as many trousers. An enormous stock of shoes remained unused in the rear. The Russians as usual suffered cruelly, and for the same reasons. Nor did their allies fare any better, even though they fought on native soil. Wretched East Prussia was ravaged and despoiled from end to end. On the diplomatic front, Napoleon conducted negotiations while attempting to sow discord among the coalition powers and to keep Austria neutral. Frederick William's resolute posture was short-lived. On December 16 he offered the portfolio of foreign affairs to Stein, but the latter refused, to the king's great displeasure, because Frederick William would not dismiss his intimate non-ministerial advisers and appoint a responsible cabinet. Zastrow, who was left in charge of foreign affairs, was very eager to treat with France, for he feared the loss of his estates. Since Napoleon had declared after the failure of the armistice of November 16 that he would not negotiate except on the issue of a general peace, the king let himself be persuaded to ask for the consent of Russia and England, which they granted, provided that France first be obliged to state her conditions. During this time Napoleon, because of his difficulties, was once again entertaining the possibility of that separate peace with Prussia whose breakdown he had previously provoked. He made overtures at the end of January, and after Eylau sent Bertrand to Königsberg to confirm them. In return, the king dispatched Colonel Kleist to Finkenstein. While insisting upon his own terms, Napoleon admitted the possibility of a congress, and when in April Prussia submitted an official proposal for 1,2 he accepted it. On June 9 the king informed England. By that time, the campaign was almost over. Napoleon rejoiced at the annoyance these negotiations caused Alexander. On April 2 the Tsar journeyed to Memel and persuaded the king to replace Zastrow with Hardenberg. On April 23 he induced him to sign the Convention of Bartenstein, strengthening their alliance. Up until then, the Prussians had not lost hope, for the Russians were making great efforts to save Danzig. However, the fall of that fortified town and the plaints of the Junkers against the excesses of the Allied troops led to cooler relations. And so Alexander began to formulate ever so dimly the ideas which would ultimately lead him to Tilsit. Austria could favor only peace. Stadion, the new chancellor, burned with desire to attack Napoleon, but he judged the French still too formidable, and he was apprehensive about Prussian and Russian ambitions. So Austria armed herself and awaited events. Ever since October Napoleon had been cajoling and menacing by turns, proposing an alliance without offering anything but an exchange of Galicia for Silesia, and insisting that Austria cease arming. Stadion was studiously evasive. However, in January he sent Baron Vincent to Warsaw to talk with Talleyrand, who easily caught the Baron in his nets. It was more difficult to resist, and still not annoy, the other negotiators, the Russian ambassador Razumovsky, joined by Pozzo di Borgo, an émigré in the service of the Tsar, and the English representative Adair. The project of a peace conference deftly rescued Austria from her embarrassment. On March 18 Stadion made an offer to mediate which upon Talleyrand's approval became official on 7 April. 3 When all sides had accepted the mediation, Napoleon suddenly fell silent, summoned Talleyrand to his side and left Vincent without any word for the whole month of May. In this manner he was able to reopen the campaign before Austria had taken a position in the mediation. Alexander found Austria's action unforgivable, but even more exasperating to him was England's attitude. After Fox's death, his colleagues had remained in power, Lord Howick moving to the Foreign Office. English policy became more and more insular. After the fall of Buenos Aires, the public's only concern was with South America, the forces sent there, and the expeditions to the Levant, tied up the available regiments, so that the Tsar called in vain for a continental diversion. Sicily would have offered an excellent base against Italy, but General Fox, who was the butt of Maria Carolina's hostility and who received no reinforcements, declared himself unable to undertake any action. Nor was the British government any the less sparing of money, and it refused to guarantee a Russian loan. England had lost her touch in the field of diplomacy. She demanded the evacuation of Hanover as a condition of peace with Prussia, which was concluded only on January 28. Even afterwards she snubbed Prussia. Her ambassadors at Königsberg and St. Petersburg, Hely Hutchinson and Douglas, lacked both amiability and adroitness, and revealed themselves as warm admirers of Napoleon. Finally, the Ministry of All the Talents became seriously compromised in February over the Catholic question. The king at last consented to the abolition of the Test Act, but he still refused to admit papists to higher ranks, especially in the navy. On March 7 the cabinet resigned, the Tories returned to power and called for a general election with the slogan of No Popery. The government was only nominally headed by the Duke of Portland. The principal ministries fell to Pitt's disciples who would resume their dead leader's continental policy and display the same dauntless determination in its pursuit. Perceval, son of Lord Egmont, who became Chancellor of the Exchequer, Bathurst, who took over the Board of Trade, and above all Canning, the Foreign Secretary, and Castlereagh, the Secretary for War. However, since little was known about these men, their rise made hardly any impression. Canning delayed naming a new ambassador to Russia, Lefebvre, until May 16. He remained distrustful of Prussia, suspecting her of wanting to recover Hanover in order to dominate North Germany. Moreover, he felt that there was nothing to be gained by substituting Prussian militarism there for that of Napoleon. His principal activity was to badger Gustavus IV of Sweden into breaking the armistice he had concluded with France on April 18. Among the coalition powers, irritation with England stood at its peak as the summer campaign began. While Alexander was waiting in vain for the English to intervene, he found himself obliged to divert part of his army to continue the struggle against Persia and to maintain the war inopportunely begun against Turkey. Napoleon seized this chance to reach an understanding with the Tsar's enemies, and so the European conflict was extended to the Levant, just as in the days of the Directory. Russia's General Michelson had occupied Moldavia and taken Bucharest without firing a shot, but part of his army was recalled and he had to come to a halt. Although Selim III had been encouraged by Napoleon to declare war on Russia, the Pasha of Ruskuk, Mustafa Barakdar, the flag-bearer, who commanded the Danubian army, remained inactive until the end of May. The uprising of the Serbs thus took on great significance, especially since they captured Belgrade on December 12. The Turks granted the Serbs all their demands, but now the influence of the Russian agents prevailed. In March the Pasha Suleiman and his troops were massacred while retreating, and the Serbian Popular Assembly voted an alliance with the Tsar. Napoleon did his best to help the Sultan. He made peace with Ali Pasha of Janina, and induced him to attack the Ionian islands of Corfu and Santa Mora Levkaz. Marmont sent cannons and artillery instructors to the Pasha of Bosnia. One officer went to Barakdar at Ruskuk, another to the successor of the just deceased Pasvan Oglu at Vidin. The emperor even offered to send the army of Dalmatia to the Danube. But Muslim opinion was affronted by this news, and Selim himself refused to tie himself too closely to France. The embassy which reached Napoleon in March concluded no alliance. At the end of May Russia invaded Little Wallachia in order to aid the Serbs, who were advancing towards the Danube by way of the Krina. They had to retreat precipitately, for Barakdar at last crossed the river. He did not get far, however. On May 25 the Janissaries revolted in Constantinople, massacred the ministers, abolished the Nizam Jadid and deposed Selim in favor of his cousin Mustafa IV. Barakdar retreated, and the Russians were able to join up with the Serbs under the walls of Nagotino on July 17. The English came to the rescue of the Russians in the east, intending, however, to work for their own interests. After a fruitless appeal to the Sultan to renew the alliance of 1798 and to declare war on France, a squadron under Admiral Duckworth forced the passage of the Dardanelles on February 19 and appeared the next day at Constantinople. Selim's envoys played for time in order to allow Sebastiani to organize the defense of the city. Then, on the 26th, the mask was thrown off. Duckworth had to beat a hasty retreat through the straits on March 3, with considerable losses. England did not pursue the matter, not caring in the last analysis to insist on a policy which was of advantage primarily to Russia. Instead, the British government decided that it would be preferable to reoccupy Egypt. There, ever since the departure of the French, the Sultan had not succeeded in re-establishing his authority. The Mamluks had defeated Khosrev Pasha, and the Albanian troops, led by their chief Mehmet Ali, had asserted their independence. The initiative passed to Mehmet Ali because the Mamluks were divided. Osman Bey Bardazi came over to his side, Mohammed Bey El Elfi allied himself with the English, and both Mamluk chiefs conspired with the French consul Drovati. Finally, in 1804 Mehmet Ali drove Bardazi out of Cairo, broke with the Turks and compelled the Sultan to recognize him as lieutenant of the country, Kaymakam, and, in 1805, as Pasha. English intervention at Constantinople brought about his replacement by El Elfi, but Mehmet Ali held his ground. The two Mamluk chieftains then died, leaving him a free hand. To counter this failure, Duckworth landed a detachment of soldiers from Sicily at Alexandria. They occupied Rosetta where they were soon defeated in a surprise attack by Mehmet Ali. On April 22, 1807 the Pasha laid siege to Alexandria, and on September 15 the English agreed to evacuate their forces. For the moment, they were also checked in Persia. The Shah had been fighting the Georgians and Russians since 1804, and a defeat had cost him Baku and Dagestan in 1806. Simultaneously he asked for help both from Napoleon and from the Viceroy of India. French agents were sent to negotiate for an alliance, and a Persian embassy visited the emperor at Finkenstein, where a treaty was signed on May 4. France agreed to take Persia under her protection and to send weapons and instructors. Persia, in return, promised to help in a proposed expedition to India. On May 10 instructions were drafted for General Garden, who was dispatched on mission to Tehran. In short, everything had turned in Napoleon's favor, but the fact remained that only a decisive victory over Russia could destroy the coalition. It was Bennigsen who made such a victory possible. Now that Danzig and all of the Silesian fortresses except Kozel had fallen, it was expected that Königsberg would succumb to the first French offensive. Early in June Bennigsen tried to save the city by a surprise maneuver, suddenly advancing to the passage in the hopes of crushing Ney, who was encamped on the right bank of the river. Ney extricated himself and withdrew across the river, where he was joined by Davout, while the rest of the French army advanced on June 9 against the Russian right in order to cut it off from Lestock's 24,000 Prussians. Bennigsen then fell back on Heilsberg, a fortified position on the Alet. Murat, who should have fixed him there while the army emerged on the only available road, rashly ordered a full-scale attack on June 10, which needlessly lost about 10,000 men and enabled Bennigsen to retreat down the right bank of the Alet. Napoleon now threw himself against the Prussians who were retreating towards Königsberg. On June 13 Bennigsen, crossing the Alet at Friedland, attempted to create a diversion on their behalf. He probably intended no more than that, for when he encountered Lanza's corps on the following morning, he made no attempt to take advantage of his superior forces. Thus he gave the emperor enough time to rush to the field with 3 army corps. The Russian left, after repulsing 2 of Ney's assaults, was finally totally battered by artillery fire. The bridges were burned, and Bennigsen's army, driven to the river, lost 25,000 men. Its fragments retreated to Tilsit, pursued by the French. Dazed by this blow, the Russian generals deemed an armistice absolutely necessary, and envoys from Alexander were sent to ask for one on June 19. They were favorably received, and a truce was signed on June 21. More than that, Duroc had already offered them a final peace on the 19th. Napoleon needed peace. If Russia continued to resist, he would have to cross the Niemen. Once again enormous preparations would be necessary, and Austria might take advantage of the delay. Alexander, for his part, was unhappy with his allies, and was in no humor to stake everything. He conferred with his brother Constantine, a devoted partisan of peace, and was undoubtedly convinced by him that in case of an invasion, anything might happen: a revolt of the military, a conspiracy of the nobles, an insurrection of the Polish provinces, perhaps even a serf rebellion. Alexander then met with Frederick William, and on June 22 Hardenberg seized the opportunity to submit a truly startling proposal. Prussia, which no longer existed, advised the Tsar to change his entire policy and to offer Napoleon a 3-cornered alliance whose purpose it would be to fight England and to redraw the map of Europe. Russia and Austria would divide Turkey and would abandon, together with Prussia, their Polish territories. The King of Saxony would be installed at Warsaw and give up his kingdom to Prussia. Thus it was Prussia who guided the Tsar towards an alliance with France and a rupture with England. Alexander, who was infuriated with England, was very receptive to such advice. Moreover, Hardenberg's plan would again set him up as Europe's mediator, jointly with Napoleon as in 1801, for in her present condition, Prussia could scarcely count at all. This coincided exactly with Napoleon's mood. Renouncing for the time being all ideas of conquering Russia, he now contemplated taking her as an ally in the place of Prussia. The offer, transmitted to Alexander on June 23, touched the Tsar's vanity. He probably also thought that he would win over Napoleon, as he had so many others, and so Alexander proposed a personal interview which took place on June 25, on a raft moored in the middle of the Niemen River. There the two emperors held prolonged discussions in the solitude of their own privacy. We shall never know what they said to each other. It is the mystery of Tilsit. The peace and the alliance presented no difficulty. What remained was to settle the fate of Prussia. Napoleon had never for a moment considered admitting her as a third party. He treated Frederick William with disdain and kept him at a distance. Queen Louise came to see him on July 6. She was heard out politely and went away empty-handed. Having agreed in principle to Hardenberg's plan, Alexander did his best to defend his ally, but ended by signing the alliance without him. For this he would be accused of treachery. He probably found that Napoleon was immovable, and yielded to his reasons. The emperor argued that he held Prussia by right of conquest and could, if he wished, keep her. Nevertheless, out of regard for the Tsar, he would grant her an armistice and restore a part of her territory. It is likely that Napoleon also dazzled his new ally with the prospects which would open up in the East once they had brought England to her senses, if not sooner. In short, he swept the Tsar off his feet. The instruments signed at Tilsit on July 7, 1807 consisted of a peace treaty, certain secret articles and an alliance pact. A separate treaty with Prussia was added on July 9. Russia emerged unscathed. Prussia, on the other hand, lost all of her possessions west of the Elbe, except that she might recover 300,000 to 400,000 souls should England cede Hanover to Napoleon. East Frisia had already been reunited with Holland, and the Westphalian lands were taken over by the Grand Duchy of Berg. The rest, Minden, Hildesheim, Halberstadt, Magdeburg, were incorporated with Brunswick, Hesse-Kassel, and a part of Hanover, Osnabrück and Göttingen to form the Kingdom of Westphalia, which was to be ruled by Jerome. Napoleon kept under his own hand the rest of Hanover, together with Erfurt, Hanau, and Fulda. Prussia also lost all of her Polish territories except for a small stretch of West Prussia, an isthmus 30 kilometers wide connecting Brandenburg and Pomerania with East Prussia. Thus mutilated and reduced to 4 provinces, the Prussian realm was to be handed back to Frederick William, but a convention signed on July 12 made the evacuation of Prussia conditional upon the payment of a war indemnity. Since the Tsar was not made a party to this agreement, he had no right to any say in its execution. For the time being, Napoleon held on to all of Prussia. The key to the future of the Franco-Russian alliance lay in the disposition of the Polish provinces, apart from Danzig, which, now isolated in Prussian territory, was made a free city, but continued to be under the occupation of the French General Rapp. Unfortunately, it is precisely on this point that the Tilsit talks remain shrouded in the deepest obscurity. There is no doubt that Napoleon freely invited Alexander to take part in the dismemberment of Prussia. In fact, he had already proposed that Russia expand to the Niemen. The Tsar, it appears, was offered the Polish provinces overrun by Napoleon in exchange for the French acquisition of Silesia. As the offer was phrased, it was turned down, and of the Polish provinces formerly held by Prussia, Russia annexed only Bialystok. Perhaps Alexander would have accepted it if Napoleon had renounced Silesia and permitted Prussia to keep her territories in central Germany. Instead, Prussia's Polish provinces were converted into the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. This solution may have been suggested by the Tsar himself as a temporary compromise, or again, it may have been Napoleon's idea. In any event, the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, with a population of 2 million inhabitants, was given to the King of Saxony to rule. While passing through Dresden on July 22, the Emperor granted the Poles a constitution. Like Westphalia, the new Grand Duchy became a member of the Confederation of the Rhine, and 30,000 French soldiers were garrisoned there. Thus Poland was resurrected in all but name. In reality, she was no more than a military march against Russia, and so contributed from the very beginning to the eventual failure of the Franco-Russian alliance. While Napoleon was extending the French Empire to the banks of the Niemen, Alexander was renouncing the gains which Paul I had amassed in the Mediterranean. He ceded Cataro and the Ionian Islands to France, and he even evacuated the Danubian principalities which he had just occupied on the sole condition that the Turks should not reoccupy them until peace had been concluded. In this matter, Napoleon was to act as mediator. If the Sultan refused to make peace within 3 months, France would make common cause with Russia to deprive the Porte of all her European possessions, with the exception of Rumlia. As for England, it was Alexander who undertook to mediate by summoning her to restore her colonial conquests and to recognize the freedom of the seas. If he failed in this attempt, measures would be taken to compel Sweden, Denmark, and Portugal to enter into the continental system. Thus the agreement of 1801 was both renewed and expanded. The Tsar could look forward to the conquest of Finland and Turkey. For Napoleon, there was Portugal and a confederated continent closed to English trade. Prussia had adhered to the blockade. Austria, isolated, could hardly refuse to do as much. Caught in the crossfire of the Franco-Russian alliance, these two German powers were reduced to helplessness, effectively ruling out any possibility of a coalition. For Napoleon, Tilsit was thus a brilliant success, albeit a temporary one. While Alexander appears to have been spellbound by Napoleon, whom he thought under his sway, his vanity and inconstancy stood guarantee that such a state of affairs could not long endure. He would make no honest effort to share the management of Europe's affairs with a man whose temperament brooked no equal partnership. Surely Alexander, artful deceiver that he was, concealed his intentions. He extricated himself from a nasty situation without loss, and he calculated that France, more readily than England, would allow him to despoil Sweden and Turkey. Meanwhile he remained absolutely free to take up arms again at his own convenience. Therefore it has been said that it was he who duped Napoleon. This is simply not so. Napoleon, at the time of Tilsit, remarked to Maneville that he had resolved never to turn Constantinople over to the Russians. It is the center of world empire. As far as he was concerned, the alliance had not been concluded on an equal basis. Russia was entering into his system, and was thereby becoming a vassal. It could not have escaped him that the war might someday be resumed, but he lived for the present, not the future. He knew that peace was necessary in order for him to rebuild his army, disarm Austria, and complete the submission of Western Europe. The alliance made this possible, for the moment at least. Perhaps it would even permit him to conquer England. Time alone would tell. If Russia went to war before England succumbed, then he would conquer Russia. But as long as he had Alexander's support, if only temporarily, Napoleon was gaining time to amass the force he would need to defeat him. From Tilsit to Waterloo. 1807 to 1815. 1. The imperial conquests after Tilsit, 1807 to 1812. 1. The continental system, 1807 to 1809. Although England contrived to put a good face on it, it seemed for some months that the Treaty of Tilsit would bear fruit. The continent submitted to Napoleon, and the blockade, reinforced by the decrees of Milan, appeared to close it to British commerce. But the continental system had scarcely come into being before it was jeopardized by the defection of the East, and more especially by the rising in Spain, which Napoleon had provoked but was then unable to put down. England awakens. When she heard about the interview at Tilsit, England realized that the Franco-Russian Entente of 1801 had been restored and saw the danger confronting her. After losing Germany, she now risked having the Baltic closed to her once more. But thanks to Canning's prompt decision, she stole a march on her enemies. True, Gustavus IV seemed in a secure position. He had just resumed hostilities on July 3 and Cathcart had led 10,000 men into Pomerania. But Denmark was an uncertain quantity, and there was erroneous news that she was mobilizing her fleet. Besides, Bernadotte could occupy the country from Hamburg in a very few days. Canning was hot-blooded, and had the temperament of a fighter. He did not lose a single moment. Though he knew of the interview of July 16, he did not begin to get the details, and then in very incomplete form, till the 21st, and he only learned of the treaty's signature on August 8 through a French newspaper. On July 18 Admiral Gambier was ordered to proceed to Copenhagen with a huge squadron, and arrived there on August 3, while Cathcart, who had evacuated Pomerania and received reinforcements, was approaching with 30,000 men. The Prince Royal at Kiel was notified that he must enter into alliance with England and supply her with ships. When he refused, his capital was blockaded and then bombarded on September 2. He capitulated on the 7th. Canning then tried in vain to win over the Danes, attempted to induce the Swedes to occupy the Danish archipelago, and in despair of success was even inclined to leave the English troops there, though his colleagues were in favor of evacuation. But the Danish fleet was taken in possession, and the following year more landed in southern Sweden, so that Admiral Saumarez was able to move freely into the Baltic and escort merchant shipping, which was the essential thing. On the eve of the Berlin Decree, the big export industries already constituted an element of prime importance in the English economy. It could not fail to be affected by any crisis involving these industries. They depended largely on European trade with the United States for their markets, and in certain cases for the provision of their raw materials, and they were therefore particularly vulnerable to the threat of blockade, especially if accompanied by a closing of the United States to English commerce. Nor must we forget the dependence of England on Northern Europe for her naval supplies and cereals, or the weaknesses of her banking system and her balance of payments. But there is no denying the power and elasticity of the British economy. The technical progress already achieved and her capitalist system gave her an assured superiority over France. England had undergone a veritable demographic revolution, in the course of which the population of Great Britain had risen from 10,943,000 in 1801 to 12,597,000 in 1811. This acted as a stimulus to the whole economy, and in particular supplied industry with a decisively expanding home market and an abundant and cheap supply of labor. English agriculture had become the best in Europe as far as technique was concerned, and although the agricultural revolution had upset traditional rural society, it ensured that a rapidly expanding population need only depend on imports for a smaller portion of its foodstuffs. The oligarchy constituted by the great landowners who governed England were confident of their own destiny, and gave evidence of an almost unshakable will to win. The most powerful section of the middle classes, the London bankers and merchants and big businessmen, had long been firmly linked with the aristocracy, and were as doggedly opposed to France, seeing how she threatened their commercial and colonial interests. The industrialists, however, enjoyed a much lower social status in general, and their role in politics was as yet a very minor one. The workers were the people who had most to fear from the blockade, for it might well lead to unemployment and high prices, thus making their living conditions even worse, though they were already wretched enough in all conscience. But the social framework of the country, buttressed still further by the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800, was, as has been emphasized, reassuringly strong. Nothing less than an intense and prolonged crisis had any chance of setting the middle class against the oligarchy and driving the proletariat into revolt. Far from allowing itself to be intimidated by the Berlin Decree, the Tory government reinforced the mercantile character of the British blockade at the expense of the neutral countries. Persons of importance had long been insisting on measures against them under the Navigation Acts. The builders and shipowners were indignant that neutral flags covered 44% of the ships leaving British ports in 1807, instead of the 28% which had been the figure for 1802. The trade of the United States was more prosperous than ever, their exports in 1807 rising to $108 million, almost 60 million of which consisted of colonial goods, partly from the colonies of England's enemies. The planters in the Antilles were full of complaints about the fall in the price of sugar, but the Whigs had shown little readiness to listen to these grievances. On January 7, 1807 they did no more than extend the 1756 regulations about coastal shipping between enemy ports that excluded English ships. From February Perceval proposed to compel neutrals trading with France to pass through a British port, a measure of retaliation that seemed to be demanded for the honor of the country. Once in office Perceval proceeded to act. Although all trading with the enemy was again forbidden, it was made clear that there would be no change in the license system, which allowed traders to infringe these regulations wherever the national interest required. They were solely aimed at the neutrals, and their purpose was to subordinate the trade of the whole world to the development of the navy and the shipping of Great Britain. By orders in council on 11, 15, and November 25 and December 18, 1807, any neutral vessel sailing to or from an enemy port would be obliged to unload its cargo in one of a number of specially designated British ports, and be subject to customs duties, which were now notably increased, and would have to take out a license. In addition, there was a ban on importing certain goods, such as quinine and cotton, into France. In theory, at any rate, neutrals were still allowed to transport direct to their own countries goods from enemy colonies and even to export grain and raw materials from their place of origin to ports under Napoleon's control. With these exceptions, it looked as though maritime trade would become a British monopoly. In taxing neutral cargoes, the English reckoned to prevent them from carrying the produce of foreign colonies whose competition reduced the profits of the British colonists, and by refusing licenses they could, if need be, bring neutral shipping to a standstill. This was precisely what the shipowners and the planters would have liked to happen. The English were delighted at Canning's enterprise and at all these measures. They did not question the burdens which the government, foreseeing that England was likely to be isolated, imposed upon the country in order to enable it to face its enemies single-handed. Taxes were increased, and Castlereagh set about strengthening the army, which had been somewhat neglected by the Whigs. On April 13, 1806, Windham had repealed Pitt's Act, suspended the militia ballot system and given up the recruitment of regulars from among the militia, to return to the system of ordinary enlistment. He had shown his dislike for reliance upon volunteers. Life service had been abolished, and replaced by service contracts of from 7 to 12 years. Castlereagh re-established the militia ballot and encouraged volunteers, but transformed them into a local militia under government control. He returned to Pitt's system for recruiting regiments of the line, and drew 21,000 regulars from the militia. In 1807 and 1808 he added 45,000 recruits, while the army lost only 15,000 men. At the beginning of 1809 there were 200,000 soldiers available in Great Britain, 30,000 being held in readiness for expeditions on the continent. It was thus possible to resume Pitt's policy with more ample means, though the cost was heavy. By 1807 the yield of direct taxation had risen from £3 million in 1804, and £6 million in 1806, to £10 million. Expenditure rose from £76 million in 1804 and £106 million in 1806, to more than £120 million in 1808. The burden was all the heavier because exports went down markedly in 1807 and 1808, though bread remained cheap. Yet England kept a stout heart as she watched the continent rallying to Napoleon, for she was persuaded that his success would be short-lived. Europe closed to England, 1807 to 1808. Napoleon had come back to Paris on July 27, 1807. He was officially given the title of Grand, like Louis XIV after the Peace of Nijmegen, and on August 15 there were brilliant festivities in honor of L'Agloire and the Grande Armée. It looked for a short while as if there would certainly be peace on the continent, and general peace would surely follow before long. Napoleon himself had remarked that the achievements of Tilsit would settle the destinies of the whole world. And so these festivities were genuinely popular, and Napoleon once more became for a time the national leader. The creation of the Kingdom of Westphalia was officially announced on August 18, and soon afterwards Jerome's marriage to Catherine of Württemberg was celebrated. Then in September and October Napoleon held court at Fontainebleau. As he had done after Austerlitz, he now resumed the work of administration, carrying out a purge of the judiciary in 1807, and organizing the Universite in 1808. Particularly striking was his increasingly marked taste for personal despotism and his preference for the aristocracy. On August 19, 1807 he abolished the tribunate, and on the 9th he had in effect dismissed Talleyrand by decorating him with the title of Vice-Grand Elector, condemning his venality, and probably being unable to forgive his tacit disapproval. In October 1805 Talleyrand had presumed to advise a conciliatory line towards Austria, wishing to console her for the loss of Italy and Germany at the expense of Turkey. This policy has often since been praised, but was in fact chimerical, for Austria would have taken anything offered to her without for a moment forgetting her deeply felt losses. At Warsaw, Talleyrand had shown contempt for the Poles, and after Friedland he said, in complimenting the victor, that he was particularly delighted with this triumph because he was certain that it would be his last. Napoleon could no longer put up with a servant who showed such independence, and replaced him by Champagny, who was never more than a good clerk, though, most unfortunately, as it turned out, he continued constantly to consult his ex-minister. At the same time he continued to organize the new aristocracy, distributing 11 million in rents to the military chiefs, re-establishing entails, and finally constituting in 1808 a fully fledged imperial nobility. At the same time he began to adopt a sharper attitude towards foreigners. In October 1807 there was scene after scene at Fontainebleau as he stormed at the envoys of Etruria, Bremen, and Portugal. If Portugal does not do what I want, the House of Braganza will no longer be on the throne in 2 months' time. There was no need for these threats, for his plans were already drawn up, but he was showing himself less and less capable of self-control. Napoleon has not only ceased to recognize any limits, wrote Metternich, he has completely thrown off the mask. Now that he has made an agreement with Russia, Champagny admitted, he is no longer afraid of anyone. The world had now become a keyboard on which he could play whatever tune fancy brought into his head. To begin with, the alliance lived up to expectations. True, Alexander was in no hurry to break with England, and allowed Budberg to receive Wilson, an amateur diplomat who came in as an intermediary. Canning did not positively turn down the possibility of mediation, reckoning that the Tsar had only entered into alliance with France to get himself out of an awkward position. In fact, Alexander wanted to seek shelter for Seniavin's squadron which had remained in the Mediterranean, and was afraid of exposing Kronstadt to a sudden attack. The bombardment of Copenhagen cut the knot, Budberg was replaced by Rumiantsev, and on October 31 Russia declared war. Prussia was forced to follow her example on December 1, while privately making excuses and getting her ambassador Jacobi to agree with Canning to maintain communications through François d'Ivernois. As far as Austria was concerned, Napoleon did just condescend to express his satisfaction at her behavior during the recent war, but he no longer offered her an alliance, and on October 16 put her under an obligation to range herself against England. Starhemberg in London and Merfeldt in St. Petersburg protested in vain. The swift denouement of Tilsit had terrified the authorities in Vienna, and there were suspicions of a projected partitioning of Turkey in which the Austrians wanted to have a share. In Paris, Metternich expressed agreement with Stadion and sketched out the line of action he was to follow later on when Chancellor. The only possible course was to wait for the great day when Europe will be able to put an end to a state of affairs that is essentially precarious, because it is contrary to nature and to civilization. On January 1, 1808 Starhemberg, acting under peremptory orders, was forced to hand Canning a note that was badly received, and Austria duly declared war, though privately expressing her regrets. Denmark had signed an alliance with France on October 30, but Sweden proved obstinate till Stralsund and Rügen fell. On January 16, 1808 Alexander sent her an ultimatum and on February 21 invaded Finland, while Denmark also opened hostilities. Meanwhile, Napoleon had gone to Milan and Venice on November 16 in order to arrange his Italian affairs. He was displeased with the behavior of the Queen of Etruria, who had been regent since Louis I's death in 1803. She, like her husband, had shown entire submission to the Church, to which she had given complete liberty, declaring the property of the clergy inalienable, and handing over the censorship to the bishops. In addition, she had turned a blind eye to English dealings in contraband. By agreement with Spain she was dethroned, and given the northern part of Portugal. Napoleon annexed Tuscany to the empire and on May 24, 1808 turned it into a grand duchy, as a government general, for the benefit of Elisa. At the same time he annexed Parma and Piacenza. With Eugene as his intermediary, he tried in vain to force the Pope to submit. In November 1807 he occupied the Marches and on April 2, 1808 joined them to the Kingdom of Italy. Meales had entered Rome on February 2. As Turkey was still friendly and Junot had taken Lisbon on November 30, 1807, the Continental Federation seemed on the point of complete success. As it progressed, the blockade became more and more of a real threat. Up to the end of the war, the Berlin Decree had scarcely modified its range in any way. There had previously been confiscations of English merchandise in Germany and in the Hanseatic cities, but when he was short of money, Napoleon would give it back for an appropriate payment and it would return to circulation, so that the act of seizure became a kind of fiscal expedient. As the troops advanced in Poland, contraband dealings had grown, and Holstein, and in particular the port of Tunning, provided English depots instead of Hamburg. It soon became known that a little money would procure the connivance of a good many French officers, consuls, and even customs officials, since Bourrienne and Brune had set a bad example in Hamburg. Moreover, French businessmen were alarmed to see the blockade turning into a weapon of war to the extent of closing Germany, Poland, and Russia to trade and provoking a severe industrial crisis. In order to be able to import and export at their convenience, they would have liked to go on leaving neutral ships completely free. The Berlin Decree declared that they would no longer be received if they came directly from England or her colonies. But they could always claim that they had merely called in there, and as there was no threat of confiscation, they ran no risk in continuing to come to France as before. In that case, the Berlin Decree would lose all meaning. Its ambiguous terms proved that Napoleon, when he made it, was still hesitating between the needs of national production and the requirements of war. The uncertainty continued for more than a year. In order to spare the Americans, he assured them that the blockade did not apply to the high seas, and as late as August 26, 1807, the Danes were dispensed from observing it. In July he had considered whether there might not be a case for granting neutrals a license to trade with French ports as previously, on condition that they re-exported an amount equivalent in value to their imports. This solution, which was to be taken up again in 1809, would once more have emphasized the mercantile character of the blockade. Although the alliance of Tilsit had some effect, the course of events proved contrary. The plan was abandoned. The Decree of Fontainebleau, October 13, 1807, and the First Decree of Milan, which renewed its terms on November 23, reinforced the Berlin Decree. They declared that colonial goods and a number of products were to be considered by their nature English, unless they could show a certificate of origin, and in particular that any ships having touched in at England must be confiscated, together with the entire cargo. The Orders in Council, which had increased the subservience of the neutrals for the benefit of England, decided the Emperor to take this decisive step. The Second Decree of Milan, December 17, 1807, laid down that any neutral vessel submitting to the English requirements would be considered denationalist, and would be deemed British property. It would therefore be a lawful prize, not only in the ports, but also on the high seas. There was thus a reversion to the position in 1798. As the neutrals could not escape the English, the empire became closed to them, and the blockade changed from a mercantile device to an instrument of war. Since the continent rallied to the French cause, the blockade had a considerable effect. The troops had been sent back to Germany and the seizure of ships had been handed over to the customs officers who could call for armed assistance when necessary. Austria moreover was closing the Adriatic. Although the Baltic remained open, it could only be for contraband traffic, except in Sweden. English exports underwent a serious decline. Their customs value fell from £33.5 million in 1806 to £30.4 in 1808, and the declared value from £40.8 to £35.2. This success had a tonic effect on Napoleon's spirits. From this moment onwards his desire to perfect the blockade began to urge him to further annexations, until it finally became merged with the spirit of conquest in 1811. Peace on the continent being now assured, Napoleon was thinking of resuming the war at sea. In Italy, he directed Joseph to prepare to attack Sicily, and told Ganteaume to leave Toulon and join this operation, after having replenished the food supplies of the Ionian Islands, which the French had seized together with Cattaro in August 1807. Renier drove out the English from Reggio, but Ganteaume was only able to carry out the second part of his assignment. More and more orders went out to Decrès. Naval construction forged ahead on every hand, and on May 28, 1808 Napoleon calculated that he would soon be at the head of 77 French ships, 54 foreign ones and 300,000 men grouped at various places along the coast, from Texel to Taranto. "It seems to me," he wrote, "that this represents a chessboard which, without asking too much of fortune or too great skill from our sailors, ought to lead to great results." But he did not have time enough to threaten England at sea or at home, for the Continental Federation began to crumble before it had even received the finishing touches. The first miscalculations came from the East. Napoleon's policy was bound to go wrong from the moment of his alliance with Russia, since Turkey and Persia had only made advances to him in order to keep in line with her. Mustafa IV having agreed to French mediation, Guilleminot arranged an armistice at Slobodji on August 24, 1807, on October 21 Alexander rejected it on a variety of pretexts, but in reality he wanted to keep the principalities, and the Sultan thought that Napoleon was in agreement. For the present, however, war did not break out again in Europe, but fighting continued in Asia, where the Russians defeated the Pasha of Erzurum. The English used this to increase their influence in Constantinople to such good effect that Napoleon finally recalled Sebastiani in April 1808. Before long, new revolutions in Turkey completed the estrangement from France. The Baraktar undertook to restore Sultan Selim to power, but Mustafa IV just had time to put the latter to death before he himself was overthrown on July 28, 1808 in favor of his brother, Mahmud II. In November the Janissaries rose once again and massacred the Baraktar. Mahmud, who had caused Mustafa to be strangled, was the last representative of the dynasty, and, as such, his life was spared. On January 5, 1809 he made peace with England. Events followed much the same course in Persia. Garden contrived an armistice, while Colonel Lefebvre set about organizing an army. But here too Alexander refused to relinquish his conquests and was soon besieging Yerevan. The Shah deserted France and Malcolm reappeared in Tehran. The Tsar's attitude, moreover, showed that he intended to be left a free hand in the East, and this was a serious symptom, for Napoleon had already determined to allow nothing of the kind. All the same, there was worse to follow. He had taken it into his head to annex the Iberian Peninsula to the Grand Empire, and it proceeded to put up an unexpected resistance whose endless repercussions brought disaster to the achievement of Tilsit. Affairs in Portugal and Spain, 1807 to 1808. Napoleon had been watching Portugal since the establishment of the consulate. Almost all its trading was done with England, which had predominant business interests and large capital investments in it, especially in the vineyards. Portugal was one of the chief bases for contraband and an outpost for the British fleet, and she could not break with London without being completely ruined, for more than a third of her income was from the customs, and her corn had to come to her by sea. In short, she was in effect an English colony, as British imperialism fully appreciated, which brought in a great deal and cost nothing. Even at Tilsit, Napoleon had decided to conquer her, and on July 29, as soon as he got back to Paris, he took steps to form an expeditionary corps at Bordeaux. Aranjo refused to stop the English ships and confiscate their goods. The most he would do was to close his ports and declare war, reckoning no doubt that he would only have to make a pretense of hostilities. But Canning refused to join in this farce, and the rupture took place. On October 12 Napoleon set Junot's forces in motion. But to reach Portugal, it was necessary to cross Spain. So from the very beginning the schemes concerning this country had been dovetailed with Napoleon's Spanish policy. In 1805 Godoy had insinuated that he would gladly carve out a principality for himself in Portugal, and on May 24, 1806 he put his request into writing. But on each occasion war broke off negotiations, and he became so disillusioned that he turned against the French alliance. The loss of Buenos Aires on June 27, 1806 seemed to be a prelude to the loss of the whole of South America, and roused strong feelings in Spain. It induced Godoy to offer to make peace with England, but the English required him to join the coalition, as the Russians and Prussians also advised. Godoy hesitated. If he did not enter into a tacit agreement with Prussia, as he has been accused of doing, he at any rate addressed a proclamation to Spaniards on October 5, 1806 announcing that they would arm. The statement was ambiguously worded, and Napoleon pretended to believe that it was a question of coming to his help, but it was certainly something he did not forget. After Jena, Godoy hastened to break with Russia, joined the blockade on February 19, 1807 and sent the Marquis de la Romana to Germany with 8,000 men, who reached Hamburg at the beginning of August. And now at last he was eager to join in the plan for a war against Portugal. By the Treaty of Fontainebleau, October 27, 1807, this country was to be divided into three parts, the north for the Queen of Etruria, the south for Godoy, the center, with Lisbon, being reserved by Napoleon, either because he wanted to hold this port until the peace, or because it formed part of his Spanish schemes. Spain appeared to Napoleon to be badly governed, and did not provide him with all he considered she should be able to supply. For a long time he had thought Spain needed regeneration, an opinion widely held in his entourage where, with Murat in the fore, there was no lack of candidates for this task, who hoped to find Spain a land even more richly flowing with milk and honey than Portugal. Talleyrand, for his part, was strongly in favor of extreme measures. There was, however, no urgency about acquiring Spain, since it was already part of the continental system, and there can be little doubt that it was his recent triumphs that impelled Napoleon to action and stimulated still further his urge for power. Nevertheless, we can only conjecture how his mind worked, and it is only possible to suggest in a tentative manner the two solutions between which he seems to have hesitated. It was in fact the divisions in the royal family that came to his assistance. Even as he was signing the Treaty of Fontainebleau, he already held in his hands the threads of an intrigue that gave a glimpse of one possible solution. The Prince of Asturias was a persistent enemy of Godoy, for he suspected him of intending to usurp the crown on the death of Charles IV. His friends, the Duc del Infantado and Canon Escoicas, his former tutor, conceived the plan of marrying him to a French princess and so making certain of the emperor's support. Napoleon's ambassador, who was a Beauharnais, probably saw the chance of advancing the family fortunes by putting forward a cousin of Josephine's as a suitor for the Spanish throne, and took it upon himself to get in touch with Escoicas. Champagny, learning of this possibility, and clearly acting on his master's orders, asked for a letter from Ferdinand, who produced it on October 11. As Napoleon's protégé, he could be used as a tool, and would perhaps have had to cede Spanish provinces as far as the Ebro in exchange for Lisbon. At all events, a scheme put forward by the Spanish agent Izquierdo on February 29, 1808 mentioned the possibility of this annexation. Meanwhile, Junot was advancing by forced marches over appalling roads, in terrible weather. As usual, he had set out with no provisions or transport. Spain was expected to provide everything, but in fact provided very little, and the army soon began to straggle. Fortunately, Portugal offered no resistance, and 3 Spanish columns joined in the invasion along the Douro, south of the Tagus and in the Algarve. On October 22 the regent made an agreement with the English authorizing them to occupy Madeira and arranging for the transport of the royal family to Brazil. The vast contents of the British depots were shipped to safety. Seigneuvin's fleet, which had put into Lisbon, was escorted to England, and on 29 November the Portuguese court sailed overseas. On the 30th Junot entered Lisbon. He imposed on the country an indemnity of 100 million francs, and dispatched to France the remnants of the Portuguese army, some 8,000 to 9,000 men. The peculiarly risky situation occupied by Junot had given Napoleon an excuse for his progressive occupation of Spain. On October 12 he had ordered a new corps to be formed, and in November Dupont brought it along to occupy Old Castile. In January it was followed by another under Moncey at Burgos, and eventually by a third, organized by Mouton. At this point a second solution of the Spanish question had become possible. At the end of October Godoy had discovered and denounced Ferdinand's intrigue, and had put him in prison. The prince complained to Napoleon, who swore vociferously and barefacedly denied all complicity. Charles IV and Godoy were appalled, and hastened to withdraw. They released Ferdinand, his friends being acquitted and sent into exile, but from that point onwards the emperor seems to have admitted that the heir presumptive might be declared incapable of coming to the throne. On December 2 he spoke to Joseph at Venice, and though he asked Lucien to send his daughter Charlotte to Paris, there is nothing to prove that it was to marry her to Ferdinand. On January 12 he ordered some leaflets to be drawn up on the subject of the Escurial plot and the indignity suffered by Ferdinand, but they were never distributed. Meanwhile the French troops were steadily advancing. In February they seized Pamplona and San Sebastian. Duhesme was now bringing up a corps from the eastern Pyrenees to enter Catalonia and take possession of Barcelona and Figueras. At the beginning of March Bessières came and took command at Burgos, and Murat, now put in command of the army of Spain, proceeded to march upon Madrid, which he entered on the 23rd. It would seem that in March Napoleon was again inclining towards the first solution. But once more events in Spain cut short the debate. Godoy was uneasy, and had recalled to Andalusia the corps operating in Portugal south of the Tagus. There was widespread alarm at the progress of the French armies, and it was suggested that the king's favorite meant to escape to Cadiz with the royal family and there embark with them to America. In the night of March 17, 1808 an insurrection broke out at Aranjuez. The troops deserted, Godoy was thrown into prison, and on the 19th the king abdicated. Napoleon learned of the rising on the 26th and decided at once to leave for Bayonne. On the 27th he heard that Charles IV had abdicated, and he mentally saw the throne as good as vacant. That same day he offered it to Louis, which is the first positive indication we have about his views. He left Paris on April 2 and reached Bayonne by the 15th. Charles IV, however, had complained to Murat of the violence done to him, and Napoleon had invited him to come and see him. He also gave directions that Ferdinand should be sent to him, and the latter did not dare resist. On May 2 Madrid, stirred up by these departures, rose against the French. Murat suppressed the rebellion harshly, and Napoleon paid no heed to this ominous sign for the future. The Spaniards are just like the other nations, he said, they will be only too pleased to accept the imperial constitutions. Charles IV claimed the throne for his son, and then on May 5 handed it over to the emperor. The Prince of Asturias was thoroughly frightened and capitulated, and the whole royal family were sent to Talleyrand's chateau at Valenque. When Louis and Jerome refused the offer of this crown, Napoleon conferred it authoritatively on Joseph, while the kingdom of Naples went to Murat, who was thoroughly disappointed. He had passed on to the emperor the desire expressed by some liberals for a constitution, but it seems that Napoleon showed no interest, being preoccupied particularly with administrative reforms. All the same, he complied with the request. A junta elected by 3 groups of electors sorted into 3 classes sat at Bayonne from June 15 to July 7, though only 91 members out of 150 had responded to the appeal. Spain was given a constitution like that of the vassal states, except that all attempts to secularize the state were abandoned. Roman Catholicism remained the only lawful faith, and the Inquisition was not abolished. In deference to the susceptibilities of public opinion, there was nothing to indicate that Spain was becoming a vassal state, and her financial contributions were not increased. On July 20 Joseph made his solemn entry into Madrid. But he only resided there for 11 days, for his kingdom was already in revolt. The Spanish insurrection, 1808. Certain elements of the Neapolitan insurrection crop up again in the affairs of Spain. Yet the subjects of Charles IV had a more dynamic loyalty to the dynasty, and although the particularist spirit had a different kind of strength from its counterpart in France, there was no lack of a strong national spirit as well. Among the common people, however, there was as yet nothing to distinguish it from hatred of the foreigner and religious fanaticism, which had such strong roots in the struggle against the Moors. This spirit was encouraged by the physical nature of the country and by the backwardness of its economy, and was deliberately fostered by the clergy who had prevented the minds of Spaniards from making contact with European thought. Hatred of foreigners was at this time particularly directed against the heretical English and against the French, so long enemies and now oppressive allies, denounced ever since 1789 as instruments of the devil. But in order to provide a popular incentive to insurrection, foreigners must be sufficiently numerous to be an obvious menace to everyone, and it is clearly in this sense that the French invasion proved decisive. Yet the revolt began more especially in the provinces untouched by French influence, Asturias, Galicia, and Andalusia. There was thus a need to explain to the people what was happening elsewhere, and call them to arms, and this was done, not by the authorities, who generally adopted a submissive or hesitant attitude, but by the nobles and the clergy. The nobles displayed a more refined and passionate national sentiment than the common people. As a class, they were cut off from power, and despised Godoy as a mannerless parvenu. They were therefore only too delighted to seize the chance of resuming authority. Distrustful of any reforms the French might suggest, some of them dreamed of a monarchy after the English pattern, while others had no intention of renouncing their social supremacy. If the middle classes had been powerful and imbued with the new ideas, the movement might perhaps have been opposed, for except in Cadiz it had little strength and was ill-informed. Apart from the maritime provinces and Catalonia, where the economic and social structure was democratic, Spain remained a country of large properties where the great ones had only to lift a finger in order to call out the peasants who were in bondage to them. Moreover, the Spanish ascribed all their country's misfortunes to Godoy. This was the reason for Ferdinand's brief moment of popularity, and if only Napoleon had used him as a screen in order to get rid of the favorite, he would have met with little resistance. But when it was possible to represent the invader as in league with the hated minister, it was not difficult to carry the common folk in the towns along with the peasants. It is only surprising that the revolt should have been directed in the first place against the representatives of the central power, several of whom were massacred. In Napoleon's eyes, the clergy was responsible for playing a leading part in the uprising, an insurrection of monks, he called it. This verdict has been disputed because a certain number of bishops and priests figured among the junta at Bayonne, men like Cardinal de Bourbon, Archbishop of Toledo. Yet a few exceptions among the higher clergy prove nothing, for there were 60,000 secular and 100,000 regular clergy in Spain, and it was they, in close touch with the people, and not their leaders, who instilled the spirit of revolt. As in the Vendée and elsewhere, preaching and the confessional served to produce a mood of overwrought fanaticism which showed itself in miracles, and it is not hard to understand the exasperation of the clergy at the thought of a secularist state and at Napoleon's rupture with the Pope. There are, however, certain indications that some at least of the leaders directed the propaganda and were not slow to work out a plan of organized resistance. Cardinal d'Esping y d'Aceto, formerly Archbishop of Seville, wrote from Rome on June 30, 1808 to the Archbishop of Granada, "You must be well aware that we cannot recognize as our king someone who is a Freemason, a heretic and a Lutheran, as are all the Bonapartes and all the French nation." Foreseeing that he might be forced to leave the Holy City, he added, "I shall try to come to Spain, so as to carry out our plan." What was this plan? We can get some inkling of it when we see the same Archbishop of Granada, the Assistant Bishop of Seville and the Bishop of Santander taking a leading part in the insurrectionary juntas, and when we note that circulars were sent to the bishops with a request to distribute them as widely as possible. Some of them were intercepted, such as the following: "Once they have mastered our country, they will introduce all kinds of strange cults and abolish the true one. They will force you all to become soldiers in order to carry out their plan of conquering Europe and the whole world. To arms, then. Go forward in the name of God, His Immaculate Mother and Saint Joseph her blessed spouse, and you will certainly win the victory." The insurrection did not break out at once, there was almost a month between the departure of Charles IV and the first rising. It began at Oviedo, where the Asturias estates, urged on by the Marquis of Santa Cruz, declared war against Napoleon. On June 6 the Seville junta did likewise. The movement then spread like a train of gunpowder. Often enough the risings were accompanied by murder and pillage. At Valencia, for example, Canon Calvo directed the massacre of 338 French subjects. Soon there were 17 revolutionary juntas in existence, principally in the northwest, the south and Aragon. These were completely inexperienced committees, consumed by personal rivalries, and jealous of their independence. The bands of men were without any military value, and in the provinces possessing militias, such as Asturias and Catalonia, there was nothing like a unanimous response to the appeal or willingness to fight a regular war. But the insurrection was nonetheless formidable on two particular counts. First, because Spain, unlike Portugal, had an army of some importance, concentrated more especially in Galicia and Andalusia, so that these two provinces naturally took the lead. The Galician junta assumed command over its counterparts in Asturias, and more still in Leon and Old Castile. The Seville junta claimed central power as the supreme junta of Spain and the Indies, and as early as June 15 laid hands upon the French fleet in Cadiz. In the second place, Canning avoided the mistake made by Pitt in the Vendée. By May 30 the Asturian representatives were in London, and by June 12 he had promised them help. True, he gave a less warm welcome to the other juntas who immediately flocked to see him, because he was mistrustful of their sectional interests and wanted to unite them into one single authority. He knew that the Spanish would not welcome an English army, but, having a free hand in Portugal, and knowing that Junot was cut off from France by the insurrection, he decided to make the most of these advantages. An expedition was sent to Spain, and there was nothing to stop them in the last resort from marching on Madrid. It was then that the command of the seas secured by the English victory at Trafalgar showed its full worth. England accordingly decided to take advantage of it and carry the struggle onto the continent, where it would eventually have to be decided. On June 1, 1808 the French army numbered 117,000 men, and it took in a further 44,000 up till August 14. This was too small a force for the conquest of Spain. Besides, it was far from being the equal of the Grande Army, which had remained in Germany, seeing that it had been improvised with the help of temporary regiments, conscripts, together with miscellaneous elements such as seamen, Paris National Guards and more especially foreigners, Hanoverians and other Germans, Swiss, Italians and Poles, who for the first time constituted an important part of the effective strength. The command was also distinctly second-rate, and material preparations, as always, more or less non-existent, and that in a country incapable of providing the resources usually presumed to be available on the spot. The geographical conditions, moreover, were once again unfavorable to Napoleon's methods. Nevertheless, this army was conveniently massed and had nothing to fear in set battle. It was the emperor who brought disaster upon it by despising the rebels and so dispersing it in order to occupy all the provinces at the same time. In the northwest, the French took possession of Santander, Valladolid, and Bilbao. The Galician army, commanded by Blake, 30,000 strong, advanced against them, but was routed by besiegers on July 14 at Medina del Rio Seco. In Aragon, Palafox, who was famous as a leader but in fact very second-rate, was hurled back beyond Tudela, and Verdier besieged Saragossa, carrying part of it by assault at the beginning of August. But in Catalonia Duhesme had to raise the siege of Gerona and found himself hemmed into Barcelona, while Montse, reaching Valencia without any siege equipment, had to retire towards the Tagus. The war at once assumed a fearful character, the Spanish torturing or massacring their prisoners, the French, wild with rage and hunger, burning the villages by way of reprisal and putting the inhabitants to the sword. But these were minor difficulties compared with the terrible reverses which began to show up the hazards of the whole adventure. Dupont had been told to move to Toledo, and on the emperor's order left it on May 24 with a single division to go and occupy Cadiz. Arriving in Andalusia, he forced the passage of the Guadalquivir at Alcalia on June 7 and took Córdoba, which was plundered and sacked. He soon found out, however, that Castanos had 30,000 regulars lined up against him, reinforced by at least 10,000 insurgents, so he withdrew on the 19th to Andújar to wait for reinforcements. Vidal's division debouched from the Despinaperos Pass and covered it by taking up a position at Bailén, and then, after being replaced by Gaubert's division, joined up with Dupont. Andújar, some 27 kilometers from Bailén, was a bad defensive position, and there was a risk of Dupont's being attacked and surrounded, but his only thought was to resume the offensive. He probably despised his adversary, and was longing to bring off a great success that would earn him the marshal's baton he had deserved at Friedland, but which had gone instead to Victor. Castanos carried out a clever maneuver. He pinned down Dupont by a feigned attack and dispatched Reding against Mengíbar. Gaubert was killed, and his division fell back towards the pass. Nevertheless Reding, considering his position too risky, recrossed the river, and Vidal, leaving Dupont, came and reoccupied Bailén on July 17. So far nothing had proved disastrous, but then Vidal also fell back upon the pass, and Dupont, who was to have followed him closely, delayed his departure till the evening of the 18th. Reding and Coupigny were able to re-enter Bailén with 18,000 men, so that when Dupont attempted to force the passage with not many more than 9,000 soldiers on the morning of the 19th, he was unsuccessful and, being wounded, began to sue for terms. Meanwhile Vidal, who had retraced his steps at the sound of gunfire, was on the point of taking the enemy in the rear, but his commander-in-chief, having once given his word, refused to renew the fight, and ordered Vidal to cease fire. On the 22nd Dupont signed an agreement which included Vidal, who was weak enough to come and surrender his forces, though he had in fact managed to withdraw them. There was no question of capitulation, the Andalusian army was to be repatriated by sea, and Dupont's decision was in itself no more blameworthy than the one taken by Junot shortly afterwards, without ever incurring any reproaches from Napoleon. But the Seville junta refused to recognize the agreement, and the unfortunate prisoners were interned in the small island of Cabrera, where they were deliberately allowed to die of hunger. The emperor dealt very hardly with their commander. He overwhelmed him with insults, as he did Villeneuve, cashiered him and kept him in prison till 1814. Attempts have sometimes been made to minimize Dupont's responsibility to an excessive degree. Undoubtedly, he made mistakes, yet it remains true that the disaster was primarily due to Napoleon's rashness. The hard treatment meted out to the defeated general would be bound to call forth sympathy if he had pleaded his cause with dignity, instead of seeking revenge by violently espousing the cause of the Bourbons in 1814. Meanwhile, Junot was confronted with the rising of the Portuguese, who followed their neighbors' example. The Spanish division at Oporto rallied the forces of Galicia, and the French were obliged to concentrate in the neighborhood of Lisbon. Nevertheless, they retained Almeida and Elvas, and the guerrilla bands proved no match for them. And then suddenly, on August 1, Wellesley, the brother of the Marquis and the future Lord Wellington, landed at the mouth of the Mondego with more than 13,000 men, who were then joined by 7,000 Portuguese. As Delaborde had not succeeded in stopping him at Rolica, Junot decided to attack at Vimeiro on August 21 with no more than 9,500 men. He too was unsuccessful, and on August 30 he signed the Convention of Sintra with Sir Hugh Dalrymple, who had just taken command of the Allied army. It was agreed that the French army in Portugal, more than 25,000 men, should be transported back to France, together with the Portuguese who had become involved on its side. This arrangement has been defended from the English point of view, for it surrendered Lisbon without a blow and opened the way for a march on Madrid, but it was severely criticized at the time, for Junot's corps returned and took part in the 1808 campaign. The Sintra affair made less commotion than Bailén because it was said that the victory in the former case had been won by a regular army. On the other hand, the disaster to DuPont caused a sensation in Europe. It was seen as proof that the French were not invincible, and came as an encouragement to all their enemies. Forgetting that the victors had also been regular troops, people celebrated the event as a triumph for the popular movement of insurrection. On June 15, Sheridan, speaking in the name of the Whigs who had long been supporters of the French Revolution, greeted the Spanish Revolt as a movement inspired by the genuine principles of the French Revolution, principles which they had later violated in order to give themselves over to oppression, but which they now saw being used against themselves. But the aristocracy of Europe was not fooled. No doubt, the Spanish insurrection was popular, and as such even filled the nobles with a secret distrust, but it had in fact been instigated and managed by them and the clergy, and was actually defending the ancien regime along with the nation, showing how the ruling classes can use popular patriotism to further their own private interests. Since they had not so far succeeded in achieving victory for their own cause, the aristocrats of every country took good care not to point out the ambiguity, but were delighted to welcome this heaven-sent help. Napoleon felt the shock, and to make good the damage and re-establish his own prestige, he decided to take the Grande Armée to Spain. But from now onwards, who would there be to hold back Prussia and Austria? Under the arrangements made at Tilsit, the task fell upon the Tsar, and this was going to be his testing time. The beginnings of the Franco-Russian alliance and the interview at Erfurt, 1808. When he returned to St. Petersburg, Alexander had found the aristocracy solidly opposed to the French alliance. Savary had been appointed ambassador, and the part he had played in the affair of the Duc d'Enghien was used as a pretext to bar all doors against him. The nobility did not wish to rub shoulders with the revolution, and were afraid of the blockade, which might well leave them with corn and timber on their hands. Caulaincourt, who succeeded Savary in December, mollified them somewhat by his luxury, but did nothing to disarm their suspicions. The Russian ambassadors were of the same opinion. In Vienna, Razumovsky was entirely Austrian in sympathy, Alopusz had been altogether on the Prussian side in Berlin, and was all for England in London. Count Tolstoy, who had been sent to Paris, was among the sworn enemies of France, and set about organizing treason and espionage. He joined forces with Metternich, finding his worldly connections and love affairs with Pauline and the Duchesse d'Abrance highly useful as sources of secret information. But Alexander appeared to be quite unmoved. He was affable to Savary and more than affable to Caulaincourt. His internal policy became liberal once again, in speech, at any rate, as though French influence were bringing him back to the plans he had announced in former years. Since 1805 the Committee of Friends had dispersed, but Speransky was clearly gaining influence with the Tsar and putting one plan after another before him. Nevertheless, if he seemed well disposed towards the French alliance, it was only because he hoped to reap advantages from it. In Paris, Tolstoy was relentlessly demanding the evacuation of Russia in order to deprive France of a military base against his country. Rumyantsev at St. Petersburg, though he was well disposed to Napoleon, was nonetheless insistent on retaining the principalities. Not without some regret did Alexander feel himself to be in the same shoes as Prussia, and wished that he had not weakened his position in the east by giving up the Adriatic. He let his agents go their own way, each one pursuing his particular personal policy. The evacuation of Prussia had been fixed in principle for October 1, 1808, and on July 22 Napoleon, being in need of money, commissioned Deru to arrange for the payment of the indemnity as soon as possible. First of all a reckoning had to be made of the sums paid by the different provinces, as well as of the requisitions. It was agreed to deduct 44 million and pay a balance in cash of 154 million. In actual fact, the Prussians had provided for more, 50 million was their claim. But Napoleon would only take into account the regular requisitions carried out through the stewards and refused to allow the king to count the mortgage credits he had arranged for him in Poland, some 4 million thaler or more. How was Prussia to manage payment? Her budget showed a deficit, her paper money had lost 20% in value and was left to take its course, being no longer exchangeable except at a market rate, and Niebuhr had negotiated an unsuccessful loan in Holland. The simplest course seemed to sell the royal lands in the territories left to Frederick William, which were said to bring in about 31/3 million thaler. In spite of Darrow's objections, Napoleon appeared disposed to accept the property, but that would have amounted to creating a kind of French state within the Kingdom of Prussia, which the king could not make up his mind to allow. When October 1 arrived, the emperor declared that in the meanwhile he would continue to take the proceeds of taxation, and Darrow gave notice on November 7 that Prussia would have to pay over 100 million as the first year's installment. Then the affair proceeded to drag on because Russia was still occupying the Danube principalities, and Napoleon from this time onwards preferred to hold on to Prussia as a kind of security. Prince William, the king's brother, came to Paris in January 1808 to offer an alliance in return for a reduction in the indemnity and immediate evacuation of Prussia, and Alexander and Tolstoy hastened to give him their support. But their intervention was declined on the ground that they had not signed the Convention of July 12, 1807, and were not in a position to take over Prussia's debts. In August 1808 the question still awaited a solution. The Eastern question was thornier still. As the memory of Friedland gradually faded, Alexander became increasingly convinced that he had given far more than he had received in return, and since he had broken with England he thought he had a right to some compensation. After rejecting the armistice of Slobodji, he asked on November 18 to be allowed to keep the principalities. But he little knew Napoleon if he imagined that this was how he viewed their alliance, more especially as the emperor's case was legally speaking quite unassailable. According to the terms of Tilsit, the Tsar was bound to evacuate the principalities unconditionally, but it was a question of the old familiar tune. Napoleon was not unwilling to let Alexander have what he wanted on a give-and-take basis. In that case, he would help himself to Silesia. But for Alexander a fresh dismemberment of Prussia was out of the question, and he felt thoroughly disappointed. The emperor sensed the danger, and it was to gain time that he wrote him the famous letter of February 2, 1808, suggesting the possibility of dividing up the Ottoman Empire and sending an expedition to India by way of Persia and Afghanistan. Alexander once again came under the spell of Tilsit, and from March 2 to March 12 Rumiantsev and Caulaincourt discussed the dismemberment of Turkey. Russia would advance as far as the Balkans, Austria would take Serbia and Bosnia, and France Egypt and Syria. But when they came to discuss Constantinople and the Straits, they could not agree. If Russia took the Bosporus, Caulaincourt claimed the Dardanelles, to which Rumiantsev replied that that would be giving with one hand and taking away with the other. In the end, they sent all the papers to Napoleon, and on May 31 he proposed to the Tsar that they should meet in order to settle the whole question. Alexander accepted, but the meeting had to wait till Napoleon came back from Bayonne. Meanwhile the Russians, having occupied Finland, were not at all satisfied with the French attitude in that direction. Bernadotte, La Romana, and the Danes could easily have brought Sweden to heel by landing in Scania, southern Sweden, yet they made no move. The Swedes resumed the offensive, repulsed their enemies, and reoccupied Gotland and the Åland Islands. To crown it all, Aloysius transmitted to Paris, on behalf of Canning, an offer to negotiate under the Tsar's mediation on the basis of uti possidetis. Napoleon did not refuse, and this attempt, although it was not followed up, no doubt produced the effect Canning had intended. Alexander suspected his ally of possible desertion, and took offense. Thus by July 1808 Napoleon had extracted from the alliance all the advantages he had counted on, and had given nothing in exchange, though he had not asked for anything beyond the terms of the treaty. But Napoleon now needed Alexander to restrain the German powers in the absence of the Grande Armée, and therefore grew more demanding. Almost overnight he granted what he had hitherto been obstinately refusing, and announced to the Tsar that he was going to evacuate Prussia and leave him the principalities. Alexander agreed to an interview at Erfurt on September 27, but he did not come to it as one seeking favors, for the Grande Armée could not depart for Spain without leaving Prussia. He was well aware that he was in a position where he could dictate his own terms. The concessions being now granted to him were ones he had already claimed as his due. They could neither dispel the bitterness of the past nor justify new obligations. Besides, the evacuation of Prussia came about in a manner quite different from what he had hoped for. Napoleon kept the taxes levied since October 1 and fixed a lump sum of 140 million. Needing liquid assets for his Spanish expedition, he accepted the bills drawn up by Prussian merchants and the Pfandbrief, bonds secured on the royal lands and endorsed by the mortgage banks of the different provinces, hoping to be able to discount both of them. Though he recalled his army, he kept 3 fortresses on the Oder and subjected Prussia to new humiliations. She had to agree to limit her effective forces to 42,000 men and enter into an alliance against Austria. Champagne only succeeded in getting the agreement signed on September 8 by showing some intercepted letters indicating that Stein, who had become the head of the Prussian government, was preparing to attack France. Napoleon was the first to arrive at Erfurt on September 27. He had brought all his court with him, and assembled all his vassals. Alexander was received with great magnificence, and there was a performance by Talma before an audience of kings. His guest was perhaps less flattered than envious at seeing so much splendor. At all events, he did not allow himself to be dazzled. If we are to believe Metternich, Talleyrand boasted that he had put Alexander on his guard, suggesting to him that Russia had no interest in supporting Napoleon against Austria and in helping him to increase his power. Russia should, on the contrary, seek to restrain him, and this would pay France, as well as the rest of Europe. France is civilized, but her sovereign is not. When the emperor sounded his ally as to the possibility of a marriage with his sister, Grand Duchess Anne, Talleyrand advised Alexander to steer clear of such a course. Moreover, he persuaded his friend Caulaincourt to represent himself to Alexander as a kind of mediator between the two sovereigns, which could only harm his own sovereign's cause. Talleyrand's perfidy is beyond doubt, and he was not long in reaping his reward, thanks to the good offices of Caulaincourt, in the shape of a marriage between his nephew and the Duchesse de Dino, a daughter of the Duchess of Courland. But if he did actually use the language attributed to him by Metternich, he exaggerated her merits in order to raise her in Austrian esteem. Alexander, pressed by Caulaincourt to intervene with Vienna and persuade Stadion to suspend his rearmament, had already declared that he would restrict himself to giving advice. Napoleon was not only prepared to allow Alexander to annex the principalities, he offered as a further concession to evacuate the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. But the Tsar still refused to threaten Austria. In fact, Metternich, acting on Talleyrand's information, became convinced that Russia was no longer capable of being turned against her. Once again, we must not jump to the conclusion that Napoleon had allowed himself to be duped. Erfurt, like Tilsit, was only a means to an end. It was a matter of gaining enough time to crush the Spaniards and bring the Grande Armée back onto the Danube. He might reasonably believe that the agreement on October 12 would assure peace till the following summer, and that was all he asked. That same day the Grande Armée was brought back behind the Elbe and for the moment dissolved. Davout remained alone in Germany with 2 corps constituting the new Rhine army. On November 1 Prussia, whose debt had been reduced at the Tsar's instance to 120 million, paid off 50 million of this in the form of commercial bills payable at the rate of 4 million a month, and covered the rest by state bonds until such time as those of the mortgage banks should be issued. In accordance with the recent Franco-Russian agreement, Rumyantsev went to Paris to try to renew the discussion with England. This effort was bound to fail. Canning could not possibly admit that on the basis of UTI Posididis Portugal and Spain should belong to Napoleon. It would at least be necessary for him to have conquered them. Napoleon in Spain, November 1808 to January 1809. In spite of his brother's orders to hold on firmly to Burgos and Tudela, Joseph had fallen back behind the Ebro. Moreover, he had scattered the 65,000 men he possessed, apart from those in Catalonia, from the Bay of Biscay to Aragon. It had not taken him long to see himself as another Charles V or Philip II. He signed himself I, the king, and refused to award Bessières the Order of the Golden Fleece. He considers himself every inch a king, said Napoleon when he came to see him. When Jourdan had been sent to assist him on August 22, he began to work out strategic schemes. The army, Napoleon wrote to him, looks as though it was being run by post office inspectors. But the Spaniards failed to take advantage of these favorable circumstances. They did not reach Madrid from Valencia till August 13, and Castanos not till the 23rd, and then only with a single division. This was because the juntas, who were thoroughly ineffective and commanded little obedience, were primarily interested in their own provinces and wrangled among themselves. Galicia watched Asturias reasserting its independence and Cuesta, the general in command of Old Castile, defying their authority. In Seville, Count de Tilly proposed that the army should not leave Andalusia, and others that the junta of Granada should be forcibly subjugated. Pretenders to the regency were plentiful. From Sicily there came a son of Ferdinand IV, accompanied by the Duc d'Orleans, who had made it up with the legitimate princes, but the English refused to let him land. At the suggestion of the junta of Murcia, whose leading spirit was Florida Blanca, a central junta was in the end set up, composed of 35 delegates from the provincial juntas, mostly nobles and priests. They met at Aranjuez on September 25 but were soon lost in discussions about protocol or constitutional matters. A majority gathered round Jovellanos showed sympathy for the English system, while Florida Blanca remained faithful to an enlightened despotism. A ministry was formed, but in order not to offend the generals, no commander-in-chief was appointed, and as they were under a minister of war whose hands were tied by a council, they did very much what they pleased. Recruiting was not given much attention, and the regions directly administered by the central junta, Leon and Old Castile, raised the smallest number of men, less than 12,000 by October. England had sent 120,000 rifles, cargoes of equipment and 5 million in coin, but a large part of these supplies was left unused in the ports. In Lisbon, Dalrymple had re-established the regency nominated by Prince John, but it was almost completely inactive. The regular troops were recalled to the colours, yet out of 32,000, only 13,000 had rifles by the end of November and none of them saw fighting before 1809. The Ordnanza, General Levy, was only armed with pikes and did not do anything but spread disorder. The only organised force was the English army of 20,000 men commanded by Sir John Moore. But it only got underway in October, and it was not till the end of this month that Baird landed another body of 13,000 men at Corunna. When Napoleon reached Vitoria on November 5 he found himself confronted by two chief Spanish forces spread out from the Bay of Biscay to Saragossa. These were the Army of Galicia, under Blake, near the sources of the Ebro, and the Army of the Centre, under Castanos, towards Tudela. Between them, Galuzzo was approaching from Estremadura and making for the Douro with some 12,000 men. Moore's army was advancing in two widely separated columns, and was only just reaching the frontier. Baird had scarcely got underway at all. Confronted with Napoleon's army of infinitely superior quality, the Allies seemed doomed to disaster. All the same, the Emperor had to maneuver with caution, since he only had 120,000 men at hand, Mortiers and Junot's corps being well in the rear. In the center, Soult overthrew Galuzzo and took Burgos and Valladolid, from which points Napoleon counted on being able to sweep down on the two wings, one after the other. But before he arrived Lefebvre and Victor had become prematurely engaged with Blake and had driven him back far enough to put him out of reach. Yet through failure to keep in touch with one another, owing to their mutual jealousy, they only partially checked him at Espinosa on 10 and November 11. Operations were therefore directed against Castanos, who was beaten by Lons coming down the Ebro, at Tudela on the 29th, while Ney worked his way up the Douro in order to cut off his retreat. But these movements were badly synchronized, Ney being unable to arrive in time to fit in with Lons's premature attack. Castanos's very experienced army succeeded in escaping towards Cuenca by way of Calatayud. Napoleon marched on Madrid, and on the 30th, at the Somosierra Pass, an enemy division, under fire from sharpshooters and charged by a mere squadron of Polish light horse, fled in panic. The capital was occupied on December 4 and its approaches cleared. Lefebvre thrust Galuzzo back beyond the Tagus and Victor routed the Central Army at Uccle. Taking up his quarters at Camartin, on the outskirts of Madrid, Napoleon issued a whole series of decrees for the reorganization of Spain without consulting Joseph. He abolished the Inquisition, reduced the number of convents and seized their property. Meanwhile, however, Sir John Moore was completing his concentration north of Salamanca and joining up with La Romana, who had escaped from Denmark, come back to Asturias and taken over command. Suddenly adopting a very bold policy, the English general was marching towards Soult, who was covering Burgos, in order to cut the French communications. Napoleon was late in getting information of this move, but dispatched Ney's corps towards Salamanca and Astorga on December 20 through the snowstorms of the Sierra de Guadarrama to take him in the rear. On the 24th Moore hurriedly began to retreat, and managed to escape because he was so feebly pursued by Soult. On January 3, 1809, at Astorga, Napoleon relinquished command. Soult gave battle at Lugo on the 7th, then at Corunna on the 15th and 16th, but not incisively enough to prevent the English from re-embarking. Lens meanwhile had gone to join Moncey in front of Saragossa, which was heroically defended by Palafox. It took a whole month to break through the fortifications and another month to take the houses by assault. When the struggle came to an end in February 1809, 108,000 Spaniards had lost their lives, 48,000 of them from disease. In a country where the distances, the winter, and the difficulty of communications all told against him, and where the inhabitants only gave information to his enemies, Napoleon was very far from having disposed of them. If only he had succeeded in destroying Sir John Moore's army, the English government would have had considerable difficulty in getting parliamentary support for another one, and in any case it would have taken a long time to get a fresh force ready. Moore, being mortally wounded himself, had to blow up his magazines and sacrifice a great many men, but the bulk of the army escaped, and was soon to be back in Portugal. Nevertheless, if Napoleon had been able to stay longer in Spain, he would soon have reached Lisbon and Cadiz. But on January 17, 1809 he left Valladolid for Paris. It was now certain that Austria would attack in the spring. So Spain still remained to be conquered, and Napoleon never ceased to feel the load of this task which he had so unnecessarily assumed in a spirit of pure display. After bringing about an English intervention, it produced the same result in Austria and led to the rupture of the Franco-Russian alliance. From now onwards, Napoleon needed two armies. The proportion of recruits rose, and spoiled the army's cohesion. Not daring to ask France for an adequate number of conscripts, he fell back upon an increasing proportion of foreigners, and the quality of both armies began to suffer. 2. The War of 1809. The War of 1809 was the natural result of the rising in Spain. The departure of the Grande Army awakened new hopes in Austria, and spurred her on to new adventures. The example of Spain roused the Germans to a state of romantic excitement which hastened the crisis. Napoleon was taken by surprise and was compelled to raise a new army that won its victories with difficulty. The victory of Wagram seemed for the moment to restore the continental system, but the Franco-Russian alliance, proving unequal to this new attack on the empire, stood inexorably condemned. The awakening of Germany. Since the early years of the century, German thought had been more and more given over to a romantic mysticism. Goethe, serene and impassive as ever, remained true to himself, although Schiller's death in 1805 had left him cruelly isolated. With the Jena and Berlin friends scattered, and Novalis dead, Heidelberg now became the center where Grenzer, the expounder of mythologies, gathered round him the chief leaders of the second generation in the Romantic movement, men like Clemens Brentano, the son of a Rhineland merchant of Italian origin, H. M. von Arnim, a Prussian junker, and Bettina, sister of the former and wife of the latter, together with La Montfouque, who was descended from French refugees. After teaching at Koblenz, Gors finally joined them, and they were in touch with Tieck, with the brothers Boisseri, who were trying to revive the study of medieval art in Cologne, and with Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, librarians at Kassel. The vogue of this school was of advantage to Schelling, who was increasingly absorbed in a mystical symbolism against which Fichte was having some difficulty in defending his reputation. Not till 1806 did Hegel approach the completion of his phenomenology of mind. The Romantics were rapidly being impelled by a return to the past, and sometimes by their own interests, towards the traditional religions and the counter-revolution. Schleiermacher had taken up his duties as a pastor once again. Adam Müller and Friedrich Schlegel became Catholics, in 1805 and 1808 respectively. There was general praise of the good old days, which they painted in quite imaginary colors, when the people lived happy lives under the fatherly authority of the aristocracy. Even Fichte, whom they despised for his intellectualism, and who had broken off relations with them, did not escape their influence. As early as 1804, in the third edition of The Science of Knowing, he brought back, above the level of the ego, an absolute which demanded effort, thus withdrawing the unconditional autonomy of the self. In his Characteristics of the Present Age, he distinguished certain periods in human history which he called, in sermon-like fashion, the age of innocence, the beginning of sin and the age of total sinfulness, this last characterizing man's present condition, given over to an unrestrained individualism from which it was necessary to rescue him in order to secure his salvation. True, he was still a Democrat and a Republican, but having studied Machiavelli, he was temperamentally inclined to admire the heroic and conquering state and turn away in distaste from the merely utilitarian ideals of the Enlightenment. With an increasingly pessimistic and authoritarian outlook, he was more and more looking to the state to compel men, who were decidedly evil by nature, to conform to reason and to the science of knowing. In itself, German Romanticism as defined by August Schlegel in his Berlin lectures from 1801 to 1804, gave a powerful stimulus to a cultural patriotism. He denounced classical art as the apotheosis of the artificial, while Romanticism, the natural expression of the Germanic genius, was entirely spontaneous, from which he drew the conclusion that German civilization led the world. But the Heidelberg Romantics, making a concrete study of their country's past literary history, exercised a far more rapid influence. Poets as they were, they cared little for strict method, but applied themselves to an enthusiastic and inquisitive examination of legends and popular tales which they translated and adapted. Tieck had led the way in 1803, and in 1805 and 1808, Brentano and Arnhem published their famous collection, Den Wunderhorn. Gors followed in their footsteps, and in 1807 collected a certain number of tales taken from the Tüchen Volksbücher. The Minsinger was rescued from oblivion, the Nibelungenlied was translated, and Sigurd was discovered by La Montfouque. It was in this sense that Stein could write, it was Heidelberg that chiefly kindled the German flame which later swept the French out of our country. At this deeper level, national feeling thus remained cultural rather than political, but there was more than one latent sign of a hidden development at work. The re-establishment of despotism in France filled the liberals with irritation and despair. Posselt committed suicide not long after Moreau's condemnation, Schleybrendorf and Reichardt began to write against Napoleon, and Beethoven removed the name of Bonaparte from the score of the Eroica Symphony. All these men had a grudge against France for having, as they thought, disavowed the principles of 1789, and they declared the French nation to be vicious and frivolous. In 1804 Herder's cosmopolitan outlook was for the moment obscured by a fit of nationalism, causing him to dedicate an ode to Germania. Nor were the Prussians alone in being stirred by the Austrian defeats and the disappearance of the Holy Roman Empire. In 1805 Arndt, in the first part of his Geist der Zeit, adopted a tone of undisguised hostility to France. The state, which had so far been distasteful to German thinkers as an organ of restraint, now began to take on a certain value in their eyes as a protector of the community and an educator of the individual. In 1802, in another of his books, Germanie und Europa, Arndt had declared that natural frontiers and access to the sea were necessary for the free development of a people, and as early as 1800 Fichte, describing a socialist society which would assure freedom and equality to all, thought this would only be possible in a closed state that was self-supporting, a state to which he consequently gave the right to a sufficiently large and varied extent of territory to provide for all its needs. In 1805 he was also inclined to look to the state to rescue man from a condition of sin. Nevertheless, it needed the catastrophe of 1806 and the French occupation to precipitate and generalize this development. Not that this was any sudden or universal movement. After Jena, as well as before it, there were still admirers of Napoleon, like Buchholz in Berlin. Johannes von Müller became Jerome's minister, the University of Leipzig named a constellation after the victor. Goethe had an interview with him at the same time as the Erfurt conversations. Hegel, who had caught a glimpse of him at Jena, called him the soul of the world, and even in 1809, when he was professor at Nuremberg, he advised the Bavarians to adopt the civil code. Nonetheless, it is clear that certain of the intellectual leaders in the German nation began to change their tone as from 1807, either in aggressive praise of the superiority of German culture, or in proclaiming their loyalty to local rulers, and there were certain symptoms to show that among the mass of the people, particularly in Prussia, apathy was being succeeded by irritation and hostility. Some of these manifestations are well known, such as Schleiermacher's sermons at Halle and Berlin, which ended by rousing distrust of the French authorities, or the publication by Arnhem of the Zeitung für Einsiedler in 1808, and, above all, the addresses to the German nation given by Fichte in Berlin in the year 1807. It was natural enough for Prussia's misfortunes to find a special echo in the outlook of men who were specially linked to it by birth or career. Simultaneously, however, Germans in the north, in Dresden and in Vienna, began implanting a romanticism and a national pride that were fast becoming inseparable. In the spring of 1806 Adam Müller, who was Prussian in origin, a convert to Catholicism and a friend of Jens, who had successfully managed to find him a place in the Austrian administration, began a series of lectures on the principles that ensure the life and the continuity of states. Together with Kleist, he published in 1807 a review entitled Phoebus, intended to foster German art and science, and in Vienna, August Schlegel, after a long spell at Coppet as the tutor of Madame de Stael's son, followed her in her wanderings through Germany, and was authorized to begin a course in literature in which he took an even more incisive line than in Berlin. Soon Romanticism found a home in Caroline Pickler's salon, and a center from which it could spread. Everywhere these literary figures now began to enter into close relations with the champions of warlike action. Obliged as they were to tread delicately where foreigners were concerned and beware of governmental suspicions, they could not exactly summon their audience to take up arms, but had to go on stressing more particularly the original characteristics and the superiority of Germanic culture. Fichte more especially took up and developed Schlegel's theme, that each people shows its inner soul through an art that is its own particular and specific expression, but that of all nations, the Germans were privileged to possess a language which had developed by a continuous progress from its earliest beginnings, an Ursprache, which had never undergone any serious contamination. Thus its essential character and the forms expressing it constituted a harmonious whole. The Romance languages, on the other hand, were the mere debris of a dead language, and English nothing but a hybrid dialect, while the genres and the rules of classical French literature had been borrowed from antiquity. The Latin and Anglo-Saxon peoples, Fichte maintained, not having created their means of expression, therefore had to translate their thought by artificial methods which stifled its life and spontaneity, whereas German literature, being the only truly original one, was supreme in the spiritual realm, and its culture was a message from God to the human race. The pretensions of the Holy Roman Empire to universal dominion, and more especially the oppression suffered by millions among the Baltic and Slavonic peoples, were already making Germans look upon themselves as a master race, and Fichte's addresses, with the mystical justification of national pride which had intoxicated their spirits since the time of Luther, were to become part of the gospel of Pan-Germanism. As far as the conception of the state was concerned, Adam Müller, though less emotional, was perhaps more novel in outlook. For Fichte still considered the state as a fitting instrument for ensuring individual progress. Once the French were expelled, his nation would have the same right to bring about a democratic and republican revolution. Müller, on the other hand, as a true romantic, regarded the state as a being in its own right, pursuing specific ends to which the individual destiny must be subordinated. Speaking to an aristocratic audience, he would defend both the independence of Germany and feudal society against any newfangled ideas. Expressed by word of mouth, these doctrines must, to start with, have exercised a fairly limited influence, and even in print, their spread can only have been gradual. Yet it is possible that they proved a stimulus to Masonic lodges and secret societies, and so spread more rapidly than might have been expected at first sight. In any case, their immediate importance has been exaggerated through a failure to take sufficient account of the economic and social consequences of the French conquest, which imbued all classes with a direct hatred of the foreigner, without there being necessarily any assistance of an ideological kind. Among writers themselves, there was still the steady fear of seeing French supplant German once again as the language of literature, and so reducing the field of professional activity. Who knows, wrote Kleist, whether in 100 years' time there will still be anyone in the country who speaks German. Except in East Prussia, the war damage had not been very great, but the contributions and requisitioning seemed a crushing load, and military occupation, with all its excesses, abuses, and manifold burdens, such as beleading, transport and work on fortifications, was an even greater source of annoyance. In this respect, Napoleon's methods of warfare had unexpected repercussions from the moment when hostilities seemed in danger of lasting forever, as in 1807. All the same, his financial policy and the political upheavals were probably even more important in their consequences. In the countries under his authority he levied war contributions just as he did in enemy countries, and neither Jerome nor Murat was spared. In order to put them in a position to provide troops, he restored their finances by cutting down debt, suspending the payment of dividends and pensions, and dismissing a number of officials and officers without any compensation. Prussia, face to face with bankruptcy, had to do likewise, and at any rate in her case, with the army being reduced and so many provinces taken away from her, there seemed to be little prospect for the future. The wretched state of the people was partly the reason for the rising in Hesse in December 1806 and for the sporadic attacks on French troops in Pomerania and Prussia. But more widespread causes were to be found in the impoverishment of the nobles and the middle classes, the exasperation felt by officers and officials who had lost their posts, and the unrest among the youth of the universities who were seeking employment. All these sufferings and passionate feelings became focused in a national sentiment that seemed both to justify and to ennoble them. These then were the social elements most likely to provide leaders for resistance, and it was among them that the Tugendbund, for instance, came into being. Founded at Königsberg in April 1808, it had 25 lodges by 1809 and more than 700 members. Its authority was not confined to Prussia, for we know that Karl Müller made contact with the Patriots in Leipzig. It was in fact a society for the promotion of civic virtues, and aimed at keeping a watch upon the agents of the state and its citizens, and at punishing any who should cooperate with the enemy. Despite the approval given to it by the king, his ministers looked upon it as a rival authority, and Stein deplored the reappearance of a holy Vema.1. There is every reason to believe that this society was eventually destined to become the nucleus of a popular uprising against Napoleon. The idea of a mass insurrection had its roots in the ferment of Romanticism, in the literary idealization of the primitive German warrior under the command of Hermann in the middle of primeval forests, defying the Roman legions who were the instruments of despotism, and in the revolt of William Tell and the German Swiss, which Schiller's masterpiece had added to the national heritage in 1805. It drew sustenance too from the recent history of France, recalling on the one hand the example of the Vendée, and on the other the volunteers of the Committee of Public Safety. But it was the revolt in Spain that was principally responsible for raising excitement to fever pitch. From July 1808 onwards newspapers, pamphlets, and speeches vied with one another in its praise, with the tacit approval of the various governments. Its complex origins enabled it to win the approval of all parties. The aristocrats saw the Spaniards as faithful subjects, the democrats as free men rising up against their oppressors, and the statesmen as good citizens who had hastened to the assistance of the regular army. Nevertheless, a mass uprising was inevitably associated with the ideas spread by the revolution. In appealing to the people to take part in public life, it was also an inducement to claim in return for their military services to their country the civil and political rights that properly belonged to them. It seemed to be the symbol of the new power that would be acquired by the state if it abolished privilege and set free the energies of the individual man. It borrowed from Napoleon, the revolutionary leader, some of his own weapons and used them back against him. This was why in the end the aristocracy and the governments of the Ancien regime refused to make an open appeal to the masses. And so in the history of the German national movement, Austria and Prussia would once again be found in opposing camps. From the very beginning, patriots turned to one or to the other, according to their origin, their career, and their religion, but also according to their political leanings. Austria, with its Catholic tradition, stifled all intellectual life, and obscurantism stood in the way of any hopes of reform or popular movement. Prussia, on the other hand, had always prided herself on allowing a certain freedom of thought and had recently raised to power a certain number of men drawn from all parts of Germany who were open to Western influences and determined to modernize both government and society. Yet it was Austria that provided the romantic ferment with its man of action in the person of Stadion, while in Prussia the leaders of the patriotic party were in the end disowned by the king. The eminently dramatic crisis of 1809 is thus a proof of the demoralizing effect of this dual and contradictory strain in the German outlook. Prussia. The old Prussia was led by a bureaucracy, and its army by the nobility. In any other country, the catastrophe of 1806, which was thought to be impossible in Prussia, might have produced a revolution. True, Napoleon would not have permitted it, for he knew the simplest way to exploit a conquered country was to preserve its traditional framework. Because they lacked a powerful middle class, the Prussians were unable to rebel. The reforming party was recruited from the higher bureaucracy itself, and had the assistance of a small number of nobles and cultivated bourgeois. But the unique feature was that these aristocrats, who were both conservative and liberal in outlook, were intelligent enough to realize the need for revitalizing the state, and had the necessary moral strength to impose their views. Although the creation of modern Prussia took a long time, extending right through the 19th century, these men did at least make a beginning. Immediately after Tilsit, Frederick William III was reinstated in Königsberg. A commission was appointed to purge the army command under Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, who gradually enlisted the help of Grallmann, Gautzen, and Boyen. Another commission was appointed to carry out a special reorganization of East Prussia in collaboration with Schroeder, its president. It included Schahn, Niebuhr, and Altenstein. By July 10 Stein had been recalled on Napoleon's own advice, probably because he had been told of the good impression he had made on the French in passing through Berlin on his withdrawal to the Rhine provinces after his dismissal. He reached Königsberg on September 30, armed with a scheme for reform drawn up by him in the course of the summer, the famous Nassau Memorandum. A certain number of these reformers, such as Schahn, Schroeder, Clausewitz, and Boyen, were Prussian-born, but the most famous of them came from other parts of Germany, men like Grallmann, the son of a Westphalian magistrate, Gautzen, a Franconian count, Scharnhorst, a native of Hanover, Gneisenau, from Saxony, Stein, who belonged to the Rhineland Ritterschaft. Some of them were of humble origin. Scharnhorst's father was a non-commissioned officer, and Gneisenau, though the son of an officer, had had a haphazard upbringing. Prussia, which was less set in its ways, and had been disorganized by the shocks of 1806, began to act as a focus for the national energies of Germany. These men differed greatly in origin and in temperament, and it is not surprising that there is not complete agreement about the spirit that inspired them and their work. Some would see in them no more than men who carried on the traditions of enlightened despotism in Prussia, but their will to create a nation by associating the common people with their schemes of regeneration clearly shows that such a classification is far too narrow for them. It must not be forgotten that the Junkers were strongly opposed to them, and that the king himself was not at all in their favor. Others have seen them rather as the representatives of Germany's moral and religious culture, intent on linking up their reforms with the nation's past, but though they clearly betray the influence of philosophical idealism and romanticism, it is nonetheless true that some features of their schemes are more naturally explained by Western influences. No one, it is true, would deny the influence of England, which has already been discussed, nor can it be questioned that Stein had read Montesquieu and had probably known the physiocrats, as well as the projects of Turgot and Dupont de Nemours. On the other hand, the influence of the revolution is a debatable point. This at any rate must be conceded, that there were men in Prussia who were fairly familiar with it. Frey, director of police at Königsberg, who prepared the municipal regulations in 1808, had certainly studied the laws of the Constituent Assembly, and Rediger, the Silesian noble who submitted to Stein a scheme for a constitution, was well versed in Sieyes' writings. Gneisenau seems to have had the best grasp of the use that might be made of French experience. What infinite powers lie dormant at the heart of the nation, quite undeveloped and unused. While an empire lies mouldering in powerless shame, there is perhaps some Caesar guiding the plough in a wretched village, and some Epaminondas who is eking out a living from the work of his hands. It is, however, generally agreed that however much attention they paid to England and France, they never dreamed of borrowing the English parliamentary system or the French spirit of equality which was the essence of the revolution. In a modern Prussia as they conceived it, the middle classes and the peasants were to be associated with the life of the state, but power was to remain with the king. Castes were to disappear, but the social authority of the Junkers would remain. This was an original scheme of things, halfway between the Western countries and the monarchies of the Ancien Regime, though much more akin to the latter than to the former. The task confronting the government in Königsberg was not an enviable one. While the discussions with Darrow were going on concerning the indemnity, attention was being given to the restoration of the devastated villages, and the question of agrarian reform necessarily came to the fore. The cost of rebuilding the farms fell upon the seigneurs. It was they who had to reconstitute the livestock, provide the peasants with seed and even supply them with food in hard times like these. The seigneurs themselves were extremely hard-pressed, and it had been necessary to grant them an indult or moratorium on their mortgage debts. In their eyes, the simplest course was to join the devastated peasant holdings onto their own gut, their own property, and reduce the holders to the state of day laborers. The law forbade eviction and demanded the abolition of the Bauernschutz, too, but it offered nothing in exchange, and left the peasant as a mere untertan, subject. But the government officials did not view the matter in this light. Steeped in the lessons learned from Smith and Young, they declared themselves, Schön in particular, in favor of large-scale cultivation, and had no objection to the abolition of the Bauernschutz, but it was a first principle of liberal economy to abolish the feudal system. Although the monarchy had allowed individual bourgeois to acquire land and had gone a long way to abolishing serfdom on its own crown lands, together with the transformation of tenant into owner, it had never yet dared question the Junkers' monopoly of the landed property, or interfere in the internal affairs of the manor. But now it seized the opportunity, and this is the cardinal importance of the 1807 reforms. On the one hand, the government abolished Untertanigkeit in exchange for the suppression of Bauernschutz, on the other, it authorized the middle classes and the peasants to acquire land. The nobles were freed from their caste restrictions, and allowed in return to enter professions that had hitherto been reserved for the middle classes, and also gave the peasants the same rights. A start was made in replacing the various castes by stand, classes based upon wealth and profession. The East Prussian Landtag gave way, and the reforms were decided upon in principle in August 1807. Altenstein's advice was to extend it throughout the royal dominions, without waiting for the approval of the other Landtage. Napoleon reorganized society on French principles in the Grand Duchy of Warsaw and in the Kingdom of Westphalia, and this example was not without its influence, for it was likely to provoke discontent and lead to emigration. Stein only arrived on September 30 and was thus not the initiator of the reforms. They were not even mentioned in his Nassau Memorandum. He did not favor capitalism, and it should be noted that as far as the peasants were concerned, he had not set them free on his own lands. His role was to support Altenstein and make certain reservations about the outright abolition of the Bauernschutz, the regulation of it being postponed till later. The order was signed on October 9, 1807. Instead of a general law to regulate the Bauernschutz, provincial edicts were substituted. These appeared between 1808 and 1810, and represented in effect a compromise. The new holdings, that is to say, those established between 1752 and 1774 according to the respective regions, were given over to eviction. The old ones could only be joined to the gut if the new units constituted farms whose total extent was equivalent to all the holdings that had disappeared, but of course much larger than any single one of them. The royal lands kept their more advanced position as compared with the private manors. On October 28, 1807 Frederick William III abolished Unterreinigkeit in them, which was hardly of any importance except in Silesia, and on July 27, 1808 he extended to East Prussia the arrangements previously promulgated by edict in the other provinces concerning the making over of properties to tenants, in return for compensation payment and the compulsory redemption of the feudal dues. There are good grounds for believing that some 30,000 peasants in this province thus became landowners. The order of 1807 and those which completed it produced a chorus of praise in Germany and England, some of which can be rightly discounted. The motives behind these measures were primarily fiscal and economic, and the essential results told in favor of the state and the Junkers. The terms of the settlement ensured the treasury a considerable gain. By conceding ownership of property to the peasants, the king got rid of his customary obligations to them and abolished their common rights on his own lands, chiefly in the forests, which profited greatly by this step. In the private manors, the concessions made to the peasants were chiefly of a legal kind. As from 1810 Untertanigkeit was to be abolished, though it was never really defined. Henceforward it would appear that peasants might leave the glebe, have freedom to marry and withdraw their children from the Gesandtdienst. 3. But a measure of uncertainty hung over many of the other obligations, which worked to their disadvantage. The feudal dues and forced labor rights continued in their entirety, and tenure remained just as precarious as before. The seigneur kept the right to administer justice, which made him the administrator of the village and gave him power over all police arrangements and the infliction of penalties, even of corporal punishment. In so far as there was real progress, it was more than offset for a good many peasants by the evictions which turned them into mere daily wage earners. On the royal lands, the cost of redemption and the wretched conditions of those times obliged many of them to sell their land, and allow the concentration of land in the hands of big owners to go forward. No one even thought of allowing them to benefit by mortgage loans, though these were readily available to the middle classes. Apart from the monopoly in land ownership, the nobles retained all their other privileges. These reforms worked out in favor of the regrouping of land, the disappearance of the customary rights, and so the dissolution of the rural community. Economic liberty would likewise have called for big reforms in industry and commerce. In East Prussia, Stein did carry out a few such reforms. He abolished several corporations and the lords' milling dues, and proclaimed equality of status as between town and country, thus making it possible for peasants to buy and sell on the spot. This last reform had a very serious effect on the receipts from the excise, which was chiefly levied in the towns, and made a reform of taxation seem probable. Stein did in fact show a marked preference for taxation of income. As East Prussia had contracted a debt in order to pay a war contribution, he induced the Landtag to vote an income tax, the first of its kind, but it remained exceptional, and was not extended to the rest of the kingdom. Stein's personal efforts were chiefly directed to reorganizing the bureaucracy, whose power he wished to reduce by linking representatives of the nation with it. He was authoritarian, quick, and sometimes surly in manner, and had insisted upon dismissing two favorites, Lombard and Boehme, and placing Scharnhorst at the head of the military cabinet which became part of the Ministry of War in 1809. Moreover, he planned a reorganization of the central government under 5 strictly specialized ministries, and the creation of a council of ministers. In fact, however, he could not get the better of the clique. The King of Prussia's civil and military cabinets still held the real power. He also planned to set up a national consultative Landtag. When he had to get approval in East Prussia for the Einkommenssteuer income tax and for mortgage bonds on behalf of Napoleon, he changed the constitution of the Landtag by increasing the number of middle-class representatives, admitting representatives of the peasants elected on a property qualification basis, and introducing individual voting. His national Landtag would have been constituted by orders, with individual voting at any rate in financial matters, and there would have been popular representation, to the advantage of the rich. But in the other provinces, there was no reform of the Landtag, and the national Landtag never came into existence. The administrative reforms were promulgated after his fall, on December 26, 1808. They did not do more than join together in the provincial subdivisions the powers of the old Kammer courts on the royal lands and the Regierung administration, which remained collegiate in structure, while taking away from the latter all that remained of its judicial functions. At the head of the province was the Oberpräsident governor, formerly a customary office, but now made an official appointment. In the Regierung, there were representatives of the nobles associated with the officials, but it was soon obvious that they would not be able to work together. Stein's purpose had been to keep the bureaucracy and at the same time imitate the English justices of the peace, but he met with no success. In order not to have to borrow the Napoleonic prefect, he kept the collegiate principle, without seeing that this was against his plan of giving more drive and initiative to the administration. Only in the towns did his order of November 19, 1808 produce significant and enduring results. Without excluding local features, he laid down the broad lines to be followed by all the cities. They were given an elective municipal assembly and a magistrature whose members were appointed by the latter, thus restricting, though not altogether abolishing, the supervision exercised by the state. The really new feature was to withdraw elective rights for the assembly from the corporations, and to transfer them to all householders with certain property qualifications, for Germany had never before had anything but a corporative franchise. Even in the English towns, an individual franchise was rare, and in any case the Germans were not very well acquainted with their organization. In spite of all that has been said to the contrary, it remains beyond a doubt that Stein's chief reform was inspired by French models, and this was certainly due in part to his advisor Frey. Stein was only in power a little over a year, and it is therefore not surprising that his ministry should have been more noted for its promise than for its performance. It must even be admitted that the results were not such as to arouse much enthusiasm, and that the reformers' military achievements made a much more substantial contribution to the resurrection of Prussia. These military reforms carried out by Scharnhorst and his assistants had already advanced some way in 1809. The purging and reorganization of the command had already been carried through, the independent company had disappeared, and the infantry was under new regulations which took account of French tactical methods. Yet in spite of all this, the Prussian army was not in a condition to beat Napoleon, as the reformers were well aware. Up to July 1808 they had no thought of anything but an evacuation. In January Scharnhorst was working in concert with Stein on a scheme by which Prince William should, with this end in view, offer a Prussian alliance, or entry into the Confederation of the Rhine. Gneisenau's only objection was that once in the Cyclops cave, the only favor we could hope for would be the privilege of being the last to be devoured. But at the news of the Spanish insurrection and even before learning of the Balen disaster, they completely changed their attitude. As early as July 23, Gotsen was sent to Silesia to get secretly in touch with the Austrians. On August 6 it was decided to call up for 1 month the conscripts whom financial stringency would not allow them to take on a permanent footing, so that it would at any rate be possible to mobilize them in an emergency. These were the famous Krumper, the cavalry reinforcements. In the course of the month, further details of the plan were embodied in a number of memoranda. The idea was to call the whole German nation to arms in order to fight a war to the death. The women and children would be evacuated, the countryside laid waste, and the enemy harassed and encircled by guerrilla bands. Clearly, this was a revolutionary spirit. The princes and nobles who refused to lead the national uprising would be deprived of their rights and dignities, and the king would give his people a constitution. For the first time Germany, as she was to be in the 19th century, began to shape herself in men's thoughts as a political entity over against the foreigner. Austria, no doubt, figured as a possible ally, but also as a separate and distinct power. It was Prussia who would appeal to the German people and take the lead. But there was as yet no idea of Prussia's being more than an instrument, nor of the risks to which her dynasty would be exposed. Nothing shows more vividly the effects of the Spanish Rising and the state of romantic exaltation it produced. As a prudent precaution, Stein consented to hoodwinking Napoleon by means of an alliance till all was in readiness for the decisive move. Is Napoleon the only one who should be allowed to replace law by caprice, and the truth by lies? His secret organizations were not extensive enough to prepare for insurrection, nor did he possess, like Spain, a docile clergy largely made up of monks. Too many people had to be let into the secret, and he was not sufficiently on his guard against French espionage. 2 of his letters, one of them to Wittgenstein who was taking the waters in Mecklenburg, fell into the hands of Napoleon. The Prussian aristocracy was thoroughly indignant. Oh yes, they wanted to drive out the French, but under the leadership of the king and with the help of the regular army, in concert with the allied princes, while keeping the common people in their traditionally subservient position. They were jealous of the threat to their privileges, and hated the parvenu immigrants, whom they treated as Jacobins. There was a positive chorus of attacks from Vienna, and Frederick William was by no means insensitive to them. He held fast to the Ancien regime and to his autocratic power and made a more prudent estimate of the risks involved, so that he would take no action without the Tsar. In a council held on August 23 he rejected the conspirators' proposals. Alexander, then on his way to Erfurt, had advised him to play for time, and he therefore ratified on September 29 the agreement signed in Paris on the 8th. The patriots had done all they could to dissuade him from this course, and Boyen suggested calling together a national assembly, but his decision was not communicated to them till October. After offering to resign, Stein returned to the attack. On the 28th he outlined a new plan for insurrection, and on November 6 he put before the king a proclamation announcing sweeping reforms in order to rouse public opinion. Meanwhile a third party was forming, men who favored the reforms, such as Hardenberg and Altenstein, but who were concerned to spare the nobility as the state's only bulwark, and who wished, in common with the king, to gain time and avoid any unfortunate adventures. As Stein was against his sovereign's proposed visit to their beloved Alexander, the queen threw him over. He was dismissed on November 24, and on December 15 declared an outlaw of the empire by Napoleon. Altenstein and Dohna took over the reins of power, and the movement for reform began to lose its impetus. Scharnhorst, who stayed in office, was the only one to continue the work. But work on a national scale was postponed to an indefinite future, and the Junkers were triumphant. On November 26 York wrote, "There's one of those madcaps' heads broken, at any rate, the rest of the viper's brood will succumb to its own poison. The safest and wisest course is to wait quietly for the outcome of political events." It would be pure folly to provoke and attack the enemy at one's own peril. Germany will never lend itself to any Sicilian Vespers or Vendean uprising. The Prussian peasant will do nothing unless he is ordered to by his king and has the support of the big battalions. Our situation begins to look distinctly better, both at home and abroad. This optimism enraged the patriots and plunged them into despair. Godson, when negotiating with the Austrians, had spoken angrily of the resistance they were meeting with, and announced that the national movement, when it got underway, would soon see some heads falling. Grauman had followed Stein into exile, and he was not the only one to do so. The dynasty lost prestige, and so did Prussia. For a moment, the attention of Germans was once more concentrated upon Austria, which had awoken to the world of political thought, and Kleist voiced their hopes in uttering the watchword Austria and freedom. Austria. After Austerlitz, the Emperor Francis had changed his ministers and military staff. Archduke Charles once again became commander-in-chief, and on February 10, 1806 resumed the presidency of the Kriegsgerath General Staff. The office of Chancellor was taken by Philip de Stadion, a former ambassador, whose elder brother, Canon Frederick, was representing Austria at Munich. Archdukes Charles and Renier also urged a change in the system of government, but without success. Francis continued to want to be in control of everything. In his cabinet, Baldacci enjoyed the same ascendancy as his predecessor Colordu. He was intelligent, hard-working, and honest, though he was supposed to be the son of a Corsican mercenary, while others said he was a noble's bastard. Stadion, who came from the Mediatist Ritterschaft, was authoritarian, and ambitious to play an important part in affairs. Though well-educated and liberal-minded, he was too much attached to his noble birth to lay a hand on the noble's privileges. He played the enlightened despot, setting up factories, founding schools, and constructing roads, but without making any changes in the structure of the state or society. As a charming, witty, and worldly man who enjoyed life to the full and was extravagant in his ways, he was too light-minded to conceive of great reforms, in fact another Choiseul, rather than a Stein. He did not even succeed in obtaining from Hungary the appropriate subsidies, or the military modifications required. In the 1807 Diet Nagy condemned any idea of intervention in the war and repeated the usual complaints. Acting in his customary way, the emperor postponed any examination of them, and was satisfied with a contingent of 12,000 men and a moderate level of taxation. The only fruitful piece of work, carried out by Archduke Charles, was hindered by a lack of resources, and the chronic deficit meant that the debt rose from 438 million guldens in 1805 to 572 million in 1809, and paper money from 337 to 518 million, till the loss in face value at Augsburg rose from 26% to 67%. In 1806 Count Zichy tried to reduce the issue of money by a forced loan, but the 1807 armaments annulled the effect of this measure, and in August 1808 he was replaced by O'Donnell, who had come to no decision when war suddenly supervened. Inflation had warm champions among the speculators and exporters, and more especially among the partisans of war, who saw no other means of financing a campaign. Stadion had from the start been thinking of another war as a means of building up a reputation, but the lesson of 1805 had been such a stern one that for a long time the war party was powerless. From Paris, Metternich encouraged an attitude of caution, and Stadion was obliged to acquiesce and let the winter of 1807 pass without intervention. The Peace of Tilsit then forced him to join the blockade and break with England. During this lull, some were inclined, under the influence of the Romantic movement which was spreading in Vienna, to point back to the past history of the monarchy and use it to justify the existence of Austria as a European state, a Christian bulwark against the infidel and a missionary of Western civilization among the Magyars and the Slavs. The same arguments were used to support its primacy among the German-speaking peoples. A distinguished protagonist of the movement was the historian Baron Hormayer, director of the State Archives. He had close links with Archduke John, and longed to become a man of action. Another factor in rousing Austria from her torpor was the insurrection in Spain. Stadion kept the public well informed about the tragedy of Bayonne and sang the praises of Ferdinand's faithful subjects. This propaganda at once had an effect on the Magyar nobility. On August 28, 1808, the Diet gave an enthusiastic welcome to the new Empress Maria Louisa d'Este, Francis's third wife, who was crowned Queen of Hungary. The strength of the contingent was raised to 20,000 recruits by abolishing the right of substitution, and the king was granted in advance absolute powers for 3 years in case of war, which would allow him on his own authority to call for an insurrection. Hungarian authors began to attack France. Verségyi, who had formerly translated La Marseillaise, published in 1809 a Magyar loyalty, and Kisfaludy a patriotic address to the Magyar nobles. The Spanish example immediately suggested that the lost provinces, especially the Tyrol, which was discontented under Bavarian administration, might possibly form a valuable rallying point. The departure of the Grande Armée and Talleyrand's speeches at Erfurt finally brought Stadion to a decision. Moreover, Metternich himself thought that the moment had come, for he noted that Napoleon only had one army, and it had just left Germany. Stadion took Talleyrand's word for it that the emperor's position in France was thoroughly shaken. It did not take long to build up a war party again. It was supported by all the archdukes except Charles, and likewise by all the imperial ambassadors. Vienna once more became the headquarters of the European aristocracy. Razumovsky reappeared, along with Pozzo di Borgo, and Madame de Stael had just arrived, accompanied by August Schlegel, who was joined by Frederick, now secretary to Archduke Charles. The emperor was urged on to war by his new wife and by his mother-in-law, who could not reconcile herself to the loss of her Duchy of Modena. He finally gave way in 1808. Charles held out for longer, but in the end had to yield. Another center of action was growing up at Prague, where Stein had taken refuge and where there were plenty of links with the German patriots. The movement won over the middle classes, and the students and the populace in the large towns, thanks to propaganda organized on the advice of Metternich by Stadion and Hormeyer according to the French model. They poured out gazettes and pamphlets, and made use of the theaters and concerts. Gleich wrote patriotic plays and Colin patriotic songs. There were also great ceremonies to celebrate the establishment of the Landwehr militia. Among the students too a certain number of volunteers came forward, including Grillparzer, though he very quickly changed his tune. These appeals to the people could not be allowed to mislead as to the true nature of Stadion's policy. Though he sought to rouse men's spirits, it was strictly within the limits and for the advantage of the Austrian state of the Ancien regime, and it was the Junkers, and not Stein's, approval that he deserved. Nor must we be deceived by Hormeyer's tactics when he received delegations from the Tyrolese, at the beginning of 1809, one of them led by Hofer, who had come to plan a peasant rising with him. It was only a question of carrying through a legitimist movement. If Austria probably reckoned that disturbances would break out in Germany, she was nonetheless opposed to a German nationalist movement, and made no secret of it. The patriots who had looked to her were laboring under an illusion, while she welcomed their good wishes for victory and would have willingly accepted their services. She had no intention of consulting them, reckoning that she would conquer Napoleon in her own strength and then re-establish her own sovereignty as of old in Germany and in Italy. The Austrian army had made undeniable progress under the leadership of Archduke Charles. In the first place, it had built up some reserves by forming in each recruiting zone for the respective regiments 2 battalions who were obliged to put in 3 weeks' training every year. On June 10, 1806 the Landwehr had been established, composed of ex-soldiers and volunteers grouped together in battalions in each district, and commanded by retired officers and notables. At the beginning of 1809 it numbered 152,000 men in Austria and Bohemia, Galicia having been kept on a separate footing. On the other hand, efforts were made to introduce the French methods. The 1807 regulations adopted a battle array with the use of skirmishers, but the infantry did not in fact use it. On September 1, 1808 it was decided to form 9 divisions of Tyrolese chasseurs, 23,000 skirmishers, who proved extremely useful. As the Austrian cavalry had a tendency to scatter its forces, Charles grouped part of them together in independent corps. He also grouped the artillery in regiments. Up till then they had been divided between the infantry battalions, organized a pioneer corps, and improved the services behind the lines by setting up a medical corps, a remount corps and an army post. He reduced by half the regimental baggage trains and lightened the convoys by establishing on-the-spot requisitioning. Finally, in July 1808 the army was in principle divided into corps and given a general headquarters. These improvements, however, needed time and money to produce results. No army corps were created because it would have needed too costly a reconstruction of the garrisons. The troop movements remained unwieldy, because the magazine and convoy arrangements had not been completely given up. Tactics, too, were little improved, because the superior officers were too old and promotion was blocked by incompetence and corruption. But in spite of everything, the Austrians showed up much better in 1809 than in 1805, which was a warning that Napoleon would have done well to heed. Yet what they most decidedly lacked was a real war leader. Archduke Charles had great qualities, such as diligence, prudence, and coolness, but he was more effective in defense than in attack, and too much wedded to traditional strategy which treated war as, in Niebür's phrase, a game of chess, and aimed not at destroying the enemy but merely at conquering a geographical objective, as Clausewitz remarked. And worst of all, he was hesitant. These faults were a matter of temperament. Although he was only 38, his health was not good, and he therefore lacked keenness and initiative. Niebuhr observed that he went to war in a joyless manner. But the Austrians were so confident in themselves that they were not concerned to find allies. They could in fact only count on the English, for Stadion's overtures had not borne any fruit. Even in London, there was a certain reticence. In October Metternich had promised to place 400,000 men in the line in return for £5 million, plus half as much again for the expenses of mobilization. But the English replied, though not till December 24, that this was asking too much. Then King George insisted that Austria should first of all make peace, which she could not do without breaking with Napoleon. Canning conveyed £25,000 in notes to Trieste, but on April 10 he was still demurring and quoting the cost of the war in Spain. The truth of the matter is that the English government was deeply divided. It was no longer a question of debating whether they should act on the continent. On this point there was no objection raised by any minister. The only difficulty was to decide where. Canning wanted to concentrate all available forces in the Iberian Peninsula, while Castlereagh advanced the claims of Holland, and there had even been some talk of Pomerania. These last two diversions would have had the widest possible repercussions, particularly the latter, which might well have produced an extensive rising in Germany and brought Prussia in as well. Castlereagh opted for the Low Countries, the central objective of his European policy. A well-conducted expedition, he held, might take Antwerp by surprise. Through lack of preparation it did in fact prove useless to the Austrians. But like Mack in 1805, Stadion did not wait for support, and this time he could give good reasons for his decision. Napoleon was unprepared, and there were hopes of taking him by surprise. Yet there can scarcely be any doubt that the romantic excitement let loose by Stadion finally swept even him off his feet. The campaign of 1809. For Napoleon, this war, coming at a point when he had not yet finished with the Spanish campaign, was a disaster. The only man who could have prevented it with a single word was Alexander, but the word was not spoken. His experience at Erfurt had taught him that in order to extract advantages from Napoleon you must catch him at a disadvantage, and the Austrian aggression came at precisely the right moment. War was still going on in Finland, and was about to be resumed in Turkey, where Russia would be able to enjoy a free hand. Moreover, Alexander was reverting to his Polish schemes of 1805. In spite of the disgrace of Czartoryski, who had retired to Pahlavi, there was still agitation going on from the Russian party in the Grand Duchy. In the spring of 1809 the Warsaw and Galician nobles came to the Tsar to offer their support if he would promise to re-establish the kingdom. On June 27 he replied that he would never abandon the provinces that had become Russian. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly recreate a Poland by joining the Grand Duchy to Galicia. Clearly, this was to be through his agency and to his advantage, for soon afterwards he was to forbid Napoleon to carry out the same measures. Sentiment, too, may have played its part, for in January 1809 the King and Queen of Prussia had come to St. Petersburg, and that had revived old memories. While advising the ambassador Schwarzenberg to play for time, Alexander is said to have added, "The moment for vengeance will come a little later." It must therefore be concluded that from then onwards a new war between Russia and France was only a matter of time. From Valladolid the emperor sent him one of his officers to suggest that their respective ambassadors should send steady and identical notes ordering diplomatic relations to be broken off unless the reply was satisfactory. Alexander accepted the notes, but would not agree to breaking off relations, insisting moreover that the step should be the object of special diplomatic missions, which postponed its sine die indefinitely. Napoleon was no longer under any illusions. Though he proposed to the Tsar that they should join in guaranteeing the integrity of Austria provided she would disarm, it was only in the vain hope of gaining time and finishing the concentration of his new army before the Archduke should take the offensive. Returning to Paris, he had to confess that the country's morale was not good. He was not seriously troubled by the royalists, but they were not disarming. On August 23, 1806 the Bishop of Vannes had been kidnapped by Lahy Saint-Hilaire, who was not apprehended until 1807. The following year saw the end of the Normandy exploits of Lefebvre, an accomplice of the Vicomte d'Aix. The royalist agency in Jersey kept sending agents to the west, and in 1808 Prigent and 6 others were shot, followed by Armand de Chateaubriand, a cousin of the Vicomte, on February 20, 1809. The Jacobins were still less of a threat, for they were being relentlessly harried by the police. At the end of 1807 they arrested Didier, formerly a juror of the Revolutionary Court. In 1808 a Republican plot, the first since 1801, was denounced to Dubois, the prefect of police, in which Desmallet, formerly an agent of the Committee of Public Safety, General Mallet, the convention members Florent Guyot and Ricord, and the ex-tribune Jacques Mont were implicated. Fouché succeeded, with Cambycheres's agreement, in persuading the emperor that it would be best to hush the matter up. These various attempts had no further repercussions. What alarmed the nation was rather the policy of Napoleon himself. His triumphs never reassured anybody, for they always involved a further installment. "This war must be our last," he had been careful to say on entering the struggle against Russia in 1807. Then he had represented Tilsit as the pledge of peace, yet less than a year later there was the Spanish affair, and this time it was not possible to place the responsibility on Charles IV. "France is sick with anxiety," wrote Lefebvre to the emperor. And there was no less uneasiness among the emperor's servants. Fontanes, as president of the Corps Legislatif, dared to express their feelings on the eve of the 1808 campaign: "You have only to speak, and your hearers are overcome with nameless fears that are compounded of love and hope." In private, Decrès used much more direct terms: "The emperor is mad, completely mad, he'll bring ruin upon himself and upon us all." Since he was running so light-heartedly to perdition, some thought it prudent henceforward to betray him in order to save their own skins, dressing up their villainy as the interest of their country, which it was only right to distinguish from the tyrant's cause. Moreover, if he should be killed or meet with a disaster, a successor would have to be found, but as nothing could be done without foreign approval, the safest course was to offer the powers certain guarantees, and this was Talleyrand's secret. One cannot fail to see the significance of the fact that attempts were made to find a successor to Napoleon during the Spanish expedition and on the eve of the Austrian attack, as at the time of Marengo. In December 1808 Talleyrand became reconciled with Fouché, and it appears that they came to an agreement on the subject of Murat. Rumors spread abroad to this effect. Eugene was said to have intercepted a letter to the King of Naples, and a secretary of Fouché was thought to have let the matter leak out, so that Madame Mir was able to warn her son. It is certain at any rate that Napoleon thought he had been betrayed. He made a terrible scene with Talleyrand and removed him from the office of Grand Chamberlain. Fouché was spared, perhaps in order not to disorganize the police at a dangerous moment, perhaps because after Tilsit he had taken the initiative in proposing a divorce, and had even spoken of it to Josephine. After such an outburst, Napoleon's tolerant attitude seems as surprising as it was ill-advised. Probably he was afraid that if he struck down one of his old accomplices he would alarm others and provoke new plots. But he had either said too much, or not enough. Talleyrand's disgrace, as Molière says, roused a kind of anxiety, all the more widespread because most people did not know its origins, and so no one could therefore feel safe. Yet surrounded as he was by the ci-devant, and dreaming of an alliance with the royal family, how could Napoleon have shot another prince on the score of high treason? With Napoleon absent at the front, his enemies kept on the alert. It was quite possible that there might be an English landing on the French coast, for in April they had damaged the Rochefort squadron in the Isle d'Aix roadstead. In Provence, there was unrest among the royalists and republicans. Barras was in touch with Generals Guidel and Monnier, with the former corsair Charabot and with a merchant who advanced funds. There were suggestions of arranging the escape of Charles IV and Godoy, who were then interned at Marseille. In July Charabot tried to link up with Collingwood, who was cruising off the coast. Napoleon's conflict with the Pope was rousing a seething unrest in Catholic circles, and in the course of the summer, the West gave new cause for anxiety, while there were disturbances in the Sarre and the Aurthe districts. Even the army contained some doubtful elements. We have no information about the Philadelphie's force said to have been under the orders of Colonel Udet, who was killed at Wagram, but in Soult's army in Portugal, an officer named d'Argenton formed a conspiracy and tried to get Wellington's support. We must not exaggerate the danger, but a comparison between the public mood of 1809 and the ovations of August 1807 reveals a striking contrast. The whole empire was built on victory, and the reverses in Spain had struck a blow at its prestige, which was all the more powerful because it was the cause of a new war in Germany, which, as the nation was well aware, was starting at an awkward moment. Facing Napoleon there was an armed Austria, a Spain that had risen in revolt, Portugal invaded by the English, and Germany trembling with excitement. Behind him lurked an agonizing anxiety and treason. Never had he played for such tremendous stakes. Yet he proceeded to prepare for the contest with his usual coolness and calm. He had some 90,000 men immediately available, the remnants of the Grande Army left behind in Germany and labeled the Army of the Rhine. To this could be added 100,000 Allied men, Germans, Dutch, and Polish. The 1809 class, who had been called up in January 1808, were not yet fit for service. In order to take their place in the depots, the Emperor had called up in September 1808 the 1810 class as from January 1, 1809. Almost at the same time he raised the contingent numbers from 60 to 80,000, to take effect retrospectively as from 1806, resulting in a total call-up of 140,000 conscripts. Existing regiments had a 4th battalion added to them, and new divisions were constituted in the Boulogne and Alsace camps, and then sent beyond the Rhine. Finally, the Guard was brought back with all speed from Spain. In March 1809 Napoleon had 300,000 fighting men at his disposal in Germany, of whom he left some 100,000 in Italy, 60,000 of them in Venetia, and Marmont kept a further 15,000 in Dalmatia. To have created this new army at all was a marvel, but there could be no illusions about its value. Almost half of it consisted of foreigners who were a great disappointment in the front line. The French effectives were more than half recruits, and their formations were incomplete and largely improvised. The deficiencies of the material preparations, as usual, of a rather perfunctory kind, were particularly apparent to these young troops. Even the superior command had lost some of its glamour. With Ney and Soult still in Spain, 3 army corps had to be entrusted to Lefebvre, Vendôme, and Jérôme, and the Italian army to Eugene. The 1809 army, though much inferior to that of 1805, contained more than 100,000 French who had fought the 1807 campaign, and they were enough to ensure victory, but they were a makeshift collection, a foretaste of the army of 1812. For the moment, however, the danger did not lie in its composition, but in the fact that Napoleon, for all his activity, could not create it quickly enough to get it assembled in time. At the end of March Bernadotte was still in Saxony with 50,000 Polish and Saxon troops, Jérôme was in central Germany with the Dutch and Westphalians, Davout's corps, 60,000 picked men, were in Bavaria, north of the Danube, Udino, the Bavarians and other Germans on the Lech, Messina further in the rear, and the Guards still on their way from Spain. The bulk of these forces was therefore spread over a front of 150 kilometers, within a single day's march of the enemy. The Archduke took up the offensive on April 10, and Napoleon did not arrive at Donauwörth till the 17th. If the Austrians had made a massed attack, there is no knowing what might have happened. The Allied forces were more judiciously arranged than in 1805. Archduke John had only 50,000 men available for the invasion of Venetia, and only 10,000 of them were stationed on the Tyrol side, under Chastellaer, and 6,000 in Croatia. However, it was necessary to give 35,000 of the total to Archduke Ferdinand for the protection of Galicia against the Poles. In Germany, Archduke Charles had 200,000 men at his disposal. His first plan was to debouch from Bohemia in order to crush Davout and cut the French forces into 2 halves, a piece of strategy that would have been worthy of Napoleon. But he was uneasy at the thought of leaving Vienna undefended, and he decided to move along the right bank of the Danube and occupy the Bavarian plateau. In so doing, he lost precious time and tired out his troops. Nevertheless, this revised plan would have likewise produced decisive results if only it had been carried out speedily and with all his strength. As it was, he left 2 corps in front of Davout, and having crossed the Inn, he advanced slowly towards the Isar, his left supported by Hiller, in numerous columns whose movements were badly coordinated. Davout was able to fall back southwards, and would have joined up with the other corps near Ingolstadt if Berthier, through a misinterpretation of the Emperor's orders, had not kept him at Ratisbon. Napoleon had no sooner arrived on the 17th than he hastened to summon him to join up with him, and on the 19th the Marshal set out by the right bank of the river, thus passing in front of the enemy and giving him a last chance of striking a crushing blow. But the Archduke failed to seize the opportunity, and Davout was able to resist the feeble pressure of the Austrians at Tengen. Meanwhile, Napoleon had mistaken Hiller's corps for the main body and was preparing to cut the Inn and force him back on the Danube. In the center and under Lanza's command he massed a force that attacked the Austrian columns on the left towards Abensberg on April 20 and pushed them back on Landshut, while Messina was marching on this town to take them in the rear. But he arrived too late, and on the 21st Hiller, thrust out of Landshut, was able to fall back upon the Inn. The Archduke took advantage of the delay to join up with his forces that had remained to the north of the Danube, the Ratisbon garrison having meanwhile capitulated, and on the 22nd he at last decided to launch a vigorous attack on Davout. But before his right wing had been able to come into action to cut him off from the river, Davout himself attacked his left wing at Eckmühl, and soon after, Napoleon, hastening up from Landshut, took him in the rear. He accordingly retreated, and managed to cross the Danube without difficulty, but his army had lost about 30,000 men, and was cut into 2 parts, though both of them were still free to move downstream towards Vienna and effect a meeting, and still comprised more than 100,000 men. On the 20th the French recaptured Ratisbon, but Hiller inflicted a reverse on Bessières. The Archduke had not suffered the same fate as Mack. The Emperor did not pursue him into Bohemia, but marched on Vienna. Not that he was drawn aside by this political objective, it was rather in order to interpose between the main Austrian army and those in Italy and the Tyrol. While Davout, now supported by Bernadotte, was keeping an eye on the Archduke's movements, Messina rolled back Hiller's forces, and Lens simultaneously tried to outflank them through the mountains. Meanwhile Lefebvre, seizing Salzburg, threw Jellachich back towards the Drave and could keep a watch on the Tyrol. After a bloody affray at Ebersberg, near the crossing of the Traun, Hiller managed to get across the Danube to link up with his chief, and the French entered Vienna on May 12. But this time they found the bridges cut, and an enemy force of 115,000 on the left bank of the river. Napoleon made for the islands which divide the river into several branches below the city, set up improvised bridges, and on the night of the 20th risked a crossing, in spite of an already dangerous flood level. On the 21st 30,000 French were attacked by the whole Austrian army, yet fortunately for them the attack was not concentrated at one point, but spread over a half-circle between Aspern and Essling, so that they were unable to effect a breach. On the 22nd Napoleon, with 60,000 men, took the offensive in order to drive in the enemy's center. He would moreover have succeeded if the chief bridges had not been swept away, so holding up the supply of reinforcements. A halt had to be made, then he had to fall back and stand on the defensive, against a counter-attack, though short of munitions. But somehow or other they made shift to hold on, and from the 23rd to the 25th were able to evacuate the left bank of the river. 20,000 French and 23,000 Austrians had fallen, Lens and a number of generals had lost their lives. The Archduke had not been able to seize his opportunity, but his opponents had also failed in their objective. The Battle of Essling caused an even more profound sensation than Baelen. This time, a blow had been struck at Napoleon's personal prestige. A dangerous situation was again beginning to develop. In the rear of the army the Tyrol had risen as one man at the news that Chasteller was entering it by way of the Pustertal on April 9. Bavaria had spread popular discontent by abolishing the Landtag and doing away with its independence. Nevertheless it was above all the economic situation that produced the feeling of exasperation. Taxes were considerably on the increase, trade was being ruined by the blockade and the closing of the Italian and Austrian frontiers, and everyone was being hard hit by the invalidation of Austrian paper money and the suppression of the convents, which acted as banks and benevolent institutes. Finally, conscription threatened to spark off a conflagration, and had to be suspended to stop the trouble spreading further. Besides, Montgolfièr's enlightened despotism was Josephist in pattern, and the Catholic clergy, seeing their ascendancy and privileges threatened, had taken up the gauntlet. As in the Vendée and in Spain, they wielded tremendous influence, particularly as the chief insurgent leader, Andreas Hofer, had for his spiritual advisor the Capuchin monk Haspinger. Hormayer and Archduke John had had a good chance to prepare the insurrection. It was essentially peasant in origin, and did not spare the middle classes, who were pillaged and roughly handled just like the Bavarian officials. There were only 5,000 soldiers to hold down the country, and they were soon surrounded and forced to capitulate. All the same, Chasteller did not succeed in organizing the insurgents, who went back to their homes after the rising, and Hofer, although his bravery and piety inspired them with confidence, was a limited and rather undecided character. Lefebvre did not have much difficulty in advancing along the Inn and entering Innsbruck on May 19. Chasteller evacuated it, and with the revolt apparently over, it was decided to leave only Deroy's division in the Tyrol. Yet when the news of Essling became known, a fresh insurrection broke out. Napoleon, needing all his forces, recalled Deroy and left the country to itself. The peasants had no intentions of leaving it to fight a campaign. They made forays into Bavaria, and in July their example was followed by Italy, where an extensive insurrection broke out in the Adige region and in the Romagna. If only Archduke John had concentrated all his forces scattered in the south of the kingdom, he would have found most valuable support. But he took a very different course. On April 10 he had taken the offensive by way of the Nautisogne Valley and Caporetto. Eugene's forces, still scattered over a wide area, were surprised and fell back to the Mincio, thus surrendering the whole of Venetia. But when Vienna was threatened, the Archduke retreated without any attempt to concentrate the Austrian forces. He himself reached the Semmering, with Eugene in pursuit, and then withdrew behind the Rop. Gla drew away towards Laybach, whence he went upstream again via Marburg-Maribor to Graz, hard pressed by MacDonald. Chasteller, who had come from the Tyrol, did not contrive to join him. In Croatia, Marmont had fallen back in order to concentrate his forces, but then drove them back again via Fiume, Laybach, and Graz. In the end all the French army corps rejoined the Grande Armée, whereas Archduke John found his strength reduced to some 20,000 men. Davout proceeded to threaten Pressburg, and Eugene defeated the Archduke on the Rop on June 14. Then both of them pressed on towards Vienna to take part in the battle, and John did likewise, crossing to the left bank of the Danube, but arrived some few hours late. The most serious consequence the defeat at Essling might have had would have been to invite intervention by the King of Prussia. Several of his officers had already taken it upon themselves to compromise the situation. Kat made an attempt against Magdeburg, and on April 28 Schill made a sortie from Berlin with his hussars, but was easily overcome by General Marchand. Central Germany was also astir. On April 22 Dornberg, an ex-colonel, marched on Kassel at the head of some hundreds of peasants, and in June another retired officer tried to produce an insurrection in Marburg, while there was a rising of the countryside near the Tauber. The Austrians, for their part, entered Saxony and the king fled, and the Duke of Brunswick-Hurels, at the head of Hessians transferred by their elector to Bohemia, occupied Leipzig. Finally, the English were working on Hanover and Holland, and on July 8 made an attempt against Cuxhaven. If the Prussians had got under way, Jerome would have had considerable difficulty in defending his kingdom. To start with, Frederick William seemed disposed to take action, but on second thoughts he confined himself to stopping payment of the indemnity. Though he did in the end send an agent to Vienna, he did not arrive till July 21. As things turned out, then, Napoleon was able to reassemble all his forces, and did not have much difficulty in exploiting the occupied countries or bringing up the reinforcements and supplies that were available in France, 20,000 foot, 10,000 cavalry, 6,000 men for the guard, and a large amount of artillery, so as to make up for the doubtful reliability of his troops. The island of Lobau was meticulously fortified and the number of solid bridges extended. In the midst of danger the emperor himself remained imperturbable. He even went ahead with a measure that was of all things the most likely to sow disaffection among his own subjects. On May 17 he decided to annex Rome. On hearing that Pius VII was about to excommunicate him, the emperor gave orders that he should be taken prisoner and deported, and on July 6, the day on which the Battle of Wagram was fought, the Pope was in fact removed by the gendarmerie, and a Senatus Consultum of February 17, 1810 subsequently regularized the annexation. It was thoroughly typical of the man that he should give an order like this at such a moment of crisis. He continued with untroubled brow to play double or quits with fortune. And once again he forced destiny to take his side. At his disposal there were now 187,000 men and 488 guns, against the enemy's 136,000, though their artillery was almost of equal strength. The crossing of the Danube began on July 4, a stormy night, downstream from Essling, and was completed by the following afternoon. By this move the emperor reckoned to turn the Archduke's flank, but when his forces fanned out over the plain, they failed to find him. The French preparations had not escaped his notice, and realizing that he could not stop this crossing, he had fallen back a short distance, with his left behind the Russbach and parallel to the Danube, and his right perpendicular to it, the top of the angle being marked by the villages of Aderklaa and Wagram. This position, supported on the left by fortified heights, possessed distinct advantages, but it was too extended, and left the Archduke with no reserves. Napoleon, disappointed of his prey, had to improvise a maneuver and could not attack the Russbach front till 7 in the evening, and then without success, for the Saxon forces yielded ground at Aderklaa. He renewed the assault at dawn on the 6th with all his available strength. Dave outturned the position and forced Rosenberg to retreat. But at Aderklaa, Cara de Saint Cyr was overwhelmed and Bernadotte's troops from Saxony once again disintegrated. Meanwhile the Austrian right was vigorously hammering at Baudet's division, which alone stood in their way, capturing Aspern and Essling and threatening the French communications with the rear. The emperor was forced to alter his dispositions in the midst of battle. Messina moved down towards the river and stopped the Austrian right by a flanking maneuver, and the gap was filled with a huge battery of 100 guns, behind which the reserves advanced in massed column under the command of MacDonald. At 2 o'clock, there was a resumption of the general attack on the Russbach. The enemy left wing was in the end completely overrun and the center forced to fall back. The Archduke gave the order to retreat, but there was hardly any pursuit from the exhausted French. He had lost 50,000 men to the enemy's 34,000. Tacticians have been full of admiration for the military genius displayed by Napoleon in the course of that day, but judged by results, it cannot compare with Austerlitz or Jena. For the enemy forces, still more than 80,000 men strong, withdrew through Moravia in good order, and battle was renewed at Znaim on the 11th. Yet the Archduke was no Blucher, and he had no hope of a successful issue. He requested an armistice, and his request was granted on the 12th. The final crisis, however, was long drawn out. Excitement in Germany remained intense, and there was an attempt to assassinate the emperor by a student named Stabs, though order was quickly re-established. The King of Prussia adopted an attitude of increasing reserve, the Austrians evacuated Saxony, and Brunswick made a daring transit of Jerome's kingdom to reach the coast where the English were waiting to pick him up. The Tyrol, on the other hand, though attacked in July by 40,000 men coming up from Salzburg, the Vorarlberg and the Adige, continued to hold out, exterminating a division from Saxony and again forcing Lefebvre to retreat. Not till after peace was signed did Drouet d'Erlon and Eugene succeed in breaking down their resistance. Hofer had submitted, and then taken up arms again, only to be betrayed by one of his compatriots and shot on February 20, 1810. Yet the English gave still more trouble. Their expedition at last appeared off Walcheren, and on August 13 captured Flushing. This was the largest contingent they had sent to the continent, 40,000 men escorted by 35 vessels and 23 frigates, but their commander, Lord Chatham, a great courtier but totally incompetent, kept his men doing nothing when a straight march on Antwerp would probably have captured it. As it was, his troops were rapidly laid low by epidemics, and he re-embarked on September 30 with a loss of 106 killed and 4,000 who had died from disease. Nevertheless, the expedition had meanwhile spread alarm throughout the empire, for which Foch had been largely responsible. On June 29 Napoleon had left him for the time being in charge of the Ministry of the Interior, since Cretet was unwell. Finding himself in charge of the two political ministries, he displayed extraordinary activity, suppressing the congregation's Jesuits, arresting Noailles, who was acting as intermediary between the Pope and the Catholics, putting down disturbances in the West and in the Rhineland, and supporting government stock by purchases on the stock exchange without any reference at all to Malien. On learning that the English expedition had landed, he proposed to his colleagues that the National Guards should be mobilized in the 15 northern departments and brushed aside all objections. Bernadotte had quarreled with Napoleon because he had gone to the defense of Saxony after Wagram, and had just returned to France. He now accepted an offer from Foch, who put him in charge of the defense of Antwerp. The préfets were then instructed to hold themselves in readiness for a mass levy of the National Guards in view of the fear of other coastal attacks, particularly in Provence. In Paris, the National Guard was reconstituted. Foch dealt out ranks to the citizens, who eagerly accepted them, and himself reviewed the force. The military authorities grew alarmed. Were they back again in 1793? Clark was loud in fury, and Lefebvre wrote to the emperor. There seems to be little doubt that Fouché, overjoyed at once again finding himself in a commanding position, had allowed himself to be carried away by memories of his days as representative of the people. Yet there may also have been certain other thoughts at the back of his mind, for he probably knew of the plot in Provence and was most likely in touch with the English through Montrond, an agent of Talleyrand, whom he had sent to Antwerp. One can well imagine what suspicions must have run through Napoleon's mind after all the intrigues of 1808. In August he was supporting Fouché's first measures, but by September, with the English showing no signs of action, he was beginning to listen to the critics. He did away with the Paris National Guards, replaced Bernadotte by Bessières, and peremptorily requested Fouché to stop turning the empire upside down in this fashion. When he returned he gave him a sharp dressing down on October 27, but did not dismiss him, because he was on Napoleon's side in the coming divorce, and had even been promoted to be Duke of Otranto on August 15. These harassments in the rear only made the emperor the more anxious about Alexander's attitude. At Caulaincourt's request the Tsar had massed 60,000 men on the Galician frontier, but had postponed the question of hostilities. Naturally enough, he was primarily occupied with his own affairs, which had taken a favorable turn. In March Baron Adelspeer, in command on the Norwegian frontier, pronounced against Gustavus IV, and the king had to abdicate on the 29th in favor of his uncle, the venerable Duke of Sudermania, who took the name of Charles XIII. Sweden immediately entered into peace negotiations and ceded Finland on September 17. War with Turkey had begun again in April. In December 1808 Karageorge, who had been proclaimed hereditary prince of the Serbians, invaded Herzegovina, and in August the Ottomans entered Serbia from their side, but had to evacuate it in September, when Bagration captured Ismailia. As Galicia had been left without defending forces, Alexander could, in spite of these preoccupations, have occupied it very easily, and thus secured its possession when peace was signed. But his objections to Napoleon got the better of his own interests, and so became obvious to all. Archduke Ferdinand was therefore able to invade the Grand Duchy and occupy Warsaw. Poniatowski let him proceed without interference, but himself invaded Austrian territory, occupying Lublin, Zamość, and even Lemberg Lviv. At this point, on June 3, Alexander made up his mind to enter Galicia in order to take the province from the Poles. Meanwhile, however, Ferdinand was hastening to the scene and succeeded in recapturing Sandomir. Golitsyn refused to help Poniatowski to save this place, and entered into a secret agreement with the enemy, by which he promised not to proceed beyond the Wilica, and the Archduke withdrew without firing a single shot. But better still, when Poniatowski approached Krakow, he called in the Russians and handed the town over to them. Alexander was showing increased feeling against the Grand Duchy, and Rumyantsev, now that he had got rid of the Swedes, could think of nothing else. On July 26 Napoleon was invited to give an assurance that he would never reconstitute Poland. "At all costs I want to be left quietly at peace," said Alexander to Caulaincourt on August 3. Such a declaration was intended to separate the Poles from France and at the same time imply a veto against all increase of territory for the Grand Duchy, for the name was basically irrelevant. The Tsar's attitude filled Napoleon with a growing irritation. "This is not the behavior of an ally," he said. He had for some time been straining at the leash, and now he was still forced to maneuver for position. Austria meanwhile was taking good note of the difficulties that confronted him on all sides. Francis had sought refuge in the castle at Doties Tata, near Prespig, where he was surrounded by a war party who were loud in their protests. The Empress, Stadion and Baldacci all blamed the Archduke for having suspended hostilities and abandoned the Tyrol and Saxony. They reduced his command to that of a single army, which led to his resignation on July 23. There was hope of support from Russia, and this was why the peace negotiations, opened between Metternich and Champagny at Altenburg in the middle of August, were allowed to drag on. These tactics suited Napoleon, for on August 12 he had offered the Tsar to partition Galicia between him and the Grand Duchy, the latter to receive 4/5. In return, he promised to start official negotiations on Poland, and while waiting for a reply he claimed the right to keep all the Austrian territory he had occupied. Finally, on September 1 Chernyshев arrived to warn the Austrians that for the moment Russia would not break with France. And so the vanquished had to resign themselves to giving up whatever was required in Galicia, while defending inch by inch all their western provinces. The game was only too obvious. Like Napoleon, they now knew that Alexander was laying claim to almost everything they might give up. Not wishing either to benefit the man who had betrayed him or to drive him to extremes, the emperor now took the line of reducing what there was to be shared. Austria's last resistance was broken by an ultimatum, and on October 14 peace was signed at Schönbrunn. Bavaria was given the Inn district and Salzburg. Napoleon took maritime Croatia with Fiume, Istria, and Trieste, together with part of Carinthia and Carniola. The Grand Duchy of Warsaw increased its population by 1,500,000, including Lublin and Krakow, and Russia, with Tarnopol, by 400,000. Austria lost 3.5 million inhabitants along with all access to the sea, and she had to pay an indemnity of 75 million. The most outstanding characteristic of the treaty was that Napoleon had ignored Alexander's claims by maintaining the proportions fixed at the outset for the partition of Galicia. He thus reminded Russia of her vassal status. She had failed to give her master due and proper service, so her wages were reduced. Alexander expressed his dissatisfaction to Caulaincourt, but the emperor was not alarmed. He kept making a parade of his intentions to satisfy the Tsar by giving up all claim to reconstitute Poland. But the Russian demands were never more than a screen. Alexander had really hoped to be offered the Grand Duchy, not to mention Galicia, as the price of his help against Austria, but in his disappointment he had tacitly refused his aid, though he nevertheless clung to his own ambitions. As autumn went on, a rupture with France seemed inevitable to him, and when Czartoryski returned to St. Petersburg he began to talk to him in covert terms about his 1805 plans, and the use that could be made of the Poles against Napoleon. The emperor, on the other hand, refused to believe the evidence, for in his eyes the continental system remained firmly based upon the agreement of Tilsit. The fact is that he had now made up his mind to get rid of Josephine, and had been thinking since Erfurt of replacing her by Alexander's sister. As usual, the plan of the moment held the entire field, and as the Russian alliance might help it, he refused to see that it was no longer more than a name. The unexpected turn taken in the choice of a new empress was to convert this alliance into a relationship of avowed hostility. The Austrian marriage. Napoleon's second marriage was destined to upset the balance of the continental system, which had not been fully restored, and hasten the outbreak of a war in which he himself would perish. It was far less inspired by external policy than by the development of Napoleon's personal power. As soon as there were suggestions of making him a hereditary sovereign in 1800, the possibility of divorce came into the picture because Josephine was not giving him an heir. Once monarchy had been brought back, this became a much more urgent question. It is possible, however, that Napoleon may have doubted for a time whether he could become a father. Although several illegitimate children have been attributed to him, it would seem that there was still some uncertainty in the matter until the birth of Count Leon V on December 13, 1806. Nor is it unlikely that the separation from Josephine caused him a good deal of suffering, for the passionate love she had inspired, even though unfaithful, was one of his loveliest memories, and even after he had deserted her, he could never bear to hear that she was unhappy. "I don't want her to cry," he would say. When Hortense had given birth to a son, he had him baptized with great ceremony, and it was thought that Napoleon might adopt him, but the child died on May 5, 1807. Up till then, moreover, Napoleon could not see any possible substitute for Josephine. Being an emperor, he was bound to marry a princess of a reigning royal family. As his power grew more aristocratic and more despotic, the papal anointing began to seem more and more insufficient to him. It was no good his boasting, even before kings, that he had built his own fortunes, for he suffered from a constant itch for legitimacy. Tilsit, however, had suddenly seemed to make the hope of entering into a royal family belonging to a traditional dynasty something more than an idle dream. By the end of the year, the possibility of a divorce became more definite through the efforts of Fouché, and although Napoleon disavowed his help, he nevertheless made up his mind before going to Erfurt, since he then made overtures to Alexander for the hand of his sister. Returning to Paris on November 15, 1809, his only thought was to proceed to action. On the 22nd Caulaincourt was ordered to present an official request. Since Alexander had insisted that the promise concerning Poland should be embodied in a treaty, the ambassador was at the same time authorized to sign the document. But the Tsar had reached a point where there could no longer be any question of this marriage. Nevertheless, this approach was just as much of a windfall, because it might perhaps make it possible, before saying no, to get the treaty rectified, which would then be a step towards winning Poland over to the Russian side. It is strange that Caulaincourt should have been taken in by this maneuver. He began by negotiating the agreement, which was signed on January 4, 1810, laying down that the Kingdom of Poland should never be reconstituted, and that the very name of Poland should disappear from all public documents. He waited till December 28 to come on to the subject of the marriage. Yet he knew that the Tsar was likely to put the matter off, since Talleyrand had suggested a pretext for doing so at Erfurt. He would explain the necessity for consulting the Dowager Empress, who wanted to consult her daughter Catherine then residing at THIRD. The daughter had no objection to the marriage, but her mother, while not making an outright refusal, produced objections concerning the young girl's age. She was only 16, and the difference in religion. Inwardly she was deeply opposed to this union. Yet the final decision rested with Alexander in his autocratic position of head of the family, and he took good care to delay his answer. But the matter was urgent. On November 30, in a celebrated scene with Josephine, the emperor told her his will. On December 15 she declared her consent to the divorce before an assembly of princes and high dignitaries, and it was confirmed on the 16th by a senatus consultum, though this was not in accordance with the civil code, nor with the spirit, if not the letter, of the statute regulating the imperial family. Josephine kept the title of empress, and was given Malmaison and a dowry. The annulment of the religious marriage was rather more difficult. It was not possible to approach the Pope, because he was a prisoner. Moreover, in Abbé Emery's opinion, precedent did not positively indicate that his intervention would be required. Fesch accordingly held up proceedings, while the ecclesiastical officials in Paris, at diocesan and at metropolitan level, took the responsibility of declaring the marriage null. The diocesan authorities alleged that the union had been celebrated secretly, without the parish priest and witnesses. This was something that could not be authorized, according to the Gallican Church, by any dispensation, even from the Pope. The metropolitan authorities preferred the grounds put forward by the emperor, namely that the ceremony of 1804 had been imposed by circumstances and was therefore invalid in default of a positively expressed consent. Once this point had been settled on January 12, 1810, Napoleon waited impatiently for the Tsar's reply. When he realized that it was being delayed, although the Treaty of January 4 was submitted to him, he suspected a trap and held up the ratification. Alexander's refusal, which now seemed probable, was no doubt mortifying, but he could have his revenge, for Austria offered him an alternative bride. Since the signing of peace, Metternich had been at the Chancery. There were some obvious resemblances between him and Stadion. Metternich, too, had been sobered by the French conquest. He was a worldly aristocrat, and a libertine who was capable of endless infatuations. He too had a double motive for hating France and the Revolution. Yet he possessed more experience of diplomacy and especially more cool deliberation, for there was never any trace of romantic enthusiasm about him. He was a man of the 18th century, a disciple and son-in-law of Kaunitz, and attached to the old idea of a European balance of power to be restored by bringing down Napoleon. Moreover, he remained faithful to enlightened despotism, and certainly felt no hostility in principle to reforms calculated to strengthen the state, provided that the social preponderance of the aristocracy was more respected than under Joseph II. Attempts have been made to attribute to him an original political philosophy inspired by Burke and characterized by an experimental rationalism. Having made a disciple of Gentz, whom he could get to justify any thesis, Metternich did in fact possess a whole arsenal of principles, but to explain his policy as the outcome of disinterested reflection gives the man too great a stature. Delighting in the exercise of power, and determined to keep it, Metternich was a most able manager of the Habsburgs' affairs. Though the faults of the regime did not escape his notice, he took good care not to antagonize the emperor and the nobility by making efforts to correct them. The European crusade which Gentz expected the dynasty to undertake only really interested him in so far as it could bring advantage to Austria in Italy and Germany. His unflinching realism was his greatest quality. By 1809 he had come to the conclusion that Napoleon had done all he could, and this mistaken opinion was responsible for the extreme caution with which he acted during the following years. His only thought was to survive till the moment came when he could safely join in the rush for the spoils. Already the shock to the Franco-Russian alliance was working in his favor, it was only a question of helping to turn it into positive antagonism. The safety of Austria would be better served by coming to terms with the victor, and this new Tilsit might be turned to positively good account. Napoleon's desire to take a wife was thus an unlooked-for opportunity. By marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise he would bring about a final breach with Alexander, and would then look upon Austria as a natural ally. No one knew better than Metternich that the Habsburgs were bound to regard such a union as a blot on their reputation. But by suggesting that Napoleon should put forward a request and by presenting it to Francis as an ultimatum, it would be made clear to him that he must give way for reasons of state. The Chancellor seems to have first alluded to the matter on November 29 in a conversation with Alexander de Laborde, an auditor, assistant to the Conseil d'État, on a mission to Vienna, and Chevalier de Floret, charge d'affaires in Paris, talking to Simonville in the course of an official dinner, was explicit enough to send his table partner in haste to report to Marat. On December 16 Napoleon gave orders to make a tentative approach to the Austrian ambassador, Schwarzenberg, who was then seen by Alexander de Laborde when he returned at the end of the month. There is no reason to believe that from now onwards Napoleon preferred an Austrian bride, but he must at all events have felt flattered. When he heard that the Tsar was playing for time, the solution seemed to lie in Austria. There was a division of opinion among the imperial entourage. The smart counter-revolutionary circles were in favor of Austria, fondly imagining that the court of Vienna would demand the disgrace of the regicides, and that this would be a big step towards reaction. The revolutionaries, led by Fouché, were accordingly of the opposite opinion. The Beauharnais and Josephine herself were for Marie-Louise, the Bonapartes, headed by Murat, were for the Grand Duchess. Napoleon gave a hearing to both sides in a privy council on January 29, 1810, but reserved his decision. Finally, on February 5 the dispatch from Caulaincourt announcing that the Tsar was asking for further delay suggested to Napoleon that there would be a humiliation in store for him, and made him decide to forestall it. In the evening of the 6th, Eugene presented the official request to Schwarzenberg, requiring immediate consent to an engagement, and this was agreed to on the following day. It was the right moment, for on the 4th Alexander had just signified his refusal to Caulaincourt. He was annoyed to find himself outmaneuvered but, diplomatically speaking, he came off best, for he was able to accuse Napoleon of playing a double game. Metternich had been right in his calculations, the breach between France and Russia began to widen. Marie-Louise arrived at Compiègne on March 27, Napoleon went to meet her, and with his usual impatience took possession of her in defiance of all etiquette, he then led her away to St. Cloud. The marriage was celebrated at the Louvre on April 2 and was followed at the end of the month by a journey to the north. On March 20, 1811 a son was born who had been given as early as February 17, 1810 the name of King of Rome. His baptism on June 9 was the last great celebration of the regime. The Austrian marriage hastened the development that was removing Napoleon further and further from the revolution. For her personal attendant, Marie-Louise was given Madame de Montesquieu, formerly governess to the Bourbon royal children. Lefebvre became master of requests, and those who had come over to Napoleon took the upper hand in the court of one who had now become by this new alliance the nephew of Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI. Fouché, on the other hand, was dismissed on June 3 and replaced by Savary. The ci-devant were right in reckoning that there would be other measures to follow. A rumor went round that there was a secret article in the marriage contract stipulating that the regicides should be exiled, and that there would be a solemn rehabilitation of the memory of Louis XVI, who was constantly being whitewashed in the royalist brochures. Those who had come into possession of nationalist property also began to receive threatening letters. Institutions, too, moved further in the direction of the Ancien regime. In 1810 the state prisons and arbitrary imprisonment were officially re-established and the censorship of books was openly reorganized. Then again, Napoleon, in starting a new family, offended his own kith and kin, whom he constantly loaded with honors, but who never seemed satisfied. Their backbitings, discords and escapades had for some time disturbed his private life and damaged the new dynasty's prestige. Marie-Louise, with all her 18-year-old freshness, roused him to a second youth and to pleasures which she seems fully to have shared, for she was of a rather soft and sensual nature. But his critical sense did not desert him with respect to his son. He realized, as we know from his words, that the King of Rome would only keep the empire if he too was a man of genius. He had a father's pride and did not despair of his son. His lively sense of the family bond, which has been attributed to the Latin tradition, but goes back more probably to Corsican custom, naturally led him from now onwards to show preference for his own posterity. When arranging the dowry for the new empress on January 30, 1810, the appanages of his future children and the possible division of the crown possessions between them, he had made no reference at all to his brothers. Some have therefore been disposed to attribute to the Austrian marriage a deep influence on the change in the structure of the Grand Empire that begins to be evident from this time onwards. It has been said that its federative, if not Carolingian, structure tended now to become dynastic or Roman, with all conquests reserved for the King of Rome and so annexed to France. In any case they could only be distributed among his possible future brothers. In this way the kingdom of Italy was assigned in advance to his second son, so that Eugene de Beauharnais saw his title of heir presumptive taken away, and was made instead the heir to Dalberg in the Grand Duchy of Frankfurt. Yet there has been some exaggeration of the influence which the marriage exercised in this respect, for the emperor had long been exasperated at the refractoriness or incompetence of the vassal princes, and had long been threatening to annex their states. When Louis lost his kingdom, or when Murat and even Joseph and Jerome thought that a similar fate was in store for them, they may perhaps have accused Napoleon of sacrificing them to his new family, but the truth is that the federative empire was evolving spontaneously towards a unified structure. The essential consequence of the Austrian marriage lay elsewhere. In crowning the triumph of Wagram, it restored the continental system in Napoleon's eyes, and raised his will to power to an even higher level through his feelings of personal euphoria. In entering into a closer relationship with Austria, it never occurred to him to treat her as an equal or to make a new Tilsit with her, as Metternich hoped. In Paris, the Austrian statesman had expressed his anxiety about the Russian advances in the East, and insinuated that they might agree to set limits to it. Napoleon admitted that France and Austria had common interests in this direction, and promised to intervene if Alexander claimed the right to expand south to the Danube, but he would not sign any document. Austria was still at his mercy, and imagining probably that the Habsburg ruler would not be willing to do anything against the interests of his son-in-law, he continued to treat him as a vassal. His refusal to contest the Danube principalities with Russia in conformity with the agreement of Erfurt made him continue to delude himself for several months that the Pact of Tilsit was still in existence. Once again, then, the only enemy was England. Metternich cherished the hope of re-establishing peace on the seas so as to avoid the dangerous obligation of coming out against her. In March 1810 he drew up an astonishing memoir in which Gentz solemnly proceeded to show the English that France was invincible, and that in her own interests she should leave her the whole continent, including Spain. About the same time Fouché was making efforts in the same direction. He had sent to Marquis Wellesley, then at the Foreign Office, a former émigré called Fagan whose father lived in London. Louis too considered a general reconciliation to be the only way of saving his kingdom, and it seemed likely that England would like to prevent the annexation of Holland, which remained an important outlet for her produce and so was of prime value to the bankers, Lefebvre in particular. He also saw Wellesley in February 1810. Finally Everard was employed by Fouché, who never ceased to protect him, no doubt in recollection of their common speculations. This financier was always involved in transactions with Lefebvre, and did not forget the pièce trace of Mexico. This led him to suggest a political combination by which Charles IV would be transported to Mexico, England would hand Sicily over to Napoleon, who would give her Malta and help her to reconquer the United States. When set free from prison in St. Pelagie, he came to an agreement with Lefebvre, who let Baring into the secret. After discussing this plan with the latter and with Canning, Wellesley refused to give up Spain and Naples. At this point Louis, thinking that his brother was in the secret, spoke to him about it on April 27 when he was passing through Antwerp. Everard was arrested, and a pretext found for dismissing Fouché. The talks were broken off. The emperor had no more intention of giving way than the English. In the course of this year he set himself to perfect the blockade. On August 5 the famous Trianon decrees were published, and on October 18 the Fontainebleau decree. In order to keep a close eye on their application, Napoleon pushed on more vigorously than ever with annexation, so much so that the blockade could now truly be said to have given a new impetus to the spirit of conquest. At the beginning of 1810 Holland had to cede Zeeland and its southern provinces as far as the Rhine. On July 2 Louis fled to Bohemia, and on the 9th his kingdom was annexed, a step legitimized by a Senatus Consultum of December 13. In order to put a solid padlock on all the North Sea ports and the frontiers of Holstein, Napoleon called together on January 22, 1811 all the German countries lying north of a line between the Lippe and the Trave, namely the Hanseatic ports, a part of the Grand Duchy of Berg and the Kingdom of Westphalia, the Principalities of Arenberg and Somme, and the Grand Duchy of Oldenburg. In order to shut off Italy definitely against Swiss contraband he took possession of the Valais and occupied the canton of the Ticino with troops. Meanwhile, however, the Iberian Peninsula was still under arms. It seemed likely then that after Wagram Napoleon would prepare a big expedition to destroy the English army or force it to re-embark, after which the surrender of the whole country would only have been a matter of time. He did to be sure send 140,000 men by way of reinforcement, but this was not enough to strike a decisive blow, nor did he supply them with the indispensable material support. Most important of all, he did not follow them in person. Absorbed in his dynastic plans, and giving himself entirely to his new wife, he let this crucial year slip by, till at the end of 1810 there could no longer be any question of his being able to go to Spain with all his available forces, because the attitude of Alexander was giving cause for anxiety. Thus his dreams of personal grandeur and his new marriage prevented him from restoring the unity of the Grande Army and condemned him to a struggle with Russia in the absence of an important part of his fighting force. The Austrian marriage was not the root cause of this supreme contest, but it precipitated the crisis, although Napoleon would not admit it to himself, by exciting the jealousy of the Russians, who saw the Austrians being given special favors at Napoleon's court, and more still by ensuring the failure of the Polish negotiations. At the same time that he addressed his official request to Schwarzenberg, the emperor had rejected the treaty signed by Caulaincourt. He drew up another, which he then sent to Caulaincourt already endorsed with his ratification, indicating that he would give no one any help in re-establishing Poland and would agree to removing the very name from all official documents. In return, Russia and Saxony would agree not to take for themselves any of the Polish provinces outside the Grand Duchy, and the treaty was to remain secret. This did not suit Alexander at all. On July 13 Nesselrode refused to make any modifications in the January agreement, and Napoleon at once broke off the negotiations. He refused moreover to authorize a Russian loan. In the summer of 1810 he did not yet regard war as inevitable, yet he was well aware that Alexander, cut loose from France, might make it up with England, in which case he would have to take up arms. At the same time events in Sweden served to irritate the Tsar. Charles XIII had signed a peace treaty with France on January 6, 1810, and joined the blockade. But he did not really possess enough authority to be able to obey its requirements to the full, especially as Saumarez's fleet was in command of the Baltic. The emperor was soon furious, and threatened to reoccupy Pomerania. Sweden promised to do all he demanded, all the more readily because she was in the throes of a crisis about the succession. The brother-in-law of Frederick VI, King of Denmark, Charles Augustus of Augustenburg, whom Charles XIII had accepted as his heir, had died on May 28, 1810. The opponents of the 1809 revolution were accused of having poisoned him, and on the day of his funeral Fersen was massacred in the course of a riot. The government wanted to replace the dead man by his brother, but Napoleon would give no explicit answer, and an intrigue, of doubtful origins, took advantage of this ambiguous situation. There was a party in Stockholm who favored the French and would have preferred a relation or lieutenant of Napoleon's as a means of winning his protection against Russia. At the end of June Lieutenant Morner came to sound Bernadotte in his name and won the support of Count Wrede, who had been sent to Paris on the occasion of the marriage. Bernadotte informed the emperor, who hesitated. It was perfectly clear that Alexander would not take at all kindly to the election of a French marshal. On the other hand, if war broke out, Sweden would be a great help. Bernadotte, it is true, was not a very reliable man. Eugene would have been a better choice. But the emperor reckoned that the French party, who wanted to reconquer Finland, would hold him to his duty. He therefore did not forbid him to accept, though he would make no official pronouncement, in order to spare the feelings of the Tsar. The Swedish Diet, meeting at Örebro, seemed to be in favor of Augustenburg, until a man called Fournier came on the scene. He had been formerly consul at Göteborg, a merchant who had failed in business, and was now sent by Champagne to act as an observer, but was really Bernadotte's agent. Giving himself out to be the emperor's official agent, he recommended the election of the marshal, whereupon one of the king's inner circle, Count Charlemagne, an émigré, brought his consent and the Diet followed suit on August 21. Napoleon was surprised at such a rapid result, and was doubtful whether he should endorse it, but the thought that it would be particularly mortifying to England finally carried the day. Sweden, moreover, seemed to be confirmed in its Francophile policy and on November 17 declared war against England. But there was a reverse side to the medal. Alexander was furious. Yet Napoleon did not know that Bernadotte was losing no time in reassuring the Tsar by declaring to Chernyshев, who was passing through Stockholm, that he would by no means be merely the emperor's man, and would never attempt to resume possession of Finland. Thus Alexander was very soon filled with hope that the new king's disloyalty would guarantee him the neutrality, if not the positive assistance, of Sweden. Though the emperor was unaware of the fact, Russia's preparations were steadily taking shape. The Tsar's first preoccupation was to induce Czartoryski to come forward with some offers. Then, in April 1810, he made up his mind to speak out. War would begin in 9 months' time. Would it not be possible to have the help of the Grand Duchy, and so be able to transport Russian troops in one move to the Oder, thus involving the Prussians? Czartoryski showed considerable reserve, for Napoleon had been very successful in hoodwinking him. Nevertheless, Alexander proceeded to steal a march on him. He appointed Alopuz and Pozzo de Borgo as ambassadors to Naples and Constantinople respectively, but sent them by way of Vienna, where they found opinion in the salons very favorable to their master, and still infatuated with Razumovsky and Princess Bagration. They managed to obtain an audience with Metternich's father, who was holding the fort while the Chancellor was away in Paris. The suggestion was that Austria might take Serbia, particularly in order to settle the eastern disagreement. But when Metternich reappeared, he put an end to negotiations. Nevertheless, the Russian army began during the last months of the year to move quietly westwards. It would seem probable then that, failing Austria, Alexander was building some hopes upon Poland. Perhaps Czartoryski had after all made up his mind. By the end of the year the alliance had been officially broken by a double violation of the agreement made at Erfurt. Like all the purely agricultural countries, Russia suffered from the blockade, but without any kind of compensation. Alexander now lent an ear to the aristocracy's complaints, and came to the conclusion that the sluggishness of trade was harming the finances. Having now taken sides against Napoleon, he was inclined to make an approach to England. Though he had decided to go to war, he nevertheless wanted to put himself in the right by provoking his enemy to take the offensive. Already, he had taken good care not to adopt the edicts of Trianon and Fontainebleau, and on December 31, 1810 he went one better. Goods imported overland were now made subject to very heavy duties, while favored treatment was given to seaborne trade in neutral vessels, together with the English trade, which was officially forbidden by Napoleon. Meanwhile Napoleon was annexing the Grand Duchy of Oldenburg, whose integrity had been guaranteed at Erfurt, after offering in vain to compensate the Grand Duke, Alexander's brother-in-law, in Thuringia. From that moment onwards, another war was inevitable. 3. England's successes, 1807 to 1811. While Napoleon was strengthening his continental hegemony, England was achieving the mastery of the seas as the outcome of her quiet and dogged efforts. Up till 1808 there did not appear to be any very decisive results. Squadrons were still coming and going from the French ports, and there were still some colonies that had not succumbed. It was the Spanish insurrection that brought decisive aid to British policy, on sea no less than on land, by finalizing her command of the seas and at the same time inducing her to set foot once more on the continent in order to give direct help to the coalitions which were the only means of defeating the conqueror. The command of the seas and its consequences. After Trafalgar, the British fleet had resumed the blockade of the enemy ports. Ships kept a close watch on the ports while the squadrons out at sea stood ready to pursue any vessels that might contrive to escape. This monotonous and humdrum watch was not without its hazards. Between 1806 and 1815 the English lost 18 vessels, without a single one of them being captured or sunk by the enemy. The convoys also required a large supply of vessels. Naval construction was therefore unceasing. The budget, which was less than £9 million in 1803, rose to more than £20 million in 1811, and by 1814 the English had 240 vessels, plus 317 frigates and 611 minor craft. Gradually all the warships that might have reinforced the French had fallen into their hands, Dutch, Danish, Neapolitan and Portuguese. In 1808 and 1809 the Spanish and Turks also joined the English side, and after those of Seynayevan, the Russian ships blockaded at Kronstadt were escorted to England in 1812. Napoleon was also engaged in constant construction, 83 vessels and 65 frigates between 1800 and 1814, at the end of which period he possessed 103 vessels and 54 frigates. But he could only have restored the balance by making himself master of the whole continent, which would have needed years of effort. Up till 1809, however, he did not give up squadron action, but limited it to raids on the enemy lines of communication or against their colonies. There were some successful attempts to slip between the meshes of the blockade, by Lesques and Willamé in 1805, Leduc and Soleil in 1806, Allemand and Ganteaume in 1808, Willamé, Jurien, Trout and Baudouin in 1809. but they were immediately pursued, and almost all of them suffered enormous losses or complete disaster. The English destroyed Lesseps' squadron at San Domingo, Guillaume lost 2 ships out of 6, and in 1806 Linois, returning from the Isle de France Mauritius, was roughly handled in the Canaries. In 1809 Guillaume and Jurien, having effected a junction in the Isle d'Aix roadstead on the way to the Antilles, had fireships sent in among them by Gambier. Their ships foundered, and none of them would have escaped if Gambier had supported the intrepid Cochrane. Troude's squadron succeeded in reaching Les Saintes-One only to disintegrate. Allemand and Ganteaume were allowed to get through with new supplies for Corfu, but this was due to the age of Collingwood, who died at sea in 1809. The Spanish insurrection put an end to these attempts, because the juntas took possession of the French ships in Cadiz and Ferrol, and the English, who had previously been forced by the alliance between Charles IV and the Directory to abandon the Mediterranean, now found the peninsular ports a most valuable help. In more distant waters, there were even more important results. The Spanish colonies ceased to serve as French bases and now became available to the other side, thus bringing about a complete reversal of conditions in the war at sea and the course of the colonial struggle. Between 1806 and 1815 France and her allies lost 124 vessels, 157 frigates, and 288 smaller craft. In 1806 there were 36,000 French prisoners in England and 120,000 in 1815, a large part of them captured by the British sea forces. The war between squadrons came to an end, and all the French could now do was to attempt random attacks. The English suffered some damage from these, the maximum losses being 619 in 1810. Between 1803 and 1814 the total rose to 5,244, or 21.5% of all comings and goings. Added to the losses at sea, this meant a 5% reduction in the merchant navy. Although construction had fallen from 1,402 ships drawing 135,000 tons in 1803 to 596 drawing 61,000 tons in 1809, this gap was subsequently more than filled, so that the merchant fleet rose from 22,000 ships in 1805 to 24,000 in 1810. These results were a clear proof that corsairs, unsupported by squadrons, were unable to strike an effective blow at the enemy shipping, which mostly moved in escorted convoys. The measure of safety is attested by the insurance rates. They varied a good deal according to the region, and were always higher for the Baltic, but they came down at once for more distant waters, and fell on the average from 12% in 1806 to 6% in 1810, whereas they had risen to 25% in the Revolution and 50% during the American War. Now that they commanded the seas, the English were able to destroy the merchant navy of France and her allies. In 1801 France possessed 1,500 ocean-going vessels, in 1810 she still had 343, but in 1812 only 179 remained. The fishing industry had dwindled to nothing. Her naval supremacy therefore assured Great Britain control of the maritime trade and enabled her to extend it significantly, thus allowing her to cope with the continental blockade, cover her constantly increasing expenses and provide finance for the coalitions. This commercial exploitation of the successes achieved by her warships was what occupied her chief attention. Contrary to what might have been expected, colonial conquests only came second. In the eyes of the mercantile world, the essential thing was to prevent the neutrals from trading with enemy colonies and to monopolize this trade for Great Britain. Up to Trafalgar, moreover, the British government had to concentrate all its forces in European waters. After the seizure in 1803 of St. Lucia, Tobago, and a part of Dutch Guyana, there was a pause till 1806 before Suriname could be captured. In 1807 Britain took possession of Curaçao, and the Danish Antilles, St. Thomas and Santa Cruz, in 1808, of Marie-Galante and La Désirade. Attention was also given to the African ports of call along the route to India. In January 1806 Popham, Baird, and Beresford landed at the Cape and forced Janssens to surrender. In 1807 Madeira was occupied, then the other Portuguese colonies. In 1808 Goree succumbed, and in 1809 St. Louis. In America, the face of things was changed by the Spanish insurrection. Up till then the English had felt obliged to go warily because the coasts of Latin America might be used as bases for hostile expeditions. Then the situation completely changed. In 1809 Guyana and Martinique were conquered, in 1810 Guadeloupe, Saint Martin, Saint Eustatius, and Saba. In the Indian Ocean, the change of sides by Spain also deprived Decaen, who was in command of the Isle de France, of the support provided by the Philippines, but the final decision was dependent in the main on the policy of the governors of India. After Wellesley's departure, his successors, Cornwallis, Barlow, and Minto, adopted an attitude exactly the opposite of his own and came to terms with the native princes in order to re-establish peace. Scindia was the first to treat, and he was given Rajputana. Holkar then recovered the greater part of his states. Ranjit Singh, who ruled over the Sikhs of the Punjab, and who had momentarily reoccupied it, finally sided with the English and in 1809 signed an agreement fixing the frontier at the Sutlej and giving him Jaipur. Having secured this frontier, he took possession of Multan, Peshawar, and Kashmir and entered into alliance with Afghanistan, which reoccupied Baluchistan and Sindh. All this took time and opened up considerable problems for the future. Moreover, central India, left to itself, soon relapsed into anarchy. Roving bands of ex-soldiers and brigands, known as the Pindaris, committed appalling ravages in these parts. Nor were the fortunes of the missions without their hazards. The London Missionary Society opened work in India in 1804, and the Baptists entered Burma in 1807 and Ceylon in 1812. In 1813 India had its first bishop. There was, however, an element of frenzied fanaticism in the revolt of the sepoys at Vellore in 1807. At any rate the abandonment of Warren Hastings and Wellesley's aggressive schemes had the advantage of allowing Lord Minto to pursue a vigorous external policy. In the Mascarenes, Decaen had succeeded in imposing Napoleon's views. He suppressed the colonial assemblies, reintroduced centralization, and reorganized the old militias under the name of National Guards. The colonists missed the autonomy they had in fact enjoyed during the Revolution, but gave in to authority because slavery was reintroduced. To supply the slave trade, Decaen entered into contact with Madagascar and created a trading center at Tamatave. But his thoughts were never far from India, and in 1804 he asked for reinforcements to support the Marathas. After Tilsit, he proposed a maritime diversion to support the projected Franco-Russian expedition. In January 1808 his brother came and spoke about it to the emperor, who promised a squadron and 15,000 men. Although the English never had real cause for alarm, they hated this nest of pirates, for Surcouf had given them a hard time. In 1810 Lord Minto resolved to have done with it. In July he seized the Isle Bonaparte, formerly the Isle Bourbon or Réunion. In August Duperrey and Bouvet destroyed a squadron of 4 frigates in the Port Louis roadstead, but at the end of November 16,000 men landed in the north of the Isle de France, and Decaen, who had only 1,846 men, was defeated. He surrendered on December 3. The following year the English occupied Tamatave. The Seychelles had entered into an agreement of neutrality from the start. Then Lord Minto turned his attention to the Dutch Indies, where Java and the Moluccas fell into his hands. The French and Dutch colonial empires counted very little, however, in comparison with the Spanish. As soon as the Spaniards had declared war in 1804, Wyndham and Grenville sponsored the schemes of Popham and Miranda. After offering his services to Napoleon, who had had him extradited in 1801, when he was immersed in his negotiations with Spain and well aware that he was in the pay of the English, Miranda had returned to London. In October 1804 he proposed, with Popham's agreement, to attack simultaneously Caracas, Buenos Aires, and Valparaiso. Grenville wanted to get at Mexico, by way of the Gulf on the one hand and the Pacific on the other. At the same time there was to be an expedition from India which would land at Acapulco, having taken Manila on the way. But Pitt, busy with negotiations for the Third Coalition, confined himself to sending Miranda to the United States to attack Florida. Jefferson, however, refused permission, and only allowed him to organize a small expedition against Venezuela, which came to grief in February 1806. Cochrane, who was cruising off the Antilles, assembled a new squadron which left Grenada in July, but was no more successful than the first. In 1807 Miranda came back to England. Thanks to Popham, the matter had now a more serious complexion. Acting on his own responsibility, he took Beresford's troops from the Cape and landed them south of Buenos Aires in June 1806, where the viceroy was defeated and lost possession of the city. A French émigré, Jacques Liniers by name, who had a district command, hastened to Montevideo and collected a small body of men who forced Beresford to capitulate on August 12. But the English government had not been able to resist the temptation to hold on to this acquisition, and Auchmuty's expedition was already on the way. But finding Buenos Aires in Liniers' hands, they took possession of Montevideo on February 3, 1807. They were followed by Craufurd, who had originally been meant for Valparaiso, and then by Whitelock, who took over the command. On July 5 he gained a footing in Buenos Aires, but was surrounded after some street fighting, and on the next day signed an evacuation agreement. In recognition of his services Liniers was made a Count and a Grandee of Spain, and appointed Viceroy. Once more Spain provided the means of revenge for England. In May 1808 Napoleon had the idea of using Liniers to procure recognition for Joseph, Liniers having written to him as to the ally of Charles IV, and sent him the Marquis de Sassenay, while he sent another noble to Caracas. But the result was deplorable. At Montevideo, Sassenay found a Spaniard called Elio who was jealous of Liniers and passed on the word to warn his fellow countrymen in Buenos Aires. When Sassenay arrived, they forced Liniers to send him back to Montevideo, where there was a rising that forced the governor to expel the French ship, which was then captured by the English. Everywhere Ferdinand VII was proclaimed king, and Spanish America slipped from Napoleon's hands. But Spain too was in danger of losing it, for the half-castes, knowing that Spain was powerless to intervene, and regarding a captive king as a ruler only in name, intended to take advantage of this chance of securing their independence. At Buenos Aires, they were satisfied merely to support Liniers against the Spaniards who attempted to overthrow him, but at Caracas Bolívar and his friends seized power in July 1808, and did the same the following year at Quito, Charcas, and La Paz. But it was a premature effort, for the Seville junta sent out fresh officials who generally speaking asserted their authority without much difficulty. Emparan re-established the ancien regime at Caracas, and Cisneros took Liniers' place. The troops from Lima subjugated Quito and the towns of High Peru. Now that they were in alliance with Spain, the English did not dare to support the rebels, nevertheless, they reaped the expected benefits from these events. As early as 1807 Popham had addressed a circular to British merchants, inviting them to send all the cargoes they could to Buenos Aires, which had resulted in an amazing rush. The half-castes then began to trade freely with the defenders of their sovereign, and on November 6, 1809 the government of Buenos Aires officially allowed England to trade with the colony. In 1810 customs produced more than 2.5 million piastres as compared with less than 1 million before the war. Brazil too had opened her ports to the English. At a time when Europe was threatening to close its doors to British exports, the acquisition of such valuable markets elsewhere aroused much enthusiasm in England. But the fresh half-caste rebellions and the resulting civil war were soon to prove an impediment to the progress of British trade. The European advantages of the command of the seas in the commercial world soon became equally evident. The process of tightening the blockade of the empire, and the bases incidentally utilized, served to develop contraband and outwit the continental blockade. In the North Sea, Heligoland became an English depot, and a number of islands along the French coast were put to the same use: Saint Marcouf, Les Chaussées, Les Moulins, Les Glenans, Haue and Hodak, El Isle Verte opposite La Ciotat, and the islands off Hyères, and the English anchored buoys in Quiberon Roads and in Douarnenez Bay. Furthermore, the English fleet remained in command of the Sound and the Baltic. Progress, however, was particularly remarkable in the Mediterranean and the Levant, with the result that the chain of alliances contrived by Napoleon in order to extend his influence as far as Persia began to recoil against him. With Gibraltar and Malta in her possession, England could close the western Mediterranean. She had been in command of Sicily since 1798, and in 1806 she occupied its northeast tip. The alliance signed on March 30, 1808 granted Ferdinand IV a subsidy of £300,000, later raised to £400,000 expressly earmarked for armaments, so that the government in London could insist on accounts being rendered, and before long on the right to inspect the Neapolitan troops. In spite of this, there were always some lingering doubts about the intentions of the court, Maria Carolina in particular. The English supervision seemed oppressive and the subsidy meager. In 1810, having failed to induce the assembled estates to vote new taxes, the king authorized them himself and broke all resistance by arresting and deporting 5 of the most recalcitrant barons on July 19, 1811. On the 24th Lord William Bentinck landed in Sicily, invested both with diplomatic powers and with the rank of commander-in-chief. He had formerly been governor of Madras, and was a colonial of the authoritarian and peremptory type. Moreover, he was a convinced Whig, to whom the introduction of the British constitutional system in foreign parts seemed to be a matter of conscience and essential for the welfare of the human race. Besides, in supporting the opposition he reckoned that he would have a means of making the court see reason. But as they would not listen to him, he re-embarked on August 27, and went back to London to seek full powers and the suspension of the subsidy. On his return he concentrated his forces round Palermo, demanded the control of the Sicilian army, the recall of those who had been banished and the dismissal of the existing ministers. The king saved face by delegating his powers, at least nominally, to his son as Vicar General on January 14, 1812. Bentinck subsequently forced the Queen to leave Palermo, and in March the prince was obliged to hand over the reins of government to those who had been banished, and Bentinck made them call Parliament to approve a constitution worked out by himself. At this juncture the western Mediterranean, thanks to the Spanish insurrection which had brought about the surrender of the Balearic Islands, had become something very like an English lake. Even the Berbers, while not giving up piracy, adjusted themselves to the new situation, and the Sultan of Morocco kept on good terms with the rulers of the sea. Malta and Sicily provided an easy gateway into the Adriatic, and in 1809 the British cruisers succeeded in finally gaining control of the Ionian Islands, all except Corfu. They then proceeded to attack the Dalmatian Islands and occupied several, winning a naval victory at Liassa in March 1811. Control over the Adriatic gave them the upper hand in Albania and Epirus, and Ali Teblan once more changed his allegiance. In the eastern Mediterranean action was likewise taken in 1807 from Malta and Sicily against Constantinople and Egypt. Although it was not successful, the Turkish coasts were nevertheless soon at the mercy of the English, and the Sultan, alarmed and exasperated by the Franco-Russian alliance, made peace and undertook once more to close the straits to foreign warships. From now on the British agents, and in particular Stratford Canning, a cousin of the minister, who began a famous career at Constantinople in 1809, worked to bring about a reconciliation between the Turks and the Russians. England monopolized the markets of the Levant, which soon developed tremendously. Persia too changed sides, while in spite of Garden's efforts, war broke out again in Armenia. After a victory at Nikhakevan, the Russians besieged Yerevan. The English, however, having made peace with the Turks, entered the Persian Gulf from India, and in May 1808 Malcolm landed at Bandar Abbas. The Shah, who was not obtaining any benefits from France, decided to receive the British envoy, Sir Harford Jones, whereupon Garden left Tehran on February 1, 1809. By a treaty signed on March 12 the country was closed to the French, and in 1814 a further treaty aimed at guaranteeing its integrity against Russia. In 1809 a mission to the Emir of Afghanistan obtained an assurance that he would not assist any expedition directed against India. The independence of the Pashas in Egypt, Syria, and Baghdad was another constant source of concern. The English therefore entered into relations with the Wahhabis, who were hostile to all of them. Saud, the son of Abdul Aziz, having captured Medina in 1804, threatened Damascus and Aleppo, and in 1808 and 1811 attacked the Pasha of Baghdad. When the latter was being attacked in the north by the Pasha of Suleymania and by the Kurds, he saw the English effecting a landing at Basora Basra and decided to make friends with them. Saud performed the further service of defeating the Imam of Muscat and harassing the French throughout Arabia. As for Mehemet Ali, he was engaged for a long while and subjugated the last of the Mamluks, who had taken up arms again in 1808. On March 1, 1811, however, he got the better of them by means of a trap. He invited them all to a meal in the course of which he had them massacred. He then undertook to subdue the Wahhabis, and after an unfortunate attempt in 1811 his son Tusun reconquered the holy cities in 1812. Mehemet's campaign in the following year was unsuccessful, but in 1814 Tusun seized Taif, and in 1815, after Saud's death, Mehemet was able to take Ras, the capital of the Najd, and sign a treaty of peace. These arduous undertakings did not allow him to cross swords with the English. Thus the whole of the East eluded the clutches of Napoleon, and from Gibraltar to India, by sea and by land, the English had succeeded in isolating the empire. Wellington's campaigns. The Napoleonic Empire had the appearance of an island from which there was no means of escape, while its enemies could enjoy free movement all around and anywhere they liked in the world. But it was also a fortress which could neither be reduced by famine nor taken by assault as long as the French army was intact. All the British fleet could do was to land troops at suitable spots to help the Continental Allies. But this threat, though useful in itself, because it forced Napoleon to guard every coast and kept the inhabitants' nerves on edge, was not enough to be decisive. England's allies were well aware of this, and though very ready to pocket English money, were not satisfied with this alone. As long as English ships did not bring redcoats, they were criticized with the suggestion that the command of the seas was exercised solely for England's benefit. Yet most English ministers and the vast majority of their fellow citizens were nonetheless averse to fighting on the continent. Their insular feelings, strongly reinforced by the experiences of 1793 and 1799 and then by the threatened landings in Great Britain, were increased by the fact that manpower was not overabundant. Though the English were willing to enlist in defense of their own country, the army was only recruited by dint of offering bonuses among the poorer classes, and even then there was a dearth of recruits. Her overseas possessions were continually extending, and it was not practicable to denude England entirely of troops, let alone Ireland, which was still under martial law. There were thus very few troops available, and there was all the greater reluctance to risk an expeditionary force, seeing that it would be extremely difficult to replace. It was also necessary to take expenses and monetary difficulties into account. The English troops were accustomed to pay for what they took from the country, even in Portugal and Spain, and in France in 1814, and they consequently needed coin or means of exchange. And lastly, there was the difficulty in Parliament, where any continental undertaking provided the opposition with a means of stirring up strong feeling. They had no hesitation in declaring that Napoleon was invincible on land, which was an indirect argument for peace. For all these reasons, Fox and his successors refrained from any interventions on the continent, apart from the reinforcements sent to the Swedes in Pomerania, and this was an attitude that contributed not a little to the alienation of Russia. Canning and Castlereagh were in favor of an exactly opposite policy, but Tilsit had dissolved the coalition, and it was not till Copenhagen that Canning was able to show his abilities. Here too the Spanish insurrection was of capital importance. Canning did not hesitate to promise the juntas his support and, not content merely to promise them money and supplies, he arranged for the reconquest of Portugal, which up till then had been denied any military aid, and dispatched Baird to Galicia. His path was smoothed by the initial support of the Whigs, who first of all greeted the insurrection with enthusiasm. But after the emperor's campaign they changed their tune. The opposition came to life again and proceeded to criticize the Convention of Sintra, and to maintain that Portugal was not defensible. Sir John Moore had also been of this opinion, and the government began to wonder whether they should recall Cradock, who had remained in Lisbon with 10,000 men, or transfer to Portugal the army that had returned from Galicia in a deplorable state. This time, it was Castlereagh who made the decision. After consulting Arthur Wellesley, he made up his mind on April 2, 1809 to dispatch this army to Portugal, acting on the assurance that 30,000 men would be enough to save the country. At this juncture, however, Austria was just entering the war, and Castlereagh, like a good disciple of Pitt, keeping his eyes firmly fixed upon the Netherlands, could not resist the temptation to send an expedition to Holland under the pretext that it would help Austria. And so England, having neglected to take action between 1805 and 1807, now intervened simultaneously in two places, but the reinforcements sent to Portugal hardly raised the strength to more than 26,000 men. On the other hand, in the spring of 1809, if England had sent all available forces to the German coast, she might have struck a decisive blow. But the Walcheren expedition was a failure, and from this time onwards England's activities abroad were to be confined to the Spanish peninsula. Even then, English policy was not pursued without considerable hesitation and debate. In 1809 the Portland cabinet was disintegrating, for Canning and Castlereagh were so different in background and character that they found it hard to work together. The former aspired to becoming the head of the government and to direct the war effort as well as diplomacy, and in April he called upon his colleagues to choose between his rival and himself. They put off making a decision until the end of the war, but the Walcheren expedition was followed by a crisis. Canning resigned, and was wounded in a duel by Castlereagh on September 21. And then Portland died, enabling Perceval, who had remained at the Exchequer, to reconstitute his government and call Marquis Wellesley to the Foreign Office. He had formerly been governor of India, and did his best to provide reinforcements for his brother's army. Nevertheless, this continued to be a weak government. The defeat of Austria and Napoleon's marriage had produced a division in public opinion. Grenville, Grey, formerly Lord Howick, and Ponsonby were strongly in favor of evacuating Spain. They criticized the general and were unwilling to admit his successes. The government had been obliged to hold an inquiry into the Zealand expedition, and the throne came in for a good deal of mudslinging because of the scandal involving the Duke of York's mistress, who was convicted of having sold officers' commissions. To crown everything, the king once again went out of his mind. The Prince of Wales had a bad reputation because of his quarrels with Caroline of Brunswick, whom he publicly accused of adultery, but he nevertheless found himself being made regent, under the same conditions as in 1788, up till February 1, 1812. As he had always enjoyed intimate relations with the Whigs, it was to be expected that he would call them to office now that he was invested with full power. Finally, in 1811, the country was hit by a severe economic crisis which upset the finances and produced a number of disturbances. It is thus not surprising that the Perceval government showed some reserve in their attitude to Arthur Wellesley, who had meanwhile become Viscount Wellington. It was made clear to him that if he were to meet with a serious reverse, evacuation would be bound to follow. When Massena's offensive was announced in 1810, Wellington was warned that he would be excused if he withdrew his forces earlier rather than later. There was extreme parsimony in the supply of reinforcements, and the general was left to grapple with the most harassing financial difficulties. But Massena's retreat brought a renewal of confidence. Reinforcements were notably increased, and made the victorious campaign of 1812 possible. For 3 years, however, Wellington had only himself to rely on. He had not only to fight a war but also to raise the morale of the government. This fact explains the cautiousness of his strategy up to well on in 1812, and the care with which he reorganized the Portuguese army. One of his outstanding qualities was his ability to persist in spite of all difficulties in carrying on the war within the framework of the general British policy, which he understood to perfection. He showed that the Spanish undertaking as such possessed immense possibilities and lent a real effectiveness to the command of the seas. It was thanks to him, as well as to Canning and Castlereagh, that England was able to come to close grips with the Napoleonic giant. In 1809 Arthur Wellesley, soon to be Viscount Wellington, was 40 years old, the same age as Napoleon. He had served under his brother for a long period in India, from 1798 to 1805, and was only just beginning his European career. He was a sober character and blessed with an iron constitution. Like the emperor, he could work long hours and do with little sleep. He had a clear and precise mind of a positive cast, with good organizing ability. He was a man of cool and tenacious willpower, though this did not exclude an ability to take bold and calculated risks. As a young man, he had shown himself very independent, but when he came to command he proved extremely authoritarian, never allowing his officers, who were incidentally of rather mediocre caliber, any initiative whatsoever. His expression was marked by an aristocratic pride, hardened still further by his long years among the Indians. He treated his officers with a haughty disdain, and had an unlimited contempt for the common people, and for his own soldiers who were of the people, calling them the scum of the earth, a pack of rascals, a crowd who only enlist for drink, and can only be managed with the whip. At any rate his pride of country bound him closely to his own social caste and to the land of which they were, in his view, the lawful owners, and his only thought was to serve them. With a hard and dry character in which imagination and affection were equally wanting, he was at any rate preserved from the romantic individualism that was the ruin of Napoleon, but his talent lacked the unending fascination exercised by the genius of the emperor. Wellington's mind and character were perfectly suited to the life he was leading as a warrior in command of a professional army of only moderate effectiveness, slowly and monotonously campaigning with defensive battles whose object was to wear out the enemy. Considered from the technical point of view, he was essentially an infantry leader, hardly making use of the cavalry, and very rarely pursuing the enemy. His artillery, whether mounted or unmounted, was excellent but not very plentiful. There were no sappers, engineers, or siege equipment. His foot soldiers had to suffice for all tasks, and suffered enormous losses in taking fortified places by assault. Yet of all the emperor's enemies he was the one who enjoyed the preeminent advantage of having given mature thought to the tactics to be adopted in his encounters with the French. He preserved the line formation, while giving greater elasticity to the method of combat. For defense against sharpshooters, he would shelter his lines behind hedges, ruins, or houses with loopholes, or conceal them on a counterslope, and did not despise dispersed fire or individual random fire. Each battalion had a company strung out ahead of it, and from 1809 onwards he used a regiment of rifles and foreign troops deployed in the same way. He did not fail to realize that the enemy, whose triumphs had turned their heads, tended to cut short the sharpshooting preparation for battle and advance more and more promptly with their battalions in deep column. At Maida, they had attacked without preliminary firing. Wellington concealed his troops, reckoning that the French were incapable of appreciating the results of fire, or would be impatient at the slow progress made by their skirmishers, and that they would then be all the more eager to charge with the bayonet. In that case, troops who were arranged in shallow order, were cool-headed and almost intact, would be at a great advantage. The professional English foot soldier was well drilled in firing volleys, and his weapon fired heavier bullets than the French. Furthermore, Wellington adopted a line 2 deep instead of 3 deep, so that a battalion of 800 men could fire 800 rounds in one salvo. The French battalion, however, was arranged in column by companies, 40 wide and 18 deep, or in double companies, 80 wide and 9 deep, so that the first two ranks could only reply with 80 or 160 rounds. If they attempted to deploy, they would lose a good many men in the process, and as a rule got out of formation, so bringing the attack to a halt. When he had proved the effectiveness of these tactics, the English general did not hesitate to use them now and again, as at Salamanca, to attack in the same order, the line advancing at walking pace, and stopping deliberately every so often to fire. But Wellington's tactics were above all marvelously effective in a defensive battle, and so fitted with the conditions generally prevailing in his campaigns. They demanded, moreover, a professional army, implacably disciplined to an automatic obedience by the use of corporal punishment, like the army of Frederick II. Napoleon's lieutenants failed to learn their lesson through the reverses that Wellington inflicted upon them, and because he never came to observe these tactics in action, Napoleon was only able to appreciate their value on the field of Waterloo. Yet for all his talent, Wellington would probably not have succeeded in maintaining his forces in the peninsula without having Portugal at his disposal. He used it as a base that could be freely replenished by the British fleet, and reorganized a national Portuguese army which provided him with important contingents. The Regency was never able to treat with England on level terms, and in 1810 it co-opted the assistance of Charles Stuart, who became the head of the administration. But Wellington never ceased to complain of the nepotism and ineffectiveness of the aristocracy, and their obstinacy in maintaining their own fiscal privileges. He wanted the subsidy, £1.5 million and then £2 million, to be put at his disposal for feeding the army, but London would never agree, in deference to the feelings of the Portuguese. As the country subsisted solely on goods imported from the United States, and was selling half as much wine as before the war, the Regency could only make both ends meet by feeding the soldiers on requisitions paid for by a depreciated paper money, with the result that they were badly fed, and fell ill or deserted in large numbers. In February 1809 the Regency asked the English to appoint a commander-in-chief. They chose Beresford, who was not outstanding as a general, but was a good organizer. He introduced a certain number of British officers and instructors into the Portuguese regiments, and, with two exceptions, the generals were also British. In September 1809 there were 42,000 men available, and by 1810 they had more or less reached an effective strength of 56,000, which was the target. All the same, there were great difficulties in providing them with weapons, and the cavalry was always short of mounts. The militia was also used for garrison duties, reconnaissance, and guerrilla warfare, and in 1810 they had to fall back upon the ordonnance or levy en masse. The Spaniards did not procure the same degree of help. They had no intention of letting themselves be governed, and up to 1812 refused to put their forces under the command of the English. The central junta, however, had only a limited authority. It had to flee to Seville in December 1808, and then in January 1810 took refuge in Cadiz, where it abdicated in favor of a council of regency. In September the Cortes met and set up an executive council which was replaced in 1812 by a new regency. All these governments showed indecision, and were suspected of nepotism and corruption. The old Council of Castile and the former Junta of Seville disputed one another's powers, and certain persons such as the Count of Montijo, the Duke of Infantado, the brother of Palafox, conspired to overthrow them. The provincial juntas too were unstable, generally moving from one town to another, and only obeying orders when they felt inclined. Cooperation between the juntas and the military leaders was always precarious, and the guerrillas were a law unto themselves. Moreover, though the population hated the invaders, it by no means followed that most of the men were disposed to fight, and in any case they disliked the conscription that was imposed by the central junta in 1811. Although the aim had been an army of 800,000 men, the regulars never in fact rose to 100,000 men. There were difficulties too in organizing them and supplying them, in spite of the funds sent from America, which rose to nearly 3 million in the first year. Conscription was followed by a mass insurrection, which was a customary institution in several of the northern provinces, and was made general by the central junta on April 17, 1809, but here again the results were disappointing. In Asturias, for example, the peasants were successfully mobilized in 1809, but in 1810 they stayed at home. Moreover, as they could be provided with neither officers nor arms, they could hardly be used for anything but auxiliary services. Guerrilla warfare was what suited the Spaniards best of all, because in it the soldier could remain his own master. The Central Junta legalized partisan warfare on December 28, 1808, and there was an abundance of guerrilla bands, some of which became famous, such as those of the Castile farmhand El Empecinado, and the two Minas in Navarre. They embarrassed the French by attacking forage parties, convoys and isolated posts, and wore down their strength by small daily losses, or by forcing them to detach a significant number of fighting men to guard their communications, while in the north the emperor had to increase the number of gendarmerie squadrons. But the effectiveness of these bands has been exaggerated. Whenever the French could occupy a province in sufficient strength, the guerrillas, far from being able to prevent them, were not even able to be a serious threat to their security. This was so in Asturias under Bonnet's command, though the country was ideal for guerrilla warfare. Besides, these bands were a motley collection, and not always clearly to be distinguished from highwaymen. Even when they consisted of peasants loyally serving the cause of religion, they were nonetheless a terror to the rich by reason of their extortionate demands and their plundering, so that sympathies sometimes lay with the French. Bonnet was able to organize a counter-guerrilla force, and in Andalusia Soult succeeded in creating companies of escoperillas, a genuine national guard consisting of a franciscados. With their resistance decisively broken in this open country, the guerrilleros would soon have disappeared. Now without the English help, the regulars would never have been able to hold on. Nevertheless the Central Junta was highly mistrustful, and refused to allow them into Cadiz, and in spite of the efforts of Henry Wellesley, the future Lord Cowley, they would not consent to recognize Wellington as commander-in-chief, even after the Battle of Talavera, and the Spanish commanders only cooperated with him in a grudging manner. The disturbances in South America and the opening up of the Spanish colonies to British trade merely made the misunderstandings worse. If Napoleon had come back to Spain after the Battle of Wagram, there would have been no doubt about the triumph of the French forces. This might even have been ensured if he had left someone like Davout in command, armed with full powers. But Joseph, even with Jordan by his side, was incapable of managing a war like this. He did not even wield civil authority, though he had behind him Urquijo, Azanza, Cabarrus, Canon Llorente and others, enough to form a court, a ministry and a council of state. But there was a lack of money, and the king only subsisted with difficulty on municipal tolls, forced loans and paper money backed merely by the doubtful security of a possible sale of clerical property. Napoleon reserved for himself the confiscated property of the rebels. In the provinces the generals were left to their own resources, and did not even receive their pay. They laid their hands on anything that was available, and acquired the habit of thinking only of their own sector. When Napoleon gave supreme authority to a particular marshal, the others ruined all the plans by ill will or negligence. Ney went so far as positively to refuse obedience to Messina. This anarchy was made worse by Napoleon's habit of sending direct orders to the army chiefs, quite apart from the fact that he was often imperfectly informed or unable to judge properly at such a distance, so that he sometimes sent out instructions which were impossible to carry out or out of date. Though Wellington had reason to complain of the Spanish generals, the enemy operations were equally disjointed, and he was usually able to beat them or hold them up one at a time. As regards the physical and economic conditions in which the war was fought, the mountainous nature of the country, the climate, the absence of roads, the scantiness of foodstuffs, it has usually been said, and rightly enough, that they were greatly to the disadvantage of the French. But it should be added that their enemies also suffered a good deal from the same conditions. The English were decimated by disease, and they had great difficulties over transport. One is particularly struck by the central importance of food supplies, which was equally vital and difficult for all the combatants. The Spanish and Portuguese were no doubt used to living on very little, but the English found themselves badly in need of supplies. The cavalry had more than once to be partly dismounted through shortage of fodder. The regulars were thus reduced, one way or another, to the habit of living like the guerrillas, so that the peninsula might well seem to have reverted to the days of the Grandes Companies. Point 2. The inhabitants were despoiled by friend and foe alike, and marauding encouraged desertion. As there were many foreigners in the English ranks, and as Napoleon sent a number of regiments to Spain from vassal or allied countries, deserters commonly passed from one camp to the other, or fraternized among themselves, and bands were formed operating solely on their own behalf. The French, who were used to making shift with living on the country, ended up by becoming demoralized in this country where one was perpetually hungry and where nothing was to be had but by stealth and force of arms. Too often their commanders set them a bad example of extortion, for example, Sebastiani, Kellerman, Soult, Duhesme in Barcelona, and Godinot, who, when his conduct was subject to an official inquiry, committed suicide in 1811. The English compensated for their sufferings by appalling orgies of drunkenness, and by the systematic plunder of all towns taken by assault. From the strategic point of view, Wellington's unwillingness to stray too far from his base and to return to it after each campaign is clearly to be explained by the scarcity of provisions and the difficulties of transport. Hence also his justifiable confidence in face of the French offensives. He reckoned he would be able to hold them up by laying waste the intervening countryside, calculating that if they had achieved the impossible in the way of supplies, mules and wagons would certainly be lacking. Things would have been very different if Napoleon had come over in person to prepare the campaign with the same care that he displayed in Russia. Since he decided not to do so, the advantage, taken all round, lay with Wellington. As he paid cash, the peasants, who were on the whole friendly, brought him what they could. Thanks to the British fleet, he received outside help and built up stores, while the French were sent no supplies by their own country. When Wellington opened his winter campaign of 1812, he took the enemy by surprise, for they were barely in a position to begin operations before harvest time. These general conditions gave the fighting in Spain a character that was entirely different from the other Napoleonic campaigns. A considerable part of the Spanish and Portuguese forces remained in scattered units, who engaged in a whole series of random engagements, without having the means to impose a decisive result, so that they alternately advanced and retreated with monotonous regularity. When he left the peninsula, Napoleon little imagined that things would turn out like this. In January 1809 there only remained Cradock with 10,000 English at Lisbon, and it looked as though they would have to withdraw, after which the Spaniards could not hold out for long. Wellington's arrival completely upset the Emperor's plans. Of the 193,000 men he left in Spain, slightly over one-third were in the west. Ney was keeping watch over Galicia, while Soult, leaving this province with 23,000 men, was marching on Lisbon, where he would link up with Victor, who was coming down the Tagus with a force of 22,000. Lépine, who had set out from Salamanca, was to be responsible for liaison. With considerable difficulty Soult reached Oporto, and took it on March 29, 1809. Once there, he refused to move. He had dreams of becoming King of Portugal, and spent his time organizing petitions in his favor. The army, moreover, did not take at all kindly to the prospect of a King Nicholas, for that was Soult's Christian name, and the discontent grew to such proportions that it culminated in a plot and Argenton got in touch with the English. Meanwhile Victor was driving Cuesta back beyond the Guadiana. Having beaten him on March 28 at Medellin, though without destroying his forces, he called for reinforcements from Lépine, but they allowed the Alcantara bridge to be cut, the only one available for crossing the Tagus and entering Portugal. Wellington was therefore able to land unmolested on April 22, concentrate 25,000 men at Coimbra, and attack the two French armies one at a time. In the first place he turned his attention to Soult, who was off his guard and lost Oporto on May 12. As Beresford had crossed the Douro upstream, Soult could only escape via the mountains, which meant abandoning his artillery. Instead of planning joint operations to save, at least, Galicia, Ney and Soult proceeded to go their separate ways, and finally evacuated the province and retired on Leon and Zamora respectively. Wellington had turned back on Victor, but having experienced a great deal of difficulty in getting ready and coming to an agreement with Cuesta, he did not resume action till June 27. Victor fell back towards Madrid so as to link up with Sebastiani. They were also counting on help from Mortier, but Napoleon had placed him, together with Ney, under Soult's orders, with instructions to cut off Wellington's line of retreat by crossing the Sierra de Gredos. Nevertheless, Victor and Sebastiani, nominally under Joseph's command, took the offensive and on July 28 attacked the Allies, who had slightly superior numbers and held a strong position at Talavera. But they were thrown back. Wellington, under threat from Soult, recrossed the Tagus and withdrew towards Badajoz. Nevertheless, his success made a great stir and he was raised to the peerage as Viscount Wellington. Although there were 5 French corps grouped together and the road to Lisbon lay open, no one dared take the initiative and boldly seize this chance. The armies simply went their several ways, and Sebastiani hastened to repulse Venegas's army at Almonacid, which had come from the direction of La Mancha. Wellington, however, was not at all satisfied with this Spanish commander or with Cuesta, or with the junta's refusal to make him commander-in-chief. From now on he therefore went his own way. He had a feeling, moreover, that after his defeat of Austria Napoleon would launch a great effort against him in Spain, and thought it wise to reserve his strength and organize a fortified base in Portugal. The junta disregarded this plan and ordered a general offensive. Arizaga advanced towards the Tagus at the head of the Andalusian army and was routed by Soult at Ocana on November 29. Del Parque made a momentary entry into Salamanca, but Kellerman came on the scene and on November 28 overwhelmed the Estremadura army, led by Albuquerque, at Alba de Tormes. Joseph and Soult then suggested the conquest of Andalusia and Napoleon gave way, lured on by the prospect of the resources to be found there. The French occupied Seville on February 1, 1810, and Malaga on the 5th, meeting with hardly any resistance. However, they made the mistake of not marching straight upon Cadiz where the junta had taken refuge, so that Albuquerque arrived in time to shut himself in there on February 3, and the French had to undertake a siege which proved unsuccessful. 3 army corps were thus immobilized in Andalusia. This was all the more vexatious because Napoleon, as Wellington had foreseen, was preparing a new expedition to Portugal. In 1811 he had more than 360,000 men in the peninsula. In theory, Massina's army should have numbered 130,000. But as he had had to commission Bonnet to reoccupy Asturias and make solid provision for Navarre, Biscay, and Old Castile, he in fact had only 60,000 men left, an altogether insufficient fighting force. He did not set up any powder magazines or transport depots, and he waited till the end of the harvest to take Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida. Not till September was he ready to move. He found the countryside more or less empty after the summoning of the Ordenanza, which involved the evacuation of the inhabitants and the destruction of all food that could not be carried away. Wellington only offered battle at the gates of Coimbra. Entrenched on the heights of Busaco, he was able to throw back Messina on September 27, but as the French general was maneuvering to turn the position, Wellington withdrew. In the course of pursuit, Messina soon came up against the lines of Torres Vedras, 3 of them, one behind the other. The first, 40 kilometers long, contained 126 fortifications armed with 247 guns. Wellington had 33,000 English, 30,000 Portuguese and 6,000 Spaniards, not to mention the partisans, and there was no question of being able to reduce the position by famine, since its supplies were replenished by sea. Messina had no siege equipment, and only 35,000 men. In spite of urgent requests, Drouet only brought him 10,000. There was an appalling dearth of food. On March 5, 1811 he gave orders to retreat, and did not halt till Salamanca was reached. Wellington followed in pursuit and at once laid siege to Almeida. In order to free it, Messina came into attack on May 5 at Fuentes de Onoro, on the Coa, and was driven back. Just at this moment, Napoleon was beginning preparations for the war against Russia, and for the time being, at any rate, this reverse could not be remedied. Only Soult had received orders to support Messina. He did not dare refuse, but only went so far as to capture Badajoz on March 11. Wellington thought his own position strong enough to send out Beresford against him, who forced him back, besieged Badajoz once again and repulsed the attacks on Albuera on May 16. Wellington, who was now rid of Messina, then joined up with him, but Marmont, who had taken command at Salamanca, likewise went and joined forces with Soult. Here was one last chance to fight a major battle in favorable conditions against the Anglo-Portuguese forces. But this does not appear to have occurred to the two marshals. They separated, and went their separate ways. Wellington made for Ciudad Rodrigo, but as Marmont was approaching, he did not persist, and instead retired to Portugal. This, however, was only a short breathing space. When he had been reinforced he knew that, contrary to the emperor's belief, he was now stronger than Marmont, who had a bare 34,000 men. Besides, he was reckoning on the surprise value of a winter campaign. This time he acted with a boldness that proved completely successful. Setting out on January 7, 1812, he took Ciudad Rodrigo by assault on the 19th and straight away marched on Badajoz, which he captured on April 6. Soult had been slow to move, and Marmont did not dare to undertake any major diversion. Wellington gave orders, moreover, to multiply attacks on every hand so as to give no chance of coming to their assistance. The Galicians besieged Astorga, Popham appeared on the Biscay coast and kept Caffarelli busy, while Bentinck sent Maitland to the coast of Valencia to look after Suchet. Since Napoleon had recalled 25,000 men to send to Russia, Joseph besought Soult to evacuate Andalusia, but in vain. On June 14 Wellington resumed the offensive and Marmont was forced to withdraw behind the Douro. Recalling Bonnet from Asturias, he made a clever crossing of the river and turned the enemy's flank, so that they fell back towards Salamanca. On July 22 he crossed the Tormes and attacked the Arap Isles position, but so clumsily that he was set upon in mid-maneuver and routed. The French lost 14,000 men and Clausel was able only with great difficulty to get them back to Burgos. Wellington marched on Madrid, Joseph evacuating it in order to join up with Suchet. Soult finally left Andalusia, linked forces with them and retook the capital in October. Wellington, on his way to occupy Burgos, now fell back upon the Tormes, and Soult seemed in no hurry to attack him, but withdrew to Portugal, having taken 20,000 prisoners, captured or destroyed 3,000 guns and freed Andalusia. In the east of Spain, operations pursued an independent course. In Catalonia, Roses fell in 1808 and Gerona in 1809. Figueras was lost and recaptured in 1811, and it seemed impossible to bring peace to this province. In Aragon, Suchet at first withstood Blake, who was threatening Saragossa, but when he had been reinforced he took Lerida and Mequinenza in 1810, and in 1811 Tortosa and Tarragona. After he had been proclaimed marshal he discomfited Blake outside the fortress of Sagunta, then before Valencia, which he entered on January 9, 1812. As part of his troops had been taken away from him, he did not venture further forward, and Maitland was able to occupy Alicante. Wellington had thus more than lived up to his promises. Not only had he saved Portugal, but he was holding down a considerable French force in the peninsula. It should be noted, however, that England's continental diversion had not up till then been decisive, for it had prevented neither the defeat of Austria nor the invasion of Russia. If Russia had been defeated, Wellington would have stood no chance of maintaining his footing, even in Portugal. Not till 1813, when the old army of Spain had ensured Napoleon's victory in Germany, was he able to give decisive help to the coalition, and even then, not until winter had destroyed the Grande Armée. 4. The Continental Blockade. Although England commanded the seas, she could not, in spite of the Spanish diversion, wrest the continent from the French army. On the other hand, Napoleon, by concentrating on a federated Europe under his own control, was depriving himself, at any rate for a considerable period, of the ability to attack his enemy at home. This is why the economic war played such an important part after the Peace of Tilsit. The British blockade was more or less of a purely mercantile character. Far from attempting to starve out her adversary and to disrupt her manufacturing war potential, which the state of the continental economy would have made useless, England's effort was bent upon selling her, through neutral channels, all the goods she could possibly desire. The maritime blockade aimed at enriching England herself, and not at destroying the military power of France, a goal that would in any case have been beyond her capacity. During his early years Napoleon had followed a similar policy. But subsequently he had returned by way of the Berlin and Milan decrees to the policy of the Convention and the Directory, with the avowed intention of hermetically sealing the continent against English goods, thus condemning her to live as an enclosed economy purely on her own resources. Such a decisive resolve, involving so many risks, could only be based upon a relentless determination to transform the continental blockade into a weapon of war. As long as he did not possess the command of the seas, he had no illusions about the possibility of starving England out and depriving her of raw materials. While not appreciating to the full the solid basis of England's capitalism or its up-to-date structure, he realized that it depended on credit and export, and was therefore vulnerable. He thought that if he could severely shake this edifice, he could bring about bankruptcy, mass unemployment, possibly even a revolution, at all events, force England to give in. But was this a realistic threat? This has been generally denied by the economists, and others have been disposed to follow their verdict, yet it remains an open question. Moreover, did Napoleon ever put the policy into force with maximum rigor? And did he ever completely free himself from the mercantile and fiscal considerations which were bound to weaken its impact? This is a subsidiary question which is also worth examining. English commerce during the early years of the blockade. Up to the time of the Berlin and Milan decrees, England had the advantage of attack in the economic war. Once she had eliminated enemy shipping and obtained complete control over the neutrals, she could interfere with French exports and deprive her of markets, while continuing to sell to her and even buy from her when convenient. But the Napoleonic conquests and the continental blockade reversed the positions. Now the French intention was to prevent her from supplying the continent, much her best customer. She was now reduced to the defensive, and it was up to her to make the enemy take her goods. In order to get the better of these awkward circumstances, she had no need to modify her policies, and in fact she did not make any change at all in them. It was rather the opposite, her economic pragmatism was if anything intensified. In April 1808 the government even obtained parliamentary powers to grant licenses as it liked, in violation of the principles recently laid down by itself in the regulations of 1807. It thus gave permission for the import and export of forbidden goods, for sailing to ports that were effectively blockaded, for proceeding in ballast trim from one enemy port to another, and even allowed the French flag to appear on sufferance in its own harbors. Though as a result of the Franco-Austrian War, licenses for ships proceeding to the Empire were abruptly discontinued on April 26, 1809, they continued to be issued for Germany and the Baltic, and in fact soon began to be granted for Holland and Italy. With the harvest giving cause for anxiety, the government even went so far on September 28 as to authorize ships to ply between any ports from Holland to Bayonne, in ballast trim, which was quite unprecedented. This toleration was withdrawn in November, re-established in May 1810, suspended in October, and then reinstituted once again, according to the prevalent view as to the state of supplies. In 1811 trade with the enemy was once again prohibited, but it was reopened in 1812, even with the United States, which had already declared war. From 1807 to 1812, 44,346 licenses were granted, nearly 26,000 of them in 1809 and 1810. The neutrals received their share, and it would seem that there was a traffic in these documents even on the continent. This was in fact the channel through which all the maritime commerce flowed, and even when the government did not insist on licenses, they were nevertheless in request because the war fleet made hardly any distinctions in practice between friend and foe. The distribution of licenses came in the end to be regulated not by any real rules, but solely by judging each case on its merits. This encouraged arbitrary dealings, corruption, slow procedure, and mistakes, and protests were raised against a regime that perpetuated the suspension of the Navigation Acts and for practical purposes abolished the regulations of 1807. Nevertheless, this system helped England to defend herself, for in most cases, the licenses only allowed imports with a view to re-export. It could when convenient be used to exert diplomatic pressure, and as the licenses cost £13 or £14, they were a not inconsiderable source of revenue. In Europe, success depended primarily on the effective strength of the continental system. In 1807 and 1808, after the Peace of Tilsit, it was for a while extensive enough to make a perceptible reduction in imports coming from Great Britain. But its strength soon diminished. Spain and Portugal were lost to Napoleon, and in 1809 Turkey made peace with England and threw the Levant open to her. Austria was once more accessible, the requirements of war drew the French forces away from the German coasts, and trade again became very nearly free there. This was what they called the Second Tunning Period in Holstein. Moreover, there was a more or less open government connivance among Napoleon's allies or vassal states. Up to 1810 Holland continued to be an important market for Britain. Louis had promulgated the Berlin Decree, but did not manage to secure respect for it, and from 1806 onwards he too began to allow licenses, and exports to England went steadily ahead, involving, of course, return journeys and cargoes. More than 237,000 quarters of grain arrived from the Low Countries in 1807. In addition, ships became accustomed to providing themselves with two sorts of papers, one to show to the English and the other to the French, and a Liverpool house sent out circulars offering to provide such documents. Finally, the English made full use of the dealers in contraband. In order to encourage the blockade runner, the French methods of packing and labeling were adopted. All kinds of subterfuges came into play, such as lowering nets full of goods at agreed spots, which would then be picked up at night by fishermen. Most important of all were the depots set up as close as possible to the Empire coasts. In 1808 Heligoland was chosen as a North Sea base. Extensive works were carried out there, and 200 merchants took up permanent residence there, among them one of the parish brothers of Hamburg, so much so that it became known as Little London. Between August and November 1808, 120 ships called in there, and arrivals were valued at 8 million a year. From this point goods went on to Holstein for Hamburg via Altona, or were landed by night with the help of coastal fishermen, after which there were all sorts of devices for dispatching them to Frankfurt, Leipzig, Basel, and Strasbourg. In the Baltic, Göteborg became the principal center. By 1808 the sport was already exporting 1,300,000 pounds of coffee and nearly 3 million pounds of sugar, and these figures rose respectively to 4½ and 7½ million in 1809, and doubled the following year. These consignments found their way via Pomerania and Prussia partly to Leipzig, and also to Poland and Russia. In the Mediterranean the requisite bases were provided by Gibraltar, Sardinia, and Sicily, Malta, the Balearic Islands, after 1808, and the Dalmatian and Ionian Islands after 1809, Malta being undoubtedly the essential depot above all others. There was access to Austria via Trieste and Vienna, and thence by another route to Leipzig. When the English gained a footing in Turkey a new route was opened up from Salonika and Constantinople to Belgrade and Hungary, all the profits from which went to Vienna. According to the English statistics, exports to Northern Europe, including France, were only perceptibly diminished in 1808, they recovered in 1809, and by 1810 had risen to a level very close to the value of 1,805. Taking the latter as 100, then the index figure for 1808 would have been 20.9 for goods of English origin and 51.6 for re-exports, essentially colonial produce. In 1809 they rose to 55.2 and 140 respectively, in 1810 to 74.6 and 97.3. For the total of exports to the same region, the index figures in comparison with 1805 were 32.6 in 1808, 87.5 in 1809, and 83.2 in 1810, the 1809 rise being due to the Austrian War, and the 1810 fall to the first effects of tightening up the continental system and the Trianon and Fontainebleau decrees. In 1810 British exports to Northern Europe and France were thus not notably diminished, but the devastating drop in 1808 proves that the continental blockade was in itself effective, though it all depended on the length of time and the completeness with which it was applied, that is to say, on the power of the French armies. All the same, even if the Napoleonic blockade had been extended over the whole of Europe, and even if it had been perfectly observed, British exports would not have been killed, for the continent only took 3/4 of them as far as colonial produce was concerned, while the proportion of goods coming directly from England was not more than 1/3, 37% in 1805, 25% in 1808 and 34% in 1810. The emperor could therefore only have been certain of attaining his goal by conquering the East as well, and if overseas countries, or at any rate the United States, whether they were in concert with him or no, had adopted the same policy. In fact, the real difficulties encountered by England were due to the American rebellion against the ordinances of 1807, in which respect they reacted differently from the Swedes and Norwegians, the Greeks, and the Berbers. To be sure, the Americans did not like the Napoleonic decrees either, but they had other grievances as well against the English, leaving the question of the press gangs and the nationality of crews for the time being in suspense. On May 27, 1807 the English captured a ship of theirs and took several of its crew to London. Those who had taken these steps were reprimanded, but England refused to give way on the basic issue, and a breach between the two countries took place. On December 22 Jefferson declared an embargo, closing his ports to belligerents who had taken measures against neutrals, and forbidding his own ships to leave these ports. Only the English stood to suffer by this ruling. In actual fact, the embargo was not scrupulously enforced, in spite of the passing of an Enforcement Act in 1808. All the same, the import of grain that year from the United States was only 1/20th of the amount imported in 1807, and Liverpool received only 23,000 sacks of cotton instead of 143,000. The price of bread rose, and there was a manufacturing crisis, while a fall in wages led to a general strike in Manchester and a series of disturbances. On the other hand, on the continent, though colonial imports fell off considerably, this was due only to the withdrawal of the American ships. According to Gogol, the Dutch Minister of Finance, Holland received from America in 1807 nearly 30 million pounds of coffee and 41 million pounds of sugar. In 1808 she obtained only 1 million pounds of coffee and 4 million of sugar. These goods came of course mostly from the English colonies. And lastly, the sale of English goods to the United States fell by more than half, though in the ordinary way they formed 1/3 of her exports. But thanks to the acquisition of new markets, England was able to guard against this situation, which was becoming serious. Portugal and Spain were only a moderate help. Though the amount of goods sent to them rose greatly, the increase was chiefly devoted to feeding Wellington's troops. On the other hand, the Levant markets proved a most valuable acquisition. The total figure for peninsular and Mediterranean exports rose from 4 million pounds in 1805 to more than 16 million pounds in 1811. But the really crucial event was the opening up of markets in Brazil and the Spanish colonies. We have no exact information about their trade, yet this development is the most likely explanation of the sudden rise of English sales in America, excluding the United States, which increased from 8 million pounds in 1805 to 11 million pounds in 1806 and 1807, and to nearly £20 million in 1808 and 1809. One of the permanent results of the crisis was therefore to reduce the importance of the continental market in British eyes and to turn attention to outlets overseas. Apart from the Levant, Asia and Africa did not for the moment play any part in this development. If anything, British exports to those parts fell off during this period. The importance of Napoleon's Spanish adventure stands out all the more clearly against the facts that have just been reviewed. Thus renewed in strength, England could afford to wait till the United States came to a better mind, which they were not long in doing. They could not live without exporting their corn, wood, cotton, and tobacco. On this point New England and the South were agreed. Moreover, there had been protests from the ship owners, and the agitation soon threatened to lead to civil war. At all events, the embargo provided an excellent platform for the Federalists, who accused Jefferson of siding with the French. Nevertheless, Madison was elected in 1808, but it had been agreed that the embargo should be withdrawn. On March 4, 1809 a Non-Intercourse Act was substituted, forbidding all trade with the belligerents, but it did not apply to Spain or Portugal, Denmark, or Sweden, and once on the way, American ships contrived to go where they liked, particularly to Holland and to England. Gerard, for example, was arranging food supplies for Portugal, and from there his ships went on with wine for England, from which they returned with fresh cargoes. Moreover, the English ambassador promised that the orders in council would soon be repealed, and although the government issued a disclaimer, Madison had meanwhile been elected, the Non-Intercourse Act had been repealed and there was an enormous rush for Europe. In 1809 English exports to the United States rose to nearly £7.5 million, and the American fleet was once more put at the disposal of the British. In 1809 the percentage of ships leaving British ports under foreign flags rose from 45 to 70. Making allowance for the variations in price, and so in profit, and for the hazards of payment, which were apt to be very much a matter of chance in these new countries, as was soon to be discovered, the result of the English entry into Latin America and the Levant was that Napoleon's designs were effectively foiled. To be sure, the export index went down a little in 1808 to 91, but thanks to the shock administered to the continental system, and to the reconciliation with the United States, it was remarkably buoyant in 1809, when it rose to 125, and even to more than 126 in 1810. These customs figures are confirmed by estimates of imports by weight in the cotton industry. From 1801 to 1805 England imported on the average 56.5 million pounds of cotton bales, from 1807 to 1812 the figures were 79.7 million, or an increase of 40.7%. The sale of cotton goods rose from £8,600,000 in 1805 to £12,500,000 in 1808 and £14.4 million in 1809. There was an equal growth in the production of coal and iron, and continued technical progress. The population rose from 10,943,000 in 1801 to 12,597,000 in 1811. All this evidence goes to prove that Britain's economic structure during the early years of the century emerged victorious from the tests it had undergone. Success was primarily due to its unrivaled use of machinery and the monopoly of goods from the colonies. And so the publicists employed by the government were able to snap their fingers at Napoleon, in particular d'Ilvernois, whose book Les Effets du Blocus Continental came out in July 1809. Votre blocus ne bloque point. Et grâce à notre ariocedrus. Sur que vous avez sans cesse. Ne periront que d'embonpoint.1. Yet it was too early to imagine that the day was won. After the defeat of Austria, there was a tightening up of the continental system, and there seemed to be nothing to prevent Napoleon from making an end of Spain. It looked as though with Alexander's support, or when he had been defeated, Napoleon would contrive to expel England from the Levant. Besides, the continental blockade could well go hand in hand with closing the American market. Just then Latin America was proving a disappointment in the matter of payments, and by plunging into civil war was narrowing down the markets, and it was not long before there was a renewal of the conflict with the United States. Even during the years of prosperity, certain imports gave cause for grave anxiety. It was no good Saumarez commanding the Baltic, because as its ports were gradually sealed, it became increasingly difficult to export the wood, grain, hemp, and flax that had previously come from those parts, and these were goods that did not lend themselves to contraband dealings. For textiles, England now turned to Ireland. But wood supplies were a very different matter. In 1808 the consumption rose to 60,000 loads, each load being roughly equivalent to a cubic meter and a tenth. Although the British forests were denuded and a great deal of wood was imported from Canada from 1804 onwards, England had in that year to buy 20,000 loads abroad. The House of Sully always managed to send some from Danzig, but from now on, the supply dwindled, not more than 3,319 poles and 2,500 loads in 1811, while Canada sent 23,000 poles, 24,000 loads of oak and 145,000 of pine. Previously, more had come from Sweden, and especially from the United States, but in 1810 there was nothing at all from this quarter. There was a search for new sources of supply, but the wood trade was not organized anywhere else as it was in the Baltic, and freights often proved prohibitive. There was particular difficulty in obtaining supplies for the Malta docks, in spite of the treaties signed with Adamich of Fiume and after 1809 with Ali Tebelen. Once again it proved necessary to infringe the Navigation Acts by arranging for the construction of ships, even warships, at Halifax and in India. The merchant navy suffered in consequence. Instead of the 95,000 tons delivered in 1804, it received only 54,000 in 1810. The year 1810 was a very hard one, and only 47,000 loads were used in construction, 10,000 of them coming from abroad. Grain supplies required even more careful consideration. High prices had led to a large increase in home production. Something like 300,000 hectares were cleared for cultivation at this time, chiefly in the common lands. Ireland also provided important supplies. In her struggle with Napoleon, England's trump card was the progress made by the capitalist system, which gave her industry an invincible superiority, though not to the extent of making homegrown foodstuffs superfluous. Nevertheless, according to Young's estimate, imported food supplied a sixth of the total consumption. Although prices never reached the 1801 level, corn remained more expensive than on the continent. A quarter rose to 100 shillings in 1805, then fell to 66 in 1807, and rose again to 94 in 1808-9. For these two reasons, opinion was always nervous about anything that might hold up consignments. 3/4 of the imported corn came from the Baltic, the other quarter from the United States and Canada. Now the Baltic ports were in Napoleon's hands, and in spite of contraband, England managed to get only 65,000 quarters from the continent in 1808 as against 514,000 in 1807. On the other hand, the United States only contributed 6% to grain imports in 1808, instead of the 14% of the previous year. Since the harvest was not a bad one, no great harm was done, but in a poor season the result would have been very different. Besides, there were Portugal and Spain to feed, and here America came to the rescue and so indirectly gave help to England. But supposing they were to declare war? Finally, there were the Antilles to consider. In 1808 the home country had to be responsible for feeding them too. If the Baltic and the United States had failed simultaneously, there would have been at least a 2 months deficit, and even more in a bad harvest season. It has been said that England could have managed by introducing rationing, by raising the extraction rate for milling and so on. Nonetheless, the psychological effect would have been tremendous. In 1809, then, prospects for the Napoleonic blockade were uncertain, but there was a tendency to be too complacent and to minimize its chances of success. By itself, it would not have brought England to her knees. Nevertheless, if applied rigorously and to the whole of Europe, it might have so weakened her that at some moment or other she would have felt unable to endure such stress, quite independently of Napoleon's specific endeavors, but decisively enough to give him certain victory. Thus the essential point for him was to extend his domination of the continent and at the same time maintain an unrelenting blockade. But he did just the opposite, he relaxed its rigors. The development of the continental blockade. If strictly applied, the continental blockade, representing the mercantile theory at its extreme, would have required Europe to live entirely on its own resources. But as the vast majority of Europeans were still engaged in agriculture, there was no need to be uneasy about food supplies. For the same reason she was self-sufficient in fatty products and in textiles, apart from cotton, nor was it impossible for her to supply her own needs in fuel and mining products. On the other hand, she was very hard hit by the disappearance of colonial goods. Attempts were made to find substitutes, chicory for coffee, honey, and grape syrup for sugar, 2,000 tons of which were manufactured in France about 1811. More important still, at least for the future, was the attention now paid to sugar beet, which was isolated by Marggraf in 1757 and had been produced commercially in Silesia by a German called Eckhard since the beginning of the century. For lack of indigo and cochineal, recourse was had to woad and madder. Attempts were also made to cultivate saltwort, in the Papal States, for instance, and the chemical industry quickly popularized the product Nicolas Leblanc had produced by breaking down sea salt. There were efforts also to acclimatize cotton round Naples and Malaga, and they proved quite successful, since France ended by obtaining a sixth of her whole consumption from these sources, and managed to gain access to cotton from the Levant by way of Illyria. Nevertheless, this remained a permanent difficulty where cotton supplies were concerned, and but for contraband imports, the looms would have had to shut down, especially in Switzerland and Saxony. Napoleon's attitude to this industry shows most clearly of all his desire to reduce the continent to a position of economic self-sufficiency. He had never liked the cotton industry just because it was dependent on supplies from abroad, and quite early on he gave protection to Douglas in setting up in France the manufacture of machinery for spinning wool. Moreover, he agreed to grant loans to cotton manufacturers wishing to change over their machinery to a different raw material, and offered a prize of 1,000,000 francs to anyone who could invent a machine for spinning flax. In 1811 all cotton materials were barred from the imperial palaces. Even if Europe had been well supplied with raw materials, her troubles would not have been at an end, for her manufacturing capacity was very much smaller than her needs. It could only be hoped that as the blockade became a more perfect instrument for establishing protection, production would achieve the requisite advances. But time would be needed, for up till then both machinery and skilled mechanics had come from England. Moreover, there was nowhere an adequate amount of capital, and the situation was not such as to attract it. Industrial centers being few and the seas closed to commerce, self-sufficiency required amongst other things a general rearrangement of distribution and methods of transport. And so the blockade upset people's habits, interfered with the usual routines, and damaged an untold number of interests. The ship owners, merchants, and industrialists in the seaports knew that their interests were disregarded out of hand. Consumers, that is to say, everybody, alas, felt that they were expected to stand the racket. They did not like chicory and grape syrup, and woolens and linens were much dearer than cottons. In a general way, leading industrialists and even Napoleon himself were concerned to supply the market without much concern for costs. The ideal of self-sufficiency clashed at too many points with the producers' and the consumers' independence, which was founded on individual liberty and free employment, everywhere proclaimed by Napoleon to be one of the cardinal principles of the new society. A conspiracy was bound to develop of its own accord against the blockade, and nothing but the controls and pressures exercised by a military and police state would have succeeded in enforcing obedience to the system. The Allied countries prevented by the blockade from exporting their agricultural produce often lacked the industries that would have compensated for this loss. Others again, like the Hanseatic towns, were nearly killed by the veto on all sea trade, but they more or less openly contrived to get round the regulations in proportion as they still enjoyed some measure of independence. All they had to do was not to apply the measures relating to neutrals. And so the blockade relaxed or tightened up according as Napoleon's military ascendancy decreased or increased. It had started by being a symbol of the Grand Empire, but in the end became a reason for its extension, and had an effect upon its structure, for the vassal states scarcely behaved any more obediently than the allies of Napoleon. Holland provides the most instructive example. In response to threats from his brother, Louis closed the Dutch ports on September 4, 1807. But as early as 1808 La Rochefoucauld, the French ambassador, pointing out the importance of contraband, particularly in East Frisia, which had recently been annexed, and in Walcheren, which gave access to Antwerp, was advising the annexation of the country at least as far as the Meuse. A royal decree authorized the export of butter and cheese, but Napoleon decided to close his frontier to the Dutch on September 16. Then on October 23 Louis forbade all exports, and closed his ports to all ships. In French eyes, such excessive measures showed the absurdity of the blockade. Besides, these regulations had no sooner been made than they were undermined by a series of exceptions. In June 1809 Louis once more opened his ports to American vessels on condition that they should consign their cargoes to the state warehouses until peace was signed, from which place it was mere child's play to remove them. On July 18 Napoleon replied by setting up a customs cordon from the Rhine to the Trave, and Louis had once again to give way. A dogged repetition of these efforts finally provoked Napoleon into annexing his kingdom in 1810. Murat was already pursuing the same tactics. Sovereigns like the King of Saxony and the Grand Duke of Frankfurt, who had no contact with the sea, were in an even better position to ignore vetoes on contraband. Since Western Germany had been at peace, Frankfurt had recovered its prosperity by acting as a clearinghouse on the French frontier, and in 1810 the Prussian representative stated that there had never been so many colonial goods in transit. Leipzig continued to be a big English market providing goods for Central and Eastern Europe. At the Michaelmas Fair of 1810 there were more than $65.5 million worth of colonial goods on sale, and Switzerland was a regular buyer of all the yarn she needed, £190,000 in 1807 to 8, £430,000 in 1808 to 9, £950,000 in 1809 to 10, and it was through her territory that British exports reached Italy. The blockade thus became one of the factors pointing to the superiority of an empire organized on a unitary, rather than on a federative, basis. Even where Napoleon was in sole command, it was not easy to get the better of contraband traffic. At no period had it been so flourishing, thanks to the enormous profits reaped from it and the universal connivance at the system. In 1810 the emperor himself gave some idea of the excellence of his arrangements in detailing his various agents, such as the entrepreneurs, the assureurs, the interesses, the chefs de bande, the porteurs. For goods intended for France, Basle and Strasbourg were the busiest centers, and fortunes were made there by this trade. Customs officials were not sufficient for keeping watch over such an extent of coastline and more particularly of land frontiers. Military occupation alone could be effective. When Napoleon needed to withdraw troops, as in 1809, there were breaches in the system everywhere. In 1811 he had to exclude Dalmatia and Croatia from the imperial customs domain because he could not keep an adequate watch on them. Nor could the emperor rely completely upon his officials. Consuls became corrupt, like Bourrienne at Hamburg and Clarembold at Königsberg. Messina had put up licenses for sale in Italy. Customs officials could be bribed too, including their chiefs, as we learn from what took place at Strasbourg. These disadvantages would have been best overcome by reducing the size of the sectors controlled from each center, from which it seemed obvious, as always, that the whole of Europe should be annexed to the empire, an argument that was by no means displeasing to Napoleon. There would thus have been no inducement to modify his policy if the blockade had not involved consequences that seemed to be dangerous to him personally. Decrès was not long in complaining that the navy could not get its vital supplies, which usually came from the Baltic. The cotton manufacturers, who had at first rejoiced in the exclusion of English cotton goods and had extended their factories, began to change their tune because raw material was running short. If this was to be the result of the blockade, then they had no use for it. However impatient the emperor might be at their complaints, he was forced to take note of them because there was nothing he so much dreaded as unemployment. Moreover, the empire's exports were going down. In spite of the war, they had steadily risen up to 1,806, when they were valued at 456 million francs. In 1807 they dropped to 376 million, in 1808 and 1809 they were hardly more than 330 million. Certain industries showed a decline, particularly silk manufacture, and in the West, textiles, so that there was a further threat of unemployment from this direction too. The salt refiners on the coasts, the vine growers, and the peasants in the provinces adjacent to the Channel and the North Sea were equally loud in complaint. There were difficulties in disposing of butter and cheese, fruit and vegetables, and, what was more important, wines and brandy. When there was a glut in the corn market, the situation grew even worse. Under the consulate, corn had been dear, which had had no small part in making Bonaparte popular with the landowners and large-scale farmers. In year X and year 11 the average price had been more than 24 francs a hectoliter. Since 1804 a series of good harvests had brought the price down below 20 francs, in 1809 it even went as low as 15 francs, and in the Paris basin and in Brittany it actually fell to 11 or 12 francs, and in the Vendée to less than 10. Napoleon became disturbed, though he did not want bread to be dear, neither did he wish slumps to spread discontent among the growers and make it difficult to collect the tax. In such cases he would give previous authorization for corn export on a provisional basis, as was the custom under the Ancien Regime. On November 23, 1808 a trader in Lefebvre had asked for permission to export, and England would have been delighted to be able once more to buy from France. Again, the question of export had more general implications, for it also affected the balance of trade. Napoleon would have made a distinction between this and the balance of account which Colbert would hardly have allowed, for though France in his time did not possess the resources derived from freightage and tourism, her capitalists did at least conduct certain speculative operations in the conquered countries, and war provided significant quantities of specie. Nevertheless, his ideas were too traditional not to insist at all costs on giving the precedence to export. Up to 1808 he did not succeed, although the deficit fell from 83 million francs in 1803 to 17 million in 1807. Among its other advantages, the continental blockade seemed to Napoleon to have the merit of redressing this whole situation. Imports went down from 477 million francs in 1806 to 289 million in 1809. From 1808 onwards, there was a favorable balance of trade, leaving a cash balance of 43 million francs in 1809. In the emperor's eyes, this was the essential thing, but the result would have been even more satisfactory if exports, instead of going down, had also maintained their level. Since the war blockade as he saw it was aimed at England's currency, it did not contradict his mercantile theories. The essential point was to go on selling to the English, while not buying from them, so as to rob them of their coin. When he heard in 1808 that Louis was issuing export licenses for Great Britain, he forgave him on condition that nothing should be bought from her in exchange. They must pay in cash, but never in goods, never, do you understand? For him, however, there was no relaxing the rigorous attitude to neutrals. When he heard of Jefferson's embargo, he announced in the Bayonne Decree of April 17, 1808 that it must now be assumed in principle that American navigation had ceased to exist, and that any vessels claiming United States allegiance must be deemed fraudulent, and might therefore be taken as lawful prize. Napoleon had them sequestrated, and by the Rambouillet Decree of March 23, 1810 ordered them to be sold together with their cargoes. When neutral vessels were excluded, French exporters ran short of shipping, and there was bound to be a fall in the quantity of goods dispatched. It is possible that to begin with, Napoleon may not have noticed this contradictory state of affairs, seeing that his gaze was fixed above all on France, and that he was quite indifferent to the fate of the agricultural countries' export trade, the Baltic states, for example. Even if he had conquered the whole of Europe, France would nevertheless have remained the essential port of the empire, the center to which money must flow. Since the blockade gave her the continental market, he argued, she had only to seize it to maintain, and even to increase, her sales. But were French resources really sufficient to replace the goods from England? And could overland porterage and canal traffic be so greatly increased that transport by sea would become unnecessary? Events were to prove that these hopes could not be realized, and even if they had been, there would still have been the problem of what to do with the superfluous corn. Most of the men who served Napoleon did not really approve of the new character he was giving to the blockade and wanted to return to the system in force before 1806. Chaptal made no secret of his opinion. Cretet and Montalivet at the Ministry of the Interior were in touch with the cotton manufacturers and seaport traders, and would have liked to meet their interests. They could not go so far as to ask that the Berlin and Milan decrees should be repealed, but they insinuated that it would be profitable to follow the English example and issue export licenses, and that it would be as well to allow the neutrals to have them too, though without giving them back complete freedom. In order to meet the needs of the army and navy, certain goods would be delivered in return, all other outgoings would be only against payment in money, which would ensure a comfortable cash balance. Did not Coquebert de Montbret recommend in 1802 that there should be exchanges on a compensatory basis? And in 1807 did not Napoleon himself consider at a certain point issuing import licenses on condition that an equivalent amount of goods was exported to keep the balance? Contrary to what he relates in his memoirs, Mollien opposed this plan, pointing out that exporters, even if refused authority to exact payment in kind, would nevertheless not fail to take on a return cargo, even if fraudulently, and that they would moreover be compelled by the English to do so, and in this way, Mollien reckoned, the exchange with Britain would be equalized. Coquebert de Montbret likewise pointed out that if corn was sent to the English, this would spoil the chance of starving them out. These results could not be reconciled with the theory of an offensive blockade. They were right, but another argument advanced by Gaudin and Colin de Soucy, the head of the customs, won Napoleon over. By reducing imports, they argued, he would curtail the customs revenue, which went down from 60 million francs in 1808 to 11.5 million in 1809. On the eve of the campaign against Austria, it was important to restore the level of receipts. Moreover, the export of corn would enable the peasants to pay the land tax. In March 1809 Napoleon did in fact dictate a plan for licensing. A confidential circular from Cretet announced on April 14 that it was a question of an exceptional and temporary expedient which would not be publicized. These licenses, later called the old-type licenses, would allow the export of wines and brandies, fruit and vegetables, grain and salt against the import of wood, hemp, iron, and cinchona or against payment in coin, plus the customs dues and a tax of from 30 to 40 louis for each license. Cretet issued 40 of these, but Fouché, who succeeded him as the intermediate authority, was much more generous, for by October 5 he had issued 200. However, Gaudin and Montalivet insisted on the needs of industry being also considered, and so a second type of license was brought out on December 4, 1809, incorporated subsequently in a decree of February 14, 1810. This measure reserved 3/4 of each cargo exported for agricultural produce, to which were now added oils and textile raw materials. The rest of the cargo could be taken up by manufactured products. As was to be expected, the conditions governing re-import and payment in coin clashed with the English requirements, and there was not as great a demand for licenses as might be imagined. In June 1810 it was reported to the Emperor that 351 had been issued, exports being valued at 10 million francs against 6 million of imports. Nevertheless, the export of grain is still shrouded in obscurity. According to the English figures, the Empire and its allies sent Great Britain in 1809 and 1810 nearly 1,500,000 quarters, and this was said to have been paid for in gold, involving a transfer of £1,400,000 sterling. The value of English imports did in fact rise in 1809 to £75.5 million, and in 1810 to £89.7 million, whereas the famine of 1801 had only made the figure go up to £73.7. It therefore seems likely that corn was exported not only under imperial license. Since the end of September 1809 England had been issuing licenses to go and fetch corn from the continent, even as ballast, and it looks as though Napoleon closed his eyes and allowed the enemy ships to load as freely as they liked, until it came to the poor harvest of 1810, when he stopped exports at the end of the summer. The glut in corn had been cleared, but the vine growers, the industrialists, and the treasury had little cause for satisfaction. During the first half of 1810 the emperor became convinced that this first attempt was not enough. In the course of his northern journey, the manufacturers' grievances were more and more loudly voiced, and on January 12 he gave permission for selling prize goods, in spite of the veto against them, except for certain cottons, subject to a duty of 40%. These were called products of permitted origin. In other words, he authorized certain imports. Where exports were concerned, he organized official relationships with the English smugglers at Dunkirk, and in 1811 their base was moved to Gravelines. On June 6 the Traders and Manufacturers' Council was set up, and at the end of the month the emperor began to work out with them a general rearrangement of the blockade. A new motive was also urging him in that direction. On May 1, 1810 the American Congress authorized the President in the Macon Bill to forbid imports by belligerents who had not repealed the measures directed against the neutrals before March 3, 1811. If England persisted in maintaining them, Napoleon would, while giving the United States favored treatment, urge them to break off relations with her. By the Decree of Milan, neutrals who stood up for their rights would be exempt from these provisions. Through a diplomatic device it was arranged to advance the date of their coming into force, an event of considerable importance, since it would reinforce the effectiveness of the blockade. On July 3, 1810 the Decree of St. Cloud made licenses an official institution. They were subsequently granted to Italy, and the Hanseatic cities, and to Danzig out of consideration for the Poles. By a further decree of July 25 the French Empire's maritime trade was put under state control. It was now forbidden to enter or leave Empire ports without a license signed by the Emperor in person. These licenses were called normal licenses, and were only issued to French subjects. Thus Napoleon had in effect promulgated a navigation act, like the one passed by the Convention. But as his ships could not sail, it was inoperative. And so an exception studied by the Trade Council in an important session on June 25 was made in favor of the Americans. On July 5 they were granted by decree permission to import, provided that they re-exported the equivalent. But as Madison had forbidden his countrymen to ask for licenses, which in his view implied an authorization contrary to the freedom of the seas and his country's sovereignty, his veto was evaded by calling them permits when they applied to seamen of the United States. The truth was that France could not do without them, but, diplomatically, this concession was much publicized, and on August 6 Champagny gave notice that the Emperor would repeal the Berlin and Milan decrees in November, if the English on their side would revoke the orders in council. Montalivet at once proposed that these permits should be granted to all Allied or neutral vessels, but the Emperor refused, and even impounded some Danish ships. It must therefore be realized that he had most adroitly turned his absolute need for neutral vessels into a diplomatic maneuver likely to put the United States at loggerheads with Great Britain. The decree of July 25 stipulated that all imports must be balanced by an equivalent export of certain designated goods, which varied from port to port, but always contained from a third to a half in silks. If the general prohibitions and those relating to English manufactures had been observed, Imports ought only to have consisted of foodstuffs and raw materials from the United States or the continent, but in actual fact, colonial goods were once more admitted, although known to be of enemy origin. Thus the method put forward by Coquebert de Montbret in 1802 had in effect been adopted: state regulation of all maritime trade, and a compulsory minimum export to balance the imports. Napoleon gave up demanding that the former must be paid for in money in order to revive the export trade and especially to provide industry with the necessary raw materials, and consumers with their sugar and coffee. He had had the same inspiration as the Committee of Public Safety, yet in year 2 France, though obliged to import at all costs, agreed if need be to pay in coin. Now, in Napoleon's time, the position was reversed, and France expected the foreigner to pay her in cash. Nonetheless, it was clear that the emperor, by consenting to purchases which would partly be to the enemy's advantage, was in fact diminishing the rigor of the continental blockade. The treasury also took its share, for each license cost 1,000 francs. The customs tariff had been revised, and on August 1 the Trianon decree was published, increasing the tax on colonial goods to a formidable degree. The American colonist, who had paid 1 franc per quintal in 1804 and 60 francs since 1806, would in future have to pay 800. The duty on indigo was raised from 15 to 900, and on coffee from 150 to 400. There seemed to be a flat contradiction between the policy of obtaining raw materials for the manufacturers and the imposition of this overwhelming level of duty. But in thus striking a blow at cotton, Napoleon was aiming at giving an advantage to the national textile industry. He also imagined that the English would lower their prices to make up for the duty and thus no longer show a profit, while the regular imports would discourage buyers from turning to contraband sources. But he was over-optimistic. The English ruled the market and could hold to their prices, and exorbitant taxation was not likely either to discourage fraudulent dealing. And so there was soon a tightening up of repressive measures. By the Fontainebleau decree of October 18 the contrabandist could be sentenced to 10 years penal servitude, not to mention branding, and put under the jurisdiction of a new court, the Corps douaniers, which followed the same procedure as a special court. In 1812 the Hamburg court pronounced 127 sentences in a fortnight, several of them death sentences in view of aggravating circumstances. Contraband colonial goods were to be confiscated and sold, and manufactured products destroyed. But there remained the goods that had already been brought in despite the blockade in order to improve the market and bring in some money. To deal with this situation, the Trianon decree set a huge police operation on foot. Throughout the empire, house-to-house searches were the order of the day, and as the vassal states showed some reluctance to comply, Napoleon decided to make an example of Frankfurt. In the night of October 17 the city was surrounded by a division and occupied the next day, and 234 merchants, including Bethmann and Rothschild, had everything confiscated that they had not managed to hide. The princes of the Rhine Confederation, Prussia and Switzerland were threatened with invasion, and had their German frontiers closed, after which they decided to obey the emperor's orders. The decrees of 1810 did not, however, yield all the results that had been hoped for, and constantly involved serious drawbacks. The new licenses were not much more popular than the old had been. According to the report produced by Montalivet, the emperor had signed 1,153 by November 25, 1811, but only 494 were issued. They covered exports estimated at 45 million francs and imports of nearly 28 million. The Americans had only taken out some 100 permits, brought in rather less than 3 million in goods, and purchased about 3.5 millions worth. This favorable balance appeared in Napoleon's eyes to justify the experiment. In actual fact, it is doubtful whether there was any gain. In the ministry's figures, the estimated value of exports was increased by 50% to allow for the French merchants' profits, and imports were reduced by 1/4. Moreover, the English refused to purchase, and in Illyria the emperor had to make an exception because when re-exports were demanded they simply refused to deliver any salt. The result was that the exports were often artificial, their only purpose being to justify the corresponding imports. The customs were cheated by arranging for consignments of cheap goods which were subsequently thrown overboard. In any case, though industry experienced a certain relief, it was not enough to disarm the hostility of the business community. Savary has passed on to us Lafitte's strictures, and the Chamber of Commerce at Geneva, through the pen of its secretary Sismondi, was loud in its criticisms of the blockade, to the consternation of government departments. As soon as Napoleon was not willing to grant licenses with the same degree of opportunism that was shown by the English, which would not have been consistent with the Berlin and Milan decrees, he might as well not have issued any at all. Moreover, there was still a long way to go in cleaning up the market. People succeeded in hiding a great deal of the illicit goods, or in declaring them legal, by bribing the French agents or obtaining the connivance of the local authorities. For colonial goods, the emperor was willing to make a variety of concessions. He authorized the payment of dues in kind, allowed the Dutch seizures to come into the empire at a reduction of 50%, permitted the Danes extra time to import the stocks for Holstein at Hamburg, and subsequently accepted the sequestrations in Prussia by way of payment to be deducted from the war indemnity. All that was already in circulation was remitted so that it again became impossible to exercise any kind of check on it. Moreover, this whole procedure had produced the most violent reactions. The destruction of the confiscated manufactured goods brought their holders face to face with bankruptcy, for it required an enormous sum of money to enter into possession of the colonial goods, more than 9 million at Frankfurt, which many were quite unable to advance. Each state claimed the right to apply the Trianon decree to its own advantage, with the result that the whole movement of goods came to a standstill until it was agreed only to require the dues to be paid once, and even then, because Prussia accepted payment in its own depreciated paper money, its certificates ended by being refused. This shock led to the great economic crisis of 1811, and so the customs extortion and red tape only served to aggravate the evils which the licenses had been intended to cure. Nor was the effect on morale at all healthy. The licenses and the Trianon decree confused public opinion by suggesting that the emperor had seen his mistake and was now going to give up the continental blockade, and in August, after the assurances given to the United States, even Montalivet was for a while under the same illusion. The Fontainebleau decree and the ruthless manner in which it was applied were a bitter disappointment to the peoples concerned, who considered they had been more hardly treated than the English, and thought it a scandal that the produce they so badly needed should be burnt in the public squares or thrown into the rivers. It was possible at a pinch to persuade the French that this procedure was in the national interest, but not so the other nations. The American envoy at St. Petersburg had called it a policy of vandalism, and this was the generally voiced opinion. And then again, by reserving licenses for the French, Napoleon justified the view of those who proclaimed the blockade to be solely in the interests of the dominant nation, and by making an exception for the Americans, he called forth the indignation of the allied and vassal states. From the end of 1809 onwards Murat was in league with Fouché, Evrard, and Lefebvre to issue licenses himself, and Russia, seeing corn going out of the empire, began to demand an explanation. She did not apply the Trianon decree, nor did Austria. Finally, Alexander resumed his freedom of action. Since France was trafficking with the enemy and admitting American ships to her ports, he decided to reopen his to the neutrals on December 31, 1810. The new arrangements therefore compromised the blockade and at the same time shook the continental system. The break with Russia had other underlying causes as well, but it would have been possible to avoid giving it a further pretext if, in keeping with the spirit of the Continental Federation, licenses had been issued to the vassal states and allies, as well as to the French, for trade with empire ports, and this would likewise have been profitable to the Americans. The Navigation Act of 1810 was in such circumstances completely useless. It was a most untimely and dangerous demonstration of the obstinacy of Napoleon's mercantilist outlook. Apart from this mistake, contemporary recriminations do not conceal the plain fact that his policy was remarkably astute. Not for one moment did he intend to give up the continental blockade, and his reorganization of it still gave only a secondary place to the difficulties of industry. The purpose had been essentially fiscal. The emperor needed money for the war against Austria, and by allowing the peasants to sell their corn he could pocket the tax, a point that did not escape the English. In 1810 he foresaw that he would need still more money to get ready to fight against Russia, and at the end of 1810 the Trianon and Fontainebleau decrees brought him in an estimated 150 million, not to mention the proceeds from the sale of confiscated goods. As always, he bent his policy to meet present needs, and he got what he wanted. At the same time he combined this financial policy with a diplomatic move calculated to win over the United States, and was equally successful in this as well. Taking the emperor's promises seriously, Madison re-established free trade with the empire on November 2, 1810, whereas English imports were still forbidden. The Berlin and Milan decrees, however, remained in full force, and there is no doubt that if licenses had seemed to Napoleon likely to impair their effectiveness, he would have brought the system to an end, for as in 1809 licenses were only a temporary expedient. Nor would he have continued the American permits unless the United States had been destined, in his view, to declare war against England. There was a peremptory note about his announcement of March 24, 1811 to the merchants of Paris. I regard the neutral flags as a territorial extension. But the power that allows them to be violated cannot be looked upon as neutral. The fate of American trade will soon be decided. I will give it my help if the United States obey these decrees. If not, their ships will be turned away from my imperial ports. The continent will be closed to all imports from England. I shall be prepared to use armed force, if need be, to carry out my decrees. To be sure, in 1811 England was back in the bad days of 1808. Sweden had just joined the blockade, and the English fleet had no port left in the Baltic to which they could have free access. But in September 1810 they encountered a severe reverse. When 600 ships which had had to shelter from gales in the straits tried to make land on the southern coasts, 140 of them were seized, with an estimated cargo of £1.5 million sterling, and Sweden herself had to put up with the confiscation of a further 100, worth £500,000. Holland and the German North Sea coast were now annexed, and the Grande Armée poured over Germany on its way to Russia, and made the watch more strict. Never before had English exports been so seriously affected. In 1810 they were still rising, and reached £7,700,000 for Northern Europe inclusive of France, plus £9,160,000 for re-exports. In 1811 these figures fell respectively to £1,500,000 and £1,960,000, in other words, to only 14.5% and 32.2% of the 1805 values. That same year England sold the United States only £1,870,000 worth of goods, instead of the £11,300,000 of 1810. At the same time the disturbances that had begun in Spanish America brought down the figure for exports to the New World, excluding the United States, to less than 13 million, against more than 17.5 million in 1810. The total of British exports fell to £39.5 million in 1811, or 82% as compared to 1805, and 65% as compared with 1810. It may perhaps be alleged that in 1811 England was suffering from a severe industrial crisis, but this was responsible for a startling drop in prices and the building up of enormous stocks of goods. Though England sold less, it was only because no one would buy her wares, and not because there was any shortage of them. Thus the blockade was working satisfactorily. Certain factors outside Napoleon's control, which had previously worked against him, were now running in his favor, and as was shown by the 1811 crisis, there were other favorable factors as well. It is therefore easy to understand his confidence, I know that my measures have been severely censured, he was still saying on March 24, 1811, those however who have recently come from England and have seen the effects now beginning to be felt in the interruption of their trade with the continent cannot but say that the Emperor may possibly be right, and that his plans will very likely succeed. He had failed, however, to take advantage of some of the favorable factors. It annoyed him to see England continuing to sell on the continent and pocketing the returns in cash or passing them on to her allies in the form of subsidies, but he ought to have laid the blame at his own door. For he continued to respect the international banking framework which acted as a support for the British trade and managed the transfer of specie, which played an important part in payment, as well as the circulation of commercial paper money, a vital necessity for exchange, at least in Western Europe. As the Dutch minister Valkener wrote to King Louis on January 25, 1808. Of all the English manufactured goods circulating on the continent, none is more profitable or more important to the English than bank paper money. Its magic power sustains the vast fabric of English trade in the four quarters of the world. Such is the powerful effect of the system of bills and letters of exchange drawn either directly on England, or indirectly on English accounts, in all the commercial centers of the European continent. Again, the banks served as intermediaries for the Elector of Hesse and Dutch capitalists to subscribe to the English loans, and for Nathan Rothschild to send funds to Wellington by procuring French bills. The key centers were Amsterdam, Hamburg, and Frankfurt. The houses of Hope, Lefebvre and Paris kept in touch with them, as well as with the Baring Bank and the financial houses of Paris. The continental Rothschilds kept in touch with their brother Nathan in London, and in 1811 three of them, James, Charles, and Solomon, came to do business in Paris, where James remained to found the French branch of the family. The big banks on the continent were under the emperor's control. However, if the export of coin was still forbidden in the empire, this was not so elsewhere. It does not even seem to have ceased in Holland after the annexation. Again, commercial discounting went on uninterruptedly everywhere, though the Monitor had stopped quoting the London exchange rate in 1807. No one had failed to realize that this was in fact the Gordian knot. Commercial paper credit, according to Valkener, was the only kind of merchandise that was not forbidden, and, he said, that is where we must strike. He therefore proposed to reckon as high treason any creation, acceptance, endorsement, discount, dispatch, or payment of any bill to the benefit or credit or account of any English subject. No doubt Louis took good care not to let this suggestion come to his brother's notice, but the cleavage in policy could not escape Napoleon or Napoleon, and in 1811 he fulminated against the discounters of English commerce. Nevertheless, he did not take measures against them, an omission that can only be explained by his mercantilist outlook. Although he wished to stop the English from selling, he did not give up exporting to them and drawing on their coin. Holland, too, continued to obtain important revenue from her investments abroad, and the emperor had no intention of giving these up. To have taken steps against the International Bank would have been a blow to his own interests. The warlike ardor which had inspired the Berlin and Milan decrees did not contain any such mitigations, and so he was prepared to curb it, though perhaps without quite admitting to himself that he was doing so. The lure of gold and certain fiscal considerations also made him turn down the chance of starving England out and led him to deliver her the corn she badly needed. It would seem that in the first flush of warlike ardor he had argued otherwise, for the export of foodstuffs had come to a complete halt in France in 1807, had been forbidden in Holland and had ceased in Germany in 1808. But in 1809 he authorized it again, in spite of Coquebert de Montbret's observations, and it was by this means that his new policy showed a substantial profit. Out of the total imports of 1,567,000 quarters in 1810, Great Britain received 1,306,000 from the Empire and its allies. As Napoleon had hoped, her rate of exchange went down and her gold left the country, but she kept some reserves, which is proved by the fact that in spite of the disastrous famine of 1810, she imported in 1811 only 336,130 quarters of corn, a third of which still came from Prussia, and that nevertheless the quarter, which averaged 103 shillings in 1810, about 44 francs a hectolitre, went down to 92 shillings, 33 1/2 francs a hectolitre. There is no doubt that without French help England would have gone short over several weeks, and even if she had managed to come through by one expedient or another, prices would certainly have soared. Now at this particular juncture England was going through an unprecedented economic crisis, and by tying his hands in advance Napoleon missed what was perhaps a unique opportunity of achieving his purposes. The crisis of 1811. An important part in this crisis was played by the Trianon and Fontainebleau decrees, but they were not an indispensable element in bringing it about. Here, too, it must be realized that Napoleon was helped by circumstances that were not under his control. Capitalist production is by its nature subject to periodical disturbances, and the war and blockade simply created unhealthy conditions which precipitated the crisis. They did not altogether spare the continent, yet the English economy, just because of its more advanced development, suffered infinitely more serious damage. Prices since 1807 had been artificially inflated. In England, for example, supplies from the Baltic, silks and cotton had more than doubled by 1808. Freights from Canada were twice as much, from Riga, 3 times or more. In 1810 it was calculated that the voyage of a 100-ton vessel from Calais to London and back needed £50,000, and from Bordeaux to London and back, £80,000, with the result that there was more and more capital locked up in maritime trade. At the same time risks were on the increase, not only because of captures and confiscations, but also in proportion to the exorbitant and unforeseeable variations in prices. Thus in Paris Pernambuco cotton was worth 7 francs a pound in 1806, 15 in 1807, and 24 in 1808, and in 1810 the price stayed between 12 and 14. At Hamburg, a sack was quoted at 75 guldens at the beginning of 1808, 260 in the middle of the year and 175 at the end. In London, the fluctuations were smaller, though large enough to provide huge possibilities for speculation. In Hamburg, the father of the parish family was already deploring in 1800 that short-term speculation was getting such a grip on the business world. And in the end it became a ruling passion. In England, there was gambling on every kind of goods, and societies were even formed with this one and only purpose. On the continent, the chief interest was in the colonial products, and opportunities for speculation were found in the larger towns. All the same, there were not such constant arrivals of shipping, and the activity was much greater in Amsterdam and in the Hanseatic cities, where French banks invested large sums, either on their own account, or for their clients. In 1810, for example, there was mention of the tenant of the Café du Caveau as a strong investor in colonial goods at Antwerp. The bulls took the lead, and there was plenty of scheming, especially by circulating false rumors. In April 1807, in order to force the price of cotton up, the news was spread abroad that the English were blockading Lisbon. In Holland, the big firms bought up stocks in the warehouse, so as to control the market. In England, where government borrowing was continuous, there was also much interest shown in stocks and shares. In this department, the bears were in control of the situation. The brokers were all the more insistent on bringing down the consolidated funds because the bankers, with one exception, would not lend on forward dealings. They themselves advanced it at the rate of 5%, the legal maximum, by borrowing on much more favorable terms, while the Bank of England countered their operations through the Goldsmith Bank. In Paris, speculation on stocks and shares did not become nearly as important, though it was by no means neglected. The uncertain political situation made it a very unstable business. As long as Talleyrand was at the Foreign Office, he took advantage of the information reaching him in his official capacity to make highly profitable deals on the stock exchange. Napoleon kept up the price of government stock to the best of his ability, but the bears never ceased to justify the invectives launched by Napoleon. The spirit of speculation spread into business and industry. There were two big booms in England, one in 1807 and 1808, when Popham announced the capture of Buenos Aires, and when the news came through that the Spanish possessions had proclaimed Ferdinand VII and would henceforward look upon the English as their allies, and the other in 1810, when the last French colonies had fallen and when the Americans reappeared in Europe. In order to cope with all the orders, factories were extended, and the artisans working in their homes were given better equipment in the shape of looms, either on hire or sold to them on credit. In France, Saxony and Switzerland, the veto on English cotton goods had similar effects. Considerable capital sums were likewise invested, the service of which was a heavy burden on these firms, and put them at the mercy of any crisis. Although circumstances provide an explanation for this feverish excitement, it would not have been able to develop in this way without the existence of inflation, both in money and in credit. In this respect England's position was very different from that of France. After freeing the banknote from gold, the British government had bent its efforts to maintaining a healthy financial state of affairs in order to avoid having to fall back on paper money. In general, their efforts had been successful, no doubt thanks to the increase in taxation, for from 1804 to 1811 taxation nearly always covered more than half the national expenditure, but also thanks to the plentiful supply of capital and the confidence they were at pains to maintain by supporting the consols through the sinking fund and by intervention on the stock exchange, so that they were always able to borrow both on a short and on a long-term basis. In spite of all these efforts, however, the government had to compel the Bank of England to keep a considerable quantity of exchequer bills on hand, more than 40 millions worth from 1808 onwards, with a resulting increase in the money circulation. The actual rate of increase is not known, but it rose from 17 million in 1805 to 23½ in 1811. In that year a committee of inquiry gave the assurance that there had recently been issued to the public £2 million in bank notes. In addition to this, local banks, of which there were now 800, were thought to have issued some 4 or 5 millions worth of notes. And lastly, banking methods were steadily improving. 40 banking firms were affiliated to the clearing house, and the result was a more rapid circulation of money. The rise in prices, moreover, was continuous. In relation to 1790, the index figure was 176 in 1809. The rise was gradual, and as wages always lagged behind, while the plentiful supply of money lowered the rate for borrowing, there can be little doubt that inflation was a contributory factor in encouraging the spirit of enterprise. Nevertheless, some of the contemporary critics were positive that the private banks, if not the Bank of England, gave excessive credit, and we can well believe them. And lastly, merchants themselves offered long credit for payments in order to attract customers, often 12 to 15 months, and in Latin America and the Levant, it was credit without adequate guarantees. On the continent, most of the states also issued paper money, but as the economies were not usually very advanced, production does not seem to have been much stimulated by it. Napoleon, on the other hand, had ruled out paper money once and for all, but he was nonetheless keen to increase the stock of metallic money by all possible means, and war provided him with substantial indemnities, a good part of which came back into the empire, and the money in circulation was therefore correspondingly increased. All the same, it is clear that credit was chiefly inflated by unsound procedures, as happened under the consulate. Since banks were still rather rare, especially in the provinces, traders, industrialists, and speculators continued to obtain money by mortgaging their real estate or by accommodation bills. In spite of the reforms in the Bank of France, it is not certain that these did not go on being accepted, for we know that Martin's son, a Genevan who was one of the bank's auditors, went bankrupt in 1811 as a result of speculation and having been involved in some contraband business. It did not require the decrees of 1810, then, to produce a crisis, and in England at any rate the crisis preceded the decrees. Although there was greater activity than ever, the economy began to show signs of weakness from 1809 onwards through a sagging of the money market. The price of gold and silver had not increased since 1806, but the Bank of England's cash reserves, which were more than £6 million in 1808, suddenly fell to £4 million. The pound, which had been worth 23 francs in Paris and 35 shillings in Hamburg the previous year, suddenly dropped to 20 francs and 28 shillings respectively. By August 1809 Ricardo was sounding a note of alarm, thus opening up a controversy which has remained famous in the history of monetary theories. He blamed inflation for the crisis, and laid the responsibility at the door of the Bank of England. At this point Huskisson intervened to defend the bank, and in February 1810 the Commons appointed a committee of inquiry which reported in 1811 in favor of Ricardo. Even today, the debate is by no means closed. The premium on precious metals must have encouraged a certain degree of hoarding, but capital did not leave the country because there was easy government borrowing. Besides, where else could the capital have gone? The fall in the rate of exchange and the disappearance of gold must therefore have been due to external payments by the state, and not to internal inflation. These payments had been considerably increased by the Peninsular War, by subsidies to the Portuguese, the Spaniards and the Austrians, and finally by grain purchases, which were responsible for almost an additional £6 million in 1809. In short, England paid out an annual average of about £3 million on the continent in the years between 1805 and 1807. The total was more than £6.5 million in 1808, £8 in 1809, and £14 in 1810. It should be added that she was always having to pay out sums in other parts of the world for the upkeep of her garrisons, her ships and her agencies, as well as finding the interest on the funds invested by foreigners in Great Britain. On this last account, Holland by herself took 32 million florins from London. Finally, the commercial balance showed a deficit of £15.5 million sterling in 1809, 8.9 million in 1810 and 11.1 million in 1811. Even if we admit that the budget was balanced, it is nonetheless certain that the ministry found itself compelled to send large quantities of specie abroad, part of which they sought from the Bank of England. The prime reason for this drain on money was the carelessness and incompetence of the Treasury. Nathan Rothschild has related that one day, learning that the East India Company wished to dispose of a large sum of silver, he quickly acquired it and sold it again at once to the paymaster, who could not manage to find any ready money. He then undertook to send it to Wellington, and dispatched it with this end in view to France, where he bought bills drawn on Sicily, Malta, and even Spain. All the same, the accounts could not be balanced in the ordinary way, for the conditions imposed on trade by warfare, the blockade, and the opening up of new and distant markets made payments from abroad slow and irregular, while the government could not delay paying its own debts without serious trouble. For the same reasons, credit transfers were often not possible. Wellington could not be satisfied, for instance, by paper credits drawn on Germany. Advances and the transfer of precious metals were therefore unavoidable. It was not only the exchange rate that suffered, for it was not possible to ensure that these transfers were scrupulously carried out. At the end of April 1812 Wellington found that he was short of 5 million piastres. By striking at exports from England, Napoleon was thus also able to make things difficult for him in the military sphere. If Ricardo's view had won the day, the emperor's success would have been greater, for his solution was to go back to the gold standard. If this had happened, the Bank of England would not have been able to advance cash any longer, and it would have been difficult to maintain Wellington in the Spanish peninsula. Moreover, there would have been a deflationary crisis which would have restricted productivity and restricted the market for capital. It would then have become difficult for the Treasury to obtain funds, and so to finance the war. It is strange that the bank's opponents did not envisage any of these consequences. No doubt there were private interests lurking behind the theoretical arguments, for the re-establishment of the gold standard would have prevented the bank from supporting consols, in which case the bears would have triumphed. It is probable, too, that Ricardo's supporters had a shrewd insight into the situation, and realized that his scheme would be bound to force the country to make peace. The government denounced this dangerous course. I am bound to regard the proposed measure, wrote Perceval, as a declaration by Parliament that we must submit to no matter what conditions of peace rather than continue the war. And so a return to the gold standard was rejected on May 10, 1811, and depreciation continued. In 1811 the cash reserves fell to 3 million, and the gold premium was only a quarter. The French franc was at 39% and the Hamburg shilling 44%. Inside the country those living on investments began at last to protest, and Lord King claimed from his tenants a bonus equal to the loss in the value of the bank notes. As a result, Parliament had to decide to make the note legal tender at its nominal value, and England found herself firmly saddled with an artificial exchange rate, which meant, as it always does, considerable hardship for those on fixed incomes. But neither the monetary crisis nor the blockade seriously worried the industrialists and merchants during the first 6 months of 1810. It was rather the reverse, for the fall in the pound was an advantage for exports. But when they had exhausted their credit or completely immobilized their liquid pounds, the shortage of money coming in from abroad finally brought them hard up against reality. Latin America was generally held to be the villain of the peace. At the beginning of August 1810 5 Manchester firms went bankrupt, with liabilities amounting to £2 million, and a veritable cyclone was unleashed. The banks, hit by bankruptcies, restricted credit, and by so doing brought about further bankruptcies, or forced manufacturers to slow down production and finally come to a halt. There was a landslide in prices. The 1811 index figure was 158 instead of the 176 of 1810. Colonial goods fell in value by 50%, and coffee by nearly 2/3. Napoleon could not have chosen a better moment for tightening up the blockade. His draconian measures, the Baltic seizures, the staggering fall in British exports which resulted, all these aggravated the crisis and made it last longer. The year 1811 was marked by a profound stagnation in the business world, accompanied by a fall in prices in manufactured articles, a slowing down of production and widespread unemployment. The index figure for business activity as a whole in Great Britain was 64, as compared with 74.8 in 1810. In the big exporting industries, the slowing down was no doubt even more marked, and seems to have been to something like only 25% of the 1809-10 level. Production would have fallen off still further and brought even severer unemployment if the firms working for the American market had not continued to produce, gambling on a rapid repeal of the orders in council, and the reopening of the United States market. The depression went on into 1812, up to June 23, when the orders in council were repealed. This step enabled the exporting industries to clear their stocks, which were dispatched with all speed to the United States. There was an undoubted recovery, but it was short-lived. At the news that America had declared war, stagnation once again descended upon industry, and lasted till the news of the Russian disaster. For the year as a whole, the index figure of general business activity was scarcely higher than for 1811 to 65.3 as against 64. It would no doubt be an exaggeration to say that British industry was paralysed by the blockade and Madison's policy combined, but it is quite clear that the effects were most serious. There were violent social repercussions. In May 1811 the cotton mills were only working 3 days a week, and at Bolton the weekly wage was down to 5 shillings. 2/3 of the looms were out of action. As the workers had long considered their wretched condition to be due to the introduction of machinery, it was the machines that they attacked. The trouble started in March in the Nottingham district, and had become extremely serious by November. By 1812 it had spread to Yorkshire, Derbyshire, and Leicestershire. Lancashire and Cheshire also rose in revolt, and in these parts there were not only attacks on machinery but also market riots, for bread was still dear. These 1812 disturbances were the longest, most widespread, and most serious that had taken place in England since the 17th century. For several weeks certain districts were practically in the hands of the rebels, and 12,000 regular troops were needed to put down the disturbances. This outbreak showed up in glaring fashion the faults, not to say vices, of the social and economic system in Great Britain, and the inadequacy of its antiquated system of local government. Clearly, this was where Napoleon made his mistake in delivering corn to England. No one can say what the turn of events might have been if famine had come in to make the crisis still worse. Grave though the crisis was, it did not produce panic. In spite of their misgivings, neither the aristocracy nor the middle classes lost their heads. The finances, too, stood up to the squall, in spite of the rise in the country's expenditure from £128 million in 1810 to £147 million in 1812, and a slight fall in revenue, where there was a £2 million drop in 1811 and 1812 from a falling off in customs. The government had borrowed £22.5 million in 1809, in 1810 it had to be content with £1 million less, but managed to collect £23.5 million in 1811, and in 1812 nearly £35 million. But as that was not enough, the government also borrowed an additional £37 million on short term in 1810, £41 million in 1811 and £45 million in 1812. A longer ordeal would have been needed to exhaust Great Britain's reserves. Although the emperor's confidence was increased by these difficulties in England, he did not escape the counter-effects of the measures he had adopted in 1810. In March of that year, some misgivings had been produced in Paris by the bankruptcies in Brittany, but it was definitely the Trianon decree that let loose the continental crisis. It began in the Hanseatic cities and in Holland, where speculation in colonial goods had been rasher than elsewhere, so that the effects of the decree were more damaging. In September the House of Rada of Lubeck went bankrupt to the extent of £2.5 million marks, and a little later on, the De Smet Bank at Amsterdam stopped all payments. Since the Paris banks were closely linked to both of them, businessmen expressed their fears in no uncertain terms in November at a trade council meeting, and the following month the Fauld Bank collapsed, as well as the Simons, whose chief was the husband of Mademoiselle Lang the actress, and 37 other firms. This was the signal for the spread of panic, and Talleyrand even went so far as to recommend a moratorium. In January 1811 Biedermann, who had been a constant speculator ever since the end of the Ancien regime, went bankrupt along with 60 others. Little by little all districts were affected, and manufacturers were hard hit, with consequent severe unemployment. Since Napoleon had cleared out all stocks of corn, the average price of corn again rose above 20 francs in 1810, and a poorish harvest added to the rise, which continued in the following year. There were not any disturbances like the English ones, but it is well known how nervous Napoleon was of such outbreaks in similar circumstances. Neither in London nor in Paris was there any liking for government interference. The British cabinet and parliament showed a growing inclination to adopt a laissez-faire policy. Though Napoleon was inclined to pursue an opposite course, he had no tender feelings towards industrialists, and towards bankers and merchants more particularly, but rather reproached them bitterly for having run into these troubles through their own wild speculations. But both countries were forced to seek a remedy for the unemployment. Parliament provided a credit of £2 million for loans on the security of goods, as in 1793. In France, the emperor at first tried to get more commercial discount by buying up a certain number of shares from the Bank of France, and by compelling it to open branches in the provinces. He also considered forming a loan fund on the security of goods, but in the end he did not do more than give local or individual help, as in 1807. The Amiens Chamber of Commerce obtained an advance for setting up an emergency loan fund, and others were granted to large banks like Tours and Ravel or the House of Doyen in Rouen, as well as to important manufacturers like Richard Lenoir in Paris and Gros d'Avalier in Alsace. Mollien estimated these at a total of 12 or 13 million. Besides this help, the state greatly increased its purchases. Napoleon bought 2 millions worth of silks and 6 of other goods, which he put in the hands of the exporters in return for the necessary licenses. Without advertising his own hand in the affair, he arranged a 2 million credit with the Hottinger Bank in various places, especially at Rouen, for the financing of orders. The crisis was a severe test of both the belligerents, and its most curious result was to make them more accommodating to one another, and to lead them to harmonize their respective licensing systems so as to make exchanges easier. In England, business people could make their voices heard, and put vigorous pressure on the Board of Trade. But it would appear that they received offers or encouragement from the continent, probably from Holland, in the course of negotiations with Fouché, Evrard, and Lefebvre, and also from Belgium, for Van Aken, a merchant and advisor to the prefecture at Ghent, passed on to Montalivet letters that had been sent to him from England relating to these efforts. In 1810 the Board of Trade showed a readiness to accept goods that Napoleon had agreed to export under license, on condition that he would take British products and colonial goods in exchange, but in November he went back on his promise. As the crisis was growing worse, the merchants returned to the attack. For example, on April 14, 1811 the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce demanded that there should be an agreement with the enemy. On November 15 the English newspapers announced that trade with France would once more be allowed on a reciprocal basis, and a circular of April 14 had in fact admitted wines to England. In February 1812 Napoleon announced that England was going to allow them warehouse facilities. Such an event seemed a miracle at the time. The Board of Trade did not go as far as that, but it granted facilities to French ships, lifted the embargo on cinchona and baled cotton, allowed enemy subjects to take up quarters in England to organize trading under license, and expressed its view that insurers could safely quote on cargoes intended for France. Napoleon seems to have been surprised, but Montalivet kept things moving by advising on November 25 that the licenses should be adapted to comply with the English conditions. The proposed exchange was between wine and silks on the one side and sugar on the other. Montalivet would appear to have won the day, for in December numerous licenses were issued to this effect. On the 31st it was decided also to accept coffee, dyes, tufts, skins and medicaments, and on January 13, 1812 Napoleon spoke in council of importing 450,000 quintals of sugar. Up till February he was still signing licenses. From March to July these became few and far between, but as Napoleon's records were lost in the retreat from Russia, it is difficult to know exactly what happened. In any case, from July to October 299 licenses were issued, more particularly for bringing cotton to Rouen. Napoleon is thought to have signed in all 799 in the course of 1812. The English were more and more conciliatory, and as from March 25, 1812 they issued licenses along the same lines as the French. This unspoken agreement was a great help to international finance, which alone was in a position to make adjustments between the two regimes. It was in this context that the Rothschilds took up their abode in Paris and succeeded in rendering the services to the British Treasury which have been referred to above. According to a report by Montalivet on January 6, 1813, the empire exported 58 millions worth and imported to the value of 22 million. It was recognized in England that the balance was in favor of France, but the vital task was to sell at all costs. There is no need, moreover, to exaggerate the importance of this deal. If English exports rose in 1812, this was more particularly due to the reopening of the Russian and Swedish markets, and to the resumption of contraband traffic after the Grande Armée had cleared out of Germany. The empire, which had been much less badly affected, seems to have recovered fairly quickly. At Ghent during the last 3 months of 1812, there were about as many spindles and rather more looms in action than in 1810, and in the Kingdom of Italy, the export of silk and silk stuffs was greater than in 1809, and the total trade almost equal to that of 1810. Production also started up again in Lyon and Rouen. During the winter a pronounced shortage made itself felt, but Napoleon looked upon this as merely a passing trouble. Come what might, he was confident that the continental economy would stand up to the inevitable inconveniences produced by the blockade. He was less than ever inclined to give it up. The licenses issued in 1812 were of the same kind as before, and were viewed by him as a temporary expedient which harmed the English rather than France, since the balance of trade was unfavorable to them. Because he had given way in the matter of corn exports, he had not made all the capital he could have out of the crisis, but if he had come back victorious from Russia he would surely have applied his decrees with new vigor and new effectiveness, seeing that his dominion would have been even more far-reaching than before. But for the French economy, circumstances would not have been so favorable. Since the crisis had produced a healthier market and kept down prices, business was beginning to revive. The number of bankruptcies was diminishing, though the figures were still as high as for 1810, and exports to Britain rose to 50 million, an increase of 28% over the 1811 value, though 17% below the figure for 1810. Although imports generally were recovering, coffee and sugar had dropped again, showing that the market for colonial goods was still suffering from the glut. In the same way baled cotton sank to £63,000 against £91,000 in 1811 and £132,000 in 1810, a sign of weakness, suggesting that exports were drawing more particularly on liquidated stocks at rock-bottom prices. The bank's gold continued to drain away, and there was no significant improvement in the exchange rate. Corn kept going up in price, reaching 154 shillings in 1812. Disturbances among the working classes broke out more violently than ever. On the other hand, if the emperor had been victorious, he would no doubt have closed the Levant to English trade, and the American market was already lost. On February 2, 1811, Madison, relying on Napoleon's promises, had called on England to repeal the orders in council. Under the pressure of public opinion, the cabinet in London agreed to do so on April 21, 1812, provided it could be shown that the emperor had repealed his decrees. Marat then took a decision in line with this policy, antedating it for April 28, 1811, and the English, quite taken aback, complied on June 23. But it was too late. On June 19 Madison, maintaining that the question of the press gangs had still not been settled, decided to declare war. A blockade can always be used for several purposes. In the 18th century, the English had used it more particularly as a source of enrichment, but nowadays its main aim is to destroy the military power of the enemy. The Napoleonic blockade was a kind of halfway stage. It was forward-looking, in the sense that it sought to break down England's resistance. But it was also tied to the past, in that it aimed at reaching its goal by a roundabout and thoroughly mercantilist route designed to rob the enemy of his gold, but not to starve him out. In this watered-down form, its effects could not be rapid. Moreover, the British fleet had command of the seas, and the blockade, to be successful, needed the help of circumstances more or less outside Napoleon's control. Nevertheless, the experiment had been worthwhile, though in the ultimate analysis its success depended on the Grande Armée, whose ruin in so short a space of time no one could have prophesied. It was not the natural laws of a liberal economy, but the Russian winter, that saved England. 1-year blockade doesn't block. And thanks to our nautical skill, the folk you think you're starving can more than eat their fill. 5. The preliminaries of the Russian campaign, 1811 to 1812. Alexander had been well aware that his attitude since Tilsit, and especially since the 1809 campaign, was bound sooner or later to provoke a conflict with Napoleon. He was itching to cross swords with his rival, to determine which of them should be master of the continent, or at any rate of the East. It took some time for the emperor to become convinced that anyone was actually bold enough to defy him, but after the ukase of December 31, 1810, he decided to make an end of this presumption. The Tsar should be reduced to the rank of vassal, and if he resisted, he should be hurled back into Asia, and the fairest of his European provinces incorporated in the Grand Empire. Napoleon has been blamed for having compromised the real national interests of France by indulging in such an adventure, but since 1803 at least, these interests had ceased to count. The only thing that mattered to him was to rule the continent and the world. The continental system could contain allies, but without allowing them real independence or tolerating any rebellions. Once Rome had been conquered, the emperor's dreams turned inevitably to Constantinople, and to take possession of this, the power of the Tsar must first be broken. The blockade provided a concrete justification for the new undertaking, and Alexander's infringement of it made this fresh enterprise seem absolutely necessary, for his defeat would then enable Napoleon to recapture the Levant market from England. Napoleon did not in any way conceal from himself the fact that this was the most dangerous campaign he had ever conceived. He could hardly fail to remember that Charles XII had taken this risk and that it had been his undoing. It is said that he spent 3 sleepless months before finally making up his mind. Yet as there was no other court of appeal but his own will, he could hardly draw back. He expressed the matter very simply when he left Paris, saying that he owed it to himself to finish what he had begun. The scare of 1811. For several months Napoleon's attention was absorbed by the difficulties involved in transferring 500,000 men to the Russian frontier, a task which involved immense transport facilities, huge supplies, and proportionately vast expense. The 1811 class had been called up and was already in the depots, and from the end of January he began to reinforce the troops in Germany, doubling the units one by one, forming new corps, bringing up arms and munitions and laying down supplies and depots. But in spite of the precautions he took, these measures did not escape the notice of Chernyshев and Nesselrode through their espionage service. By getting in the first blow, Alexander might surprise the emperor in the midst of his preparations and by carrying the war into Germany give Russia a protective cover. But would he dare to do so? At the beginning of 1811 this was what he intended to do. But his finances were in a pitiful state, with a deficit running up to 100 million rubles and paper money losing up to 5/6 of its value. Russia under the Tsars, however, had never been deterred by difficulties of this kind. There were 240,000 Russians grouped in 2 armies, who confronted on the other side of the border 56,000 men from Warsaw and 46,000 Frenchmen, though the latter were at some distance, and widely scattered. In March 5 divisions out of 9 were recalled from the army on the Danube, and everywhere the troops went steadily marching on day by day towards the Grand Duchy frontier. Yet although Poniatowski was giving Napoleon time to move his forces forward, Alexander did not feel sure of his ground. Accordingly, on January 8, he returned to the charge with Czartoryski. The need for money finally brought home to him, cap in hand, proposing that he should win over the support of Poland, so that her army, by moving in as far as the Oder without striking a blow, would induce the Prussians to enter the lists. Once again the prince observed that in order to gain his country's support it would at least be necessary for the Tsar to enter into a formal engagement to reconstitute the Kingdom of Poland, fix its boundaries and accept the constitution of 1791. Alexander promised to hand over his Polish provinces, and Galicia if possible. As to internal government, he conceded that there should be autonomy, but said nothing about a constitution. Meanwhile, he did not inform Rumiantsev of his plans, for he was always against war and disposed to come to terms with Napoleon, but he put out secret diplomatic feelers in the direction of Sweden, Prussia, and more particularly Austria, and on February 13 Metternich was offered the Danubian principalities. But these tentative approaches met with no success. Czartoryski had to admit that the Poles were not willing to betray the emperor, and Metternich refused to accept the proffered gift. Frederick William, who had bought a faked memorandum from Champagne, composed by Esmenard, which announced the intention to eliminate Prussia, became so worked up that in May Hardenberg proposed an alliance with France. Bernadotte, who had become regent and was looking out for subsidies, hoped to get some from his motherland. He offered Alquier, the new French ambassador, a contingent of 50,000 men against Russia, provided he was allowed to take over Norway. The offensive policy continued to have its partisans, notably Armfeldt, yet among the Tsar's cosmopolitan entourage, where there were beginning to be many enemies of the emperor, it also had its opponents. A Prussian named Fuel proposed that they entrench between the Dvina and the Dnieper in order to make a flank attack on the Grande Army as it marched on Moscow. Alexander was not yet resigned to a policy of methodical retreat, but an offensive policy was definitely rejected, and the troops were brought to a halt. Caulaincourt remained quite unaware of what was happening. The Poles, on the other hand, became alarmed. Poniatowski sent an aide-de-camp to Napoleon, and then, on his way to be present at the baptism of the King of Rome, he put the government at Dresden on the alert. Davout, who was at first incredulous, became convinced by the evidence. During the month of April the emperor remained constantly on the alert, and from the 15th to the 17th, in the midst of the festivities following the birth of the King of Rome, he redoubled his military preparations. The Poles, when mobilized, were to evacuate the duchy at the first signal and move to join up with Davout and the Saxon contingent on the Oder. Champagny, who was probably blamed for not having been aware of what was afoot, was replaced by Murat, and Napoleon gave orders for negotiations with Prussia, Sweden, and Turkey, while he himself spoke to Schwarzenberg of a possible alliance. In May there was more reassuring news. Rumyantsev had in fact managed to arrange for negotiations to be opened for compensating the Duke of Oldenburg, hoping that part of the Duchy of Warsaw could be made over to him. Neither he nor his master said so in explicit terms, but the emperor understood, and refused point blank. The discussions went on, however, the Duke receiving another offer of Erfurt, and Russia an offer of the treaty proposed the previous year relating to Poland, but the Tsar replied with various complaints, though without advancing his claims. Caulaincourt, who had returned to Paris on June 5, was at once received by Napoleon and vouched for Alexander's loyalty. He asked for reasonable proposals to be put before the Tsar. Lauriston, who succeeded him, assured the emperor that the Russian sovereign was still peaceful in his intentions. Caulaincourt, however, made it clear that in case of attack Alexander would decide to retreat and lure the Grande Army on into the unending plains, where winter would bring destruction. "One good battle will get the better of your friend Alexander," was Napoleon's reply. The two protagonists seemed at one in playing for time, the emperor in order to complete his preparations, the Tsar to contrive the alliances which at present seemed to elude him, but each was equally determined to force his rival to give in. Napoleon did not exclude the possibility of a bloodless surrender, but he was growing impatient. On August 15 there was a scene with King, and shortly afterwards, he decided to go to war in June 1812. Alexander was better informed. Nesselrode and Chernyshev had long ago corrupted various employees in the Ministry of War, and Talleyrand, who was constantly asking Alexander for payment, was lavish in advice. He it was who had suggested the offer of the principalities to Austria, and he continually insisted on the necessity of peace with Turkey and an accommodation with Bernadotte. Caulaincourt himself was disposed to listen to him, and Nesselrode wrote that his behavior was in keeping with the confidence that Louis, that is, Alexander, has in him. Talleyrand also advised the Russians to remain on the defensive and to refrain from carrying the war into Germany, so that he could pose as the defender of an oppressed Europe. Alexander's duplicity was perfectly suited to such a part, and Napoleon, whether out of infatuation or negligence, let him win several hands in the diplomatic game. The diplomatic campaign and the march of the Grande Army. To start with, Russia had considerable hopes of Prussia. Since Napoleon had not responded to his offer, the king decided on July 16 to seek the support of the Tsar, and sent him Scharnhorst, who signed a military convention with him on October 17. The army, meanwhile, was being organized as best it could, and the war party began to look up. Gneisenau, who was temporarily head of the general staff, was writing a memorandum to advocate a new national rising. In Prague, Stein and Gruner, a former Berlin prefect of police, were in touch with representatives of the Tugendbund, which had nevertheless been dissolved by the king. In Berlin, they also worked through the agency of Amtede and other representatives of Count Munster and Baron Hardenberg, a relation of the Prussian minister in English service at Vienna as the representative of Hanover. Once again, however, the king disappointed them. The agreement brought back by Scharnhorst stipulated that the Prussians would retreat before the French if they invaded their kingdom, and would link up with the Russians on the Vistula or shut themselves up in their strongholds. But Alexander would not even allow his generals to enter East Prussia if plainly requested by Berlin to do so. Frederick William decided that the risk involved would be too great, but by way of consolation he allowed Scharnhorst to go and try his hand in Vienna. As was to be expected, Metternich roundly rejected his approaches on December 26. From this moment onwards, there was no other course open but to submit to Napoleon. He, too, was kept very badly informed in this quarter by the ambassador, Saint Marsin, who was Piedmontese by birth. In Prussia, at any rate, his police gave him due warning, and on September 4 he ordered Hardenberg to disarm. As he